Pascal. You are now rocking with that dude Pascal. We be going wild, Haitian in the building, so original. Got the haters catching feelings. Get your hands up to the ceiling and keep them held high, cause St. Louis is ready. Forget about it, goodbye. Hold on, we just saying hi. Five somebody, rise up weekdays. Catch us live, somebody, let's go.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Pascal Show. I hope you guys are all doing well out there. Hope you guys had some good rest. I most definitely needed it, so thank you guys so much for being so understanding. When I wasn't able to do a show last night, I was just so damn tired. I'm sorry, y'all. I got to be completely honest. I was so wiped out. I needed some time to get some sleep. I need some time for some rest. But we are back at it again. Another day, day 18. It is on and popping, you know? Man. And I messed up the title, so I got to fix that really quick. I just realized that. Day 18, not day 17. Dang idiot. You know? But hopefully you guys are all doing well out there. We are going to be getting things on and popping here very, very shortly. But I appreciate everybody for being here, being part of the conversation. Amber Heard is not on the stand anymore, at least for now. Maybe they can bring her back up. I have no clue if they can, but we are going to find out as time goes on. We are still in the middle of dealing with all of her side of the story, all of her witnesses. We're still halfway through, it looks like, halfway through the Raquel Pennington testimony, which doesn't seem like it's very Team Heard-ish. It seems very in between, but it's very interesting nonetheless. And I feel like it, out of the witnesses that she's had so far come to the stand, Raquel's basically so far the most honest. At least it seems like she's the most honest, or at least the most unbiased. Let's just say that. But of course, she's there on behalf of Amber Heard, so there's a lot more that we're going to hear from her, I'm sure. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what happens here. Real talk, you know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, honestly, Melissa King, let me say this. Yeah, I'm not really wanting more. I was hoping to see more of some more Amber Heard, to be really honest. I was expecting more Amber Heard, yo. And we haven't seen nothing. Like, that was, I mean, it was cool. Like, it was cool. But I expected a whole lot more. I expected a whole lot more from Team Depp. They just kind of dropped the ball on certain things. At near the end, Camille was killing it. And then suddenly she just released her. So we'll see. Maybe there's some more that they want to do. Maybe Amber will be brought back up to the stand. Also, Johnny Depp could very well get brought back up on the stand as well to be asked more questions. They can do that if they want to. So this is going to be very, very interesting. We got to see what witnesses they have after Raquel, but we still got to listen to the Raquel stuff. You know what I mean? So before we get everything started, of course, they're going to be bringing in the jury here shortly. Do me a favor. Hit that like button down below. All right. Hit that like button down below. And let's not forget, send those past 100 likes. Okay. And let's not forget to hit that subscribe button. All right. We're back at it again. Sit through another day of trials. Let's see what happens here, y'all. Let's see if there's any more huge bombshells that drop. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. There were some serious ones last night, and I'm so upset. But I was so tired. I just could not. I had to get some rest, you know? But I will be sure to do something a little bit later on today to talk and chop it up with you guys about all the things that happened yesterday and about the things that happened today. Also, I got my good friend Eddie Herman coming to the show to chop it up with all of us about all the things that we've talked about and seen in this trial and in yesterday's trial too. So let's get into this, y'all. They already got us started.
visited you in your apartment. At the
Oh,
Eastern
the
Columbia
sound.
building. Is that right?
Oh, I hate
Yeah.
you so much. This is the reason why I got the other one up and ready, because I knew that was going to happen.
Yes.
You testified that you observed injuries on Ms. Heard on this occasion. Is that right?
Yes.
What injuries did you observe?
Here we go.
She had these deep cuts on the backs of her forearms. And yeah, they were very, very deep, long cuts on the backs of her forearms.
That's what I'd like to know, Fatal.
Did you see her feet?
At first, when she came over, she had shoes on, and then she showed me her feet. Yeah.
What specifically do you recall seeing on Ms. Heard's feet?
They were just they were cut. It was smaller cuts than the ones on her arms.
Were both feet cut?
I don't remember if it was both or one.
You testified that Ms. Heard told you that she got these injuries from glass from broken bottles. Is that correct?
Yes.
You were not in Australia with Ms. Heard when she allegedly sustained these injuries. Is that correct, Ms. Pennington?
I was not in Australia.
So your only understanding as to how Ms. Heard sustained these injuries is what she told you, right?
That is my understanding.
You've testified that you attended a Thanksgiving dinner with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard in November of 2015. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this dinner was held in Penthouse 5 at the Eastern Columbia building, right?
Yes.
And just for clarification, Penthouse 5 was not Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's primary residence, correct?
All of the penthouses are connected.
Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard lived in Penthouse 3. Is that correct?
Well, technically, they lived in all of them. They were all connected.
Where did they have their bedroom? In which penthouse?
Their bedroom was in 3.
Who attended this Thanksgiving dinner?
I think that, well, Josh, myself, Amber, Johnny. There were a couple of Johnny's friends. I think Amber's dad was there. Jack, Johnny's son. I don't remember anyone else specifically.
Do you recall what time you all sat down to eat dinner?
No.
Okay, but you testified at some point late in the meal, Amber went upstairs to look for Johnny and stayed up there for a long time, correct?
Yes.
And did Mr. Depp sit down to dinner with all of you?
I don't know if we all actually sat down at one point.
Did you see Mr. Depp at some point leave the dinner?
I don't remember him leaving. I remember noticing that he was gone.
Did you see where Mr. Depp left to, where he went?
I either upstairs or out the front door. I didn't see it happen, so I don't know.
Did you observe Ms. Heard consume any alcohol before she went to look for Mr. Depp?
Yes.
What was she drinking?
Red wine.
Did she seem drunk when she went to look for Mr. Depp?
No.
Did you observe any injuries to Ms. Heard when she returned?
No.
Did you observe any injuries to Mr. Depp when he returned?
No.
Do you remember that when Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard came downstairs, they were wearing different clothes?
I don't remember Johnny changing clothes. I do remember that Amber changed clothes.
Do you remember anyone that was still there when Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard came back downstairs?
Believe Josh and myself. David Heard. And I don't remember anyone else specifically who was still there.
You also testified that when, quote, you went to look and found that a full bottle of wine had hit and broken a piece of art that Amber really loved above the bed, and that broken glass was scattered all over the bed.
Did I testify that?
Yes.
Yes.
Is that an accurate description of what you saw?
Yes.
And where did you see this? In what room?
In their bedroom of PH3.
How did you get to this penthouse from Penthouse 5?
I went upstairs in Penthouse 5, across the top story, which all 3 penthouses were connected, through to Penthouse 3. The bedroom was also on the top story, and all the way through and around.
Do you recall seeing any spilled wine?
I think there was wine. Yeah, I think there was also spilled wine on the bed and on the ground.
Do you remember whether that bottle of wine was broken or not?
I don't remember that the bottle was broken, but there's also plenty of glasses around with wine in them that could have been part of that. There was glass everywhere.
So you specifically remember glass being everywhere upstairs. Is that fair?
On the bed, mostly.
What kind of wine bottle was it? Magnum? Red? Do you remember?
It would have been red.
Was it a Magnum bottle?
I don't think so.
What picture had been damaged?
I think it was one of Eleanor Finney, I believe.
Apologies, Ms. Pennington. What did it look like?
I don't remember which one.
You saw the aftermath?
The aftermath, fair.
So you don't know that Mr. Depp actually threw the bottle, right?
I don't know.
Ms. Heard could have thrown the bottle, true?
She could have.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. Did you say she could have?
She could have.
And was the evening still happening after you returned from observing the bedroom?
Yes.
Do you recall any other issues happening, any further problems during the evening?
I don't recall any, no.
Do you remember providing deposition testimony about this Thanksgiving incident when you were deposed in the divorce proceeding?
If you have transcript of that original deposition, I could take a look at it and recall.
Do you have any independent recollection of testifying during the divorce proceeding about Thanksgiving?
Are you talking about the deposition or testifying?
I'm talking about your deposition during the divorce proceeding.
She's asking
Do you
direction.
remember?
I remember the depo, but it was a very long depo and a lot of topics were covered.
So do you remember during the depo testifying that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard returned to dinner? Mr. Depp was, quote, acting like nothing had happened. Do you remember that testimony?
I don't remember the specifics of the testimony.
Okay. So can videographer, would you mind or tech pulling up Ms. Pennington's July 14, 2016 deposition transcript?
Stand by.
July 14, 2016, it's volume 2.
Where am I looking in the document?
Yes, if you could please scroll down to page 238. Ms. Pennington, if you could look on page 238 of your deposition transcript from July 14, 2016, line 23. And if you could read to yourself through page 240, line 18.
Do you have control? You have control.
Yeah. Sorry, it's just I don't have like the scrolly things. I just
You can do page down. You can do this arrow.
Why is this woman even a witness? I don't get it.
What line am I reading
Like
down to?
I was going to say they cut
Page
through
240, line 18.
So they cut through all this. They cut through all this stuff, right? Or they cut her testimony. Why didn't they cut through all this crap here? This is just what? Why?
Okay.
So you testified at your deposition that after Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard returned to dinner, Mr. Depp was, quote, acting like nothing happened. Do you remember that?
Yeah, the night has faded in my memory, but as I read this, yeah.
Is that an accurate description of what you observed Mr. Depp that evening?
This description?
Yeah. Was it your observation the evening of Thanksgiving that you couldn't tell whether Mr. Depp was drunk or angry, that he just put on a facade?
I couldn't tell what he was feeling. I didn't know what was going on.
The
And you
latter
couldn't
half
tell
of
if he
this,
was
I don't
drunk,
know.
correct?
I couldn't tell.
And you couldn't tell if he was angry that evening either?
Well, I can't say what anybody else's emotions are at any time.
You didn't perceive him being angry in front of you that evening?
At me, no.
At anyone?
Not that I recall.
So fair to say that Mr. Depp did not seem angry to you when he came downstairs after the Thanksgiving dinner, right?
He didn't seem any particular way to me.
You testified that in December of 2015, Amber called you over to her apartment so that you could check her out. Is that a correct statement? You testified to that?
Yes.
Okay, my question was, after you arrived, you observed injuries to Ms. Heard, right?
Yes.
Do you remember seeing that her head was bloody, where a chunk of hair had been ripped out of the back of her head?
Yeah. Yes.
Was her head actively bleeding when you saw her?
It was, it wasn't like dripping down her head, but it was raw and red.
Was it actively bleeding, if you remember?
Define actively bleeding.
Was there blood?
Yes.
How could you tell hair had been ripped out of her head?
There was a bloody patch with hair missing.
Where was her face red?
Her whole face.
Could the redness have been from crying?
It could have been.
Where did her nose appear to be swollen?
I don't know. I don't know if I believe this, but
It'd be like the upper bridge.
Did you observe that Miss Heard had any black eyes?
Is this an ex-girlfriend too? That's what I'd like to know as well.
Not that I recall.
Was there blood on her lips when you saw her?
It was cut open.
Was there blood coming out of that cut?
Sorry, you can answer. Sorry.
I don't remember if there was blood coming out of it at that point.
Was it on the top or bottom lip?
It was on the bottom.
Before we go there, have any independent recollection of seeing a laceration on Miss Heard's forehead?
There were many times that I saw injuries on her. If you would like to show me a photo or point me to another place where I can remember which injury was in which instance, then I can answer the question.
So you testified that Miss Heard had a laceration on her forehead when you saw her, correct?
Yes.
If you remember, where on her forehead was this laceration?
Facts, live and learn. Just don't do drugs, kids. Don't do
by
drugs.
the hairline.
Was it on the right or left side?
I don't remember.
Was the laceration bleeding?
Interesting, orange peel. Very interesting.
I don't think so.
Good morning,
Sitting
Taylor.
here today, did you observe any other injuries to Ms. Heard that evening that you remember?
Good morning, everybody.
No.
If we can go back to Ms. Pennington's witness statement in the United Kingdom, that would be great.
Her recollection is weak. Ish is weak. It's hella weak, y'all.
So in paragraph 20, Ms. Pennington, you testified that after you saw Ms. Heard, you, quote, called for assistance from a private nurse who was part of the concierge medical service which Johnny and Amber used. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is Erin Baran the private nurse you're referring to here?
Yes.
Do you know approximately at what time you called Ms. Baran?
Evening.
Do you recall Ms. Baran coming over to the Penthouses that night as well?
Facts, Nathan. I don't recall.
I don't know if she came over that night.
Do you recall Ms. Baran providing any advice or recommendation to you on the phone?
I think she said to maybe not let her go to sleep and to listen to her speech. Keep an eye on her.
And you did that?
Yes.
You testified in paragraph 20 that on December 15, 2015, you took pictures of Ms. Heard's injuries on your phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you
Well,
send these photographs?
I don't know if it was on my phone or her phone.
You see the third line down, you say with my phone.
Oh, then it was my phone.
Did you alter the photographs in any way, Ms. Pennington?
No.
Do you recall sending the photographs to anyone?
No.
Sup, Rohit?
Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
Yes.
It does feel like a bunch of leading questions.
Amber's face with swelling on her nose, bruising underneath her eyes.
And to confirm, you don't recognize whether you took this photograph or not, right?
I don't know if I took that one.
Yeah, I guess they can get away with it, Rohit. I'm still trying to
I'm
understand
going
all
to
this
show you
crap.
a document that will be marked Pennington Exhibit 3. Do you recognize this photograph?
Good morning, Tanya.
Yes.
On Facebook.
Do you
Good morning.
recognize this photograph?
Yeah. Yes.
Let's pull up Pennington Exhibit 6. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
Did you take this photograph?
Look at this photograph.
What is this photograph depicting?
Alopecia.
Part of
No?
her scalp where the hair was ripped out.
You've testified previously that you photographed
Rihanna.
a big clump of hair on
That's
the
all I'm
floor,
gonna say.
which is blonde in color and clearly belonged to Amber. Do you remember testifying
Rihanna.
to that?
Yes, I remember.
Where did you see this clump of hair?
It was in PH4 in the bedroom.
And just to confirm, PH4, is this where Ms. Heard used that penthouse as a closet?
No.
Which penthouse did Ms. Heard use as a closet?
Penthouse 5.
How did you know that the hair clearly belonged to Amber?
Hello, Sar. Orcs.
Hair had been ripped out of her
Bonjour.
scalp, and it was her color on
Bonjour,
the floor
Sarah.
of her
Bonjour. Comment vas-tu?
apartment.
But you didn't see the hair get ripped out of her head, right?
Correct.
And so your understanding that this was Miss Heard's hair that was ripped out of her head was based on what Miss Heard told you, right?
My understanding that it was Miss Heard's hair was what I saw on her body and on the floor.
And the fact that it had been, quote, ripped out of her head, that was based on what Miss Heard told you, right?
Yes, and common sense.
If we could pull up Pennington Exhibit 7,
And
please.
common sense.
Ms. Pennington, do you recognize this photograph?
Is that what she said? Sounded like she said common sense.
Yes.
Is this a picture of a clump of hair on the floor that you referenced in your prior testimony?
Yes.
Is this a picture of a clump of hair on the floor that you referenced in your prior testimony?
Objection vague.
Yes.
Did you take this photograph?
Yes.
Did you take it on your phone?
Yes.
And before you took this photograph, did you move the hair in any way?
No.
Okay, so this picture is the clump of hair exactly as you found it, right?
Correct.
And when did you take this photograph?
When I was taking the other photographs,
And you didn't alter this photo in any way, correct?
I did not alter this photo.
Do you recall taking a photograph of a wooden platform bed which had a partially broken bed frame?
I do.
And did you photograph the bed just as you found it?
Yes.
You didn't move anything off or onto the bed?
No.
Where was the bed broken, if you remember?
It was a platform bed, and the edge of the platform had like a long shard of wood off the corner, or like off the edge.
Where was the broken bed? In which penthouse?
4.
In which room?
The bedroom.
I'm going to show you a document that will be marked Pennington Exhibit 8. Bears the base number Pennington 5. Do you recognize this photograph, Ms. Pennington?
Yes.
Did you take this photograph?
Yes.
You see that on the left side of what I assume is the mattress and the comforter. There appears to be something on the bed.
Is it possible to zoom in?
Sure. You see in the picture there appears to be something on the bed.
Yes.
Is this something that was already there when you found the bed?
I don't remember seeing that before.
It's not something that you put on the bed, right?
No.
And you don't know what that is.
No.
I believe you already testified that the next day Ms. Heard was going on the James Corden show, right?
Which testify? Testification.
Today.
Oh, today. The next day, yes.
And you were with Miss Heard when she was getting ready for the show at her apartment, true?
True.
Come on with it.
And was this in Penthouse 3?
5.
Do you remember that Samantha, Melanie, and Adir were there assisting Miss Heard getting ready?
Yes.
Who is Samantha?
Samantha is Johnny's stylist and was also doing styling for Amber.
And who is Melanie?
Amber's makeup artist.
And who is Adir?
Amber's hairstylist.
Do you recall anybody else being there?
No.
Did you hear Miss Heard tell anyone of these people about her injury?
I remember her showing the injuries.
Who did she show the injuries to?
She showed Melanie her lip and Adir the missing hair on her head.
Ms. Pennington, I want to talk to you about Miss Heard's birthday in April of 2016. You remember that after Miss Heard's birthday dinner, you and Miss Heard and some other friends were scheduled to leave for Coachella the day after?
Yes.
So after the dinner, I know you attended the dinner, but after the dinner the next day, when you arrived to the Penthouse, you noticed shattered glass on Miss Heard's bedroom floor.
Correct.
What kind of glass was it?
I don't know.
Did you tell where it came from?
I couldn't tell where it had come from.
Did you notice any other damage in the bedroom?
I believe there was a broken lamp.
Miss Heard had 2 dogs at the time, correct?
Why is she here?
At the time of this?
Yeah.
Yes.
And do you recall where the dogs were when you were in the bedroom with Miss Heard on April 22nd, 2016?
Blah. Blah. Blah.
In the bed.
Were you concerned about the dogs injuring themselves on the glass?
Yes.
Did she look upset?
When I arrived?
Yes.
She was asleep.
When she woke up, did she look upset to you?
Yes.
Deep.
What made you think that she was upset or looked upset?
Did you write a poem? Maybe a
She
haiku?
started crying.
Now let's turn to the events of May 21, 2016. Okay. At some point, did Miss Heard tell you that Mr. Depp wanted to come to the Penthouse to get some stuff on May 21st, 2016?
I don't remember what exact day she said that, but she said that.
Are you the one that dropped the deuce?
I'll make the representation to you that we're talking about May 21st, 2016, when Miss Heard alleged that Mr. Depp threw a phone at her. So, do you recall knowing that Mr. Depp was planning to come by the Eastern Columbia building on or about May 21st, 2016 to collect some stuff?
I remember that she told me that he wanted to come over.
Do you remember who was at the Penthouse before Mr. Depp came over?
On which, when?
On May 21st, 2016. You were there, obviously, correct?
Vaxner.
And Ms. Heard was there?
Yes.
Was Josh Drew there?
Yes.
Was Elizabeth Mars there?
Yes.
Somebody
Were you preparing for a jewelry show the next day that you were doing, Ms. Pennington?
Oh, she had the bead necklaces. She had the bead necklaces.
I was preparing.
Was anybody assisting you prepare for that show?
Yes.
And you were in Penthouse 5 on May 21st, 2016, preparing for that show?
Facts, Jamarcus.
We were in and out of
Rent free, by the way. Rent free.
Penthouse 5 and Penthouse 1.
At some point, Ms. Heard left Penthouse 1 and Penthouse 5. And she went to Penthouse 3, correct? At some point that evening?
Yep.
Yes.
Sometime after Ms. Heard left to go back to Penthouse 3, you received a text message from her, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember where you were when you received this message?
PH1, Penthouse 1.
Where was Mr. Drew?
With me in PH1.
And where was Miss Mars?
She was either with us in PH1 or in PH5.
And do you remember what you were doing when you received this message?
No.
What did you do after you received this message from Ms. Heard?
I went straight over to PH3.
Could you remember when you went straight over to PH3, Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard yelling?
Sorry, will you repeat just the beginning of the question? You broke up a bit.
When you went to Penthouse 3, could you hear Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard yelling?
Yes.
Do you recall what they were saying to each other?
No.
Strong enough
Do you
for a
recall
man,
the
but
door
pH
being
balanced
locked
for a
in
woman.
Penthouse 3 when you got there?
The door was always locked.
Did you have a key?
Yes.
Did you use the key to open the door?
Yes.
I believe you previously testified that the penthouses 3, 4, and 5 were all connected. Is that correct?
What's up, Mystic?
Correct.
And so you can get from penthouse 5 to penthouse 3 without going out the main hallway.
local.
Is that right?
Correct.
Bunch of sycophantic, blood-sucking friends. That's basically what it is.
When you entered penthouse 3, only Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were in the penthouse, right?
Yes.
Do you know where Mr. Depp was standing?
Yes.
Where was he?
In the living room.
It was really windy before she walked in that building.
What part of the living
That's
room?
why the hair is all swoosh on the side. That's my
sort
theory.
of like the entry, like the in between from the kitchen to the living room.
And where was Ms. Heard?
On the other side of the living room.
Was she by the couch?
Yes.
And were they approximately how far apart?
8 feet, 10 feet.
And they were both standing when you first came in?
Yes.
What's the first thing you remember, Ms. Pennington, when you entered the penthouse?
Don't think too hard. I smell something burning.
The first thing I remember was just hearing them. I don't remember what they were saying, but it was verbal argument, and then he continued to yell, and I went over to her and then stepped between him.
Where was Mr. Depp when you stepped between them?
The sofa is an L in the corner of the living room. The coffee table fit into the L shape.
Okay.
Amber was on the far side. Johnny was on the other side of the L, with the coffee table between them.
At some point, Mr. Depp's security team came in. Is that correct?
Anytime, Faith.
Correct.
I'm trying. I'm
And that
grasping
was
it.
Jerry Judge and Sean Beth.
I'm trying.
Yes.
This is hard.
Where was Mr. Depp standing when they entered the apartment?
In the space between the living room and the kitchen.
Facts.
And you were with Ms. Heard on the sofa?
Zoe Zeppelin, thank you so much
Yes.
for becoming a member. Thank you so very much. Welcome to the family. Thank you, Zeppelin.
Mr. Depp eventually left Penthouse 3 with his picture. Is that correct?
Eventually, yes.
Dazed and confused. That's all I know. That's all I got in my head.
And he left you and Ms. Heard in Penthouse 3?
Yes.
From the moment you entered House 3 until Mr. Depp left, did you see Mr. Depp touch Ms. Heard?
I didn't see him touch her.
Did you see him throw anything at her?
I didn't see him throw anything at her.
What did you do after Mr. Depp left Penthouse 3?
We took Amber to Penthouse 1.
Is that where Mr. Drew and Miss Mars were?
I don't know where they were specifically. I don't know if they were in different places or which apartment they were in.
What did you do once you and Miss Heard got back to Penthouse 1?
She wanted her purse. So I asked Josh to go find her purse in PH3.
Did you observe any property damage in any of the penthouses?
Yes.
What damage did you observe in Penthouse 3?
He had smashed a bunch of on his way out. I saw this. On his way out, he had knocked over a bunch of items that were on the kitchen island, fruit baskets and bottles and things like that. That was the main damage in PH3.
What damage did you see in PH5?
In PH5, there were photos that had been smashed off the wall, items that I had been working on the table that had been thrown against the wall.
You also observed injuries to Ms. Heard's face, correct?
Yes.
What did you see?
Her cheek was red and swelling.
Do you recall when you noticed her cheek?
No.
But you didn't see how this occurred, right?
I didn't see.
At some point, 2 police officers arrived. Is that correct?
At 2 points, 2 police officers arrived.
Before the first set of police officers showed up, had you cleaned up any of the damage in Penthouse 3 or 5?
I don't remember.
Where were you when the police officers arrived? The first set?
Jeez, this is a whole lot of. Blame it on Boo. Just blame everything on Boo. Just say I can't remember a thing
PH3.
because of Boo. Dag nabbit. Come on, homie. The worst.
Did you see
One of the
Ms. Heard
worst.
speak to the officer?
Everybody else remembers everything except her.
The first set.
Why is she here? Mariana, thank you so much for the 5.
Yes.
Did you see the officers enter Penthouse 3?
This is a girl who's
Yes.
living at Johnny's house for
They
free.
look around
Stayed
Penthouse
there even
3?
if he was a monster with her friend. Abso-freaking-lutely. She still stuck around. That's the problem.
Yes.
So why? If
Did they enter Penthouse 5, the first set of police officers?
she was ever worried about her friend's safety, why would she stay? Why wouldn't
I'm
she
not
try to get
sure.
her friend to leave too? They stayed freeloading. Rent free.
Is it your testimony
Doesn't
Ms.
make sense.
Pennington, that the first set of police officers
Doesn't
saw
make
the
sense.
damage
Paul,
you alleged
what's
Mr.
up?
Depp caused Penthouse?
I don't know.
She doesn't know anything. I don't
what
understand
they
why we're
saw, but
listening.
there was damage there.
Yeah, nothing. Zero. Nada.
And another set of 2 officers came later
Zippity-doo-dah.
that night.
Nothing.
Is that correct?
Okay. Paul, thank you so much for the 10 Australian dollars.
Between the first set of
Good day
officers
from down
leaving
under.
and the second set of officers
Finally
arriving,
alive.
how much time had passed?
Yeah, somebody needs to give her a Red Bull. And I love you back, Paul. Thank you so much for your support from down under. Good day, mate.
I don't remember exactly.
Do you have an approximation of how much time had passed? An hour or 2? Less than that?
Less than 3.
3 hours?
In this
less than 3
particular
hours?
situation, it's
Less than 3.
yeah.
In this
Susan.
time, do you recall cleaning up any of the damage to Penthouse 3 or 5?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Ms. Heard speaking to either of the second set of officers?
No, I don't remember if she did or not.
Did these officers, the second set, look around Penthouse 3?
I don't think she's reading anything. I just think she's literally trying to go back in the recesses
I
of
can
her
guess, so I don't know.
recesses of her mind of something that
Pennington,
happened years ago.
Have you ever
But
personally
still.
witnessed Mr. Depp physically attack Ms. Heard?
Yeah, can you be specific to physically attacked?
Did you ever witness Mr. strike Ms. Heard?
No.
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp throw anything at
Interesting.
Ms. Heard?
I never witnessed him throw anything at her, around her, yes.
Blammo.
The question is,
No.
did you ever witness Mr. Depp throw anything at Ms. Heard?
No.
No.
Exactly. Thank you.
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp kick Ms. Heard?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp physically injure Ms. Heard, cause her an injury?
I didn't see it.
So that's a no, right?
I didn't see it.
Your Honor, at this point, I start asking Ms. Pennington some questions, so we'll play that, but maybe we just approach to just get straight on some examples, please.
Okay.
I think that's over. I'm hoping to the sweet baby Jesus that's over. But of course, okay, let's talk about this really quick. Okay. That was not a credible witness for Amber Heard. In fact, why did they bring her up? That's what I'd like to know. What was the reason? Okay, because the whole purpose of having her there, let's keep it real. Bringing in that witness is to speak on behalf of Amber Heard. Now, she never saw him throw a punch, never saw him strike Amber Heard, never saw him lash out at Amber Heard in a violent fashion, never threw anything at Amber Heard, but she saw certain things, but then she didn't see certain things. And I got to be honest here, though, too. She said, "Oh, I can't remember that far back," so on and so forth. I don't know if she's totally ate up in the head from doing too many drugs. Maybe she didn't do many drugs. I don't know. But I know it's very hard to remember something or things that have happened in the past. You know, if somebody asked me what I did on this particular day 6 years ago, and if it's any old day, yeah, it's going to be very hard for me to remember, y'all. But let me say this and make this abundantly, incredibly clear. This is Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, 2 movie stars. You are hanging out with 2 movie stars. You're hanging out with 2 movie stars. You're a regular, everyday, average Joe. You're hanging out with 2 movie stars. Of course, you're going to remember big moments in their lives, especially if there's moments of violence. So for her to not know anything is still mind-blowing. You're going to remember things. You're going to write in a journal at least, something, because it's superstars. This is not everyday average Joes walking around eating McDonald's and going to a local Starbucks and shopping at TJ Maxx and Marshalls. These are superstars. You remember these big ass moments. That's it. You remember this.
Now, I understand that you've testified.
Oh my God, she's back.
About
holy hell.
Some of the events that we touched on yesterday.
There's
right?
more. Come on.
Yes.
Has there ever been anything in any of those prior sworn statements or testimony that you've given that has prevented you from telling the truth?
No.
And is all of your prior sworn testimony, including the testimony you gave yesterday, true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Are you here today on behalf of one side or the other? And by that, I mean on behalf of Amber or on behalf of Johnny?
No.
Would you consider yourself adverse or hostile to either party?
No.
Any other time that you can remember?
Not specifically, no.
Was there a name for what you describe as Mr. Depp's different self?
Yes.
What was that name?
We called it the monster.
Who is we?
All of us. Me, Johnny,
Thank you,
Amber,
Immortal.
and anyone else in the
Thank
inner
you.
circle that was privy to the private things that would happen.
How do you know that Johnny called it the monster?
He named it that.
You heard him refer to
I'll look
this
for
other version of
Jamarcus.
himself as the monster directly.
I also missed the super chat, so I got to
Either
find that too.
heard or saw it written in a text.
Did you receive texts from Mr. Depp referring to this other version of himself as the monster?
I can't remember specifically any of them.
But you do recall hearing or reading Mr. Depp directly referring to himself as the monster.
Yes.
And why did you do that?
She asked for my help.
And over the course of your relationship, when Amber needed your help, you tried to be there for her, right?
Yes.
What do you mean by scary?
I was scared for Amber. I was sad for her, and I was also sad for Johnny,
Is this the day before or the day after?
because he is my friend too. And I really wanted them to be able to get it together.
Because she wanted to live rent free in that in that penthouse. Come on, man. Come on.
Why were you scared for Amber?
Because she'd have to pay rent.
It could be very unpredictable. And she
Where's that super chat? Did I miss
didn't
the
have a
super
lot
chat?
of self-preservation.
Did I miss this? Zoe Zeppelin, thank you so much. You provide the best commentary. I love it. Thank you so much, Zoe. I love you too. I appreciate the support. Thank you so much for sitting through all
What
this
specifically,
circus with me.
what type of harm were you worried about for Amber?
Jamarcus, I can't find that last comment. Comment again and I'll read it out loud. Appreciate all y'all for being in here. Hit that like button, please. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button as well.
In the
Appreciate all
beginning,
y'all. Y'all amazing.
I wasn't worried. Towards the end, when the physical abuse was more evident,
Y'all make it entertaining.
I was worried. I was worried
Excuse
for
me.
her physical safety. I was worried that when he turned,
Thank
he
you,
might
Lena.
accidentally do something that was worse than he ever intended.
When you say
Paul.
talk about abuse, is this signs of abuse that you personally observed?
Can you explain what you mean specifically by that?
Did you observe
She had the next day to think about.
physical effects on Amber of that abuse?
She had time to think about this and came
Yes.
back and put on the waterworks.
You testified a little bit yesterday about an incident between Johnny and Amber that took place in Hicksville. You remember that?
Yes.
Just got
Tell
back.
tell me as best you can everything that you remember about that.
We were sitting around the campfire.
That part, Rohit.
I don't remember
Absolutely.
who the larger group was.
Thank you so much for the 5.
And Amber and Kelly Sue were sitting on a chair together, hugging. And Johnny came up and said, "Get your hands off my woman." And it was surprising because it was a very benign, two friends sitting on the same chair, hanging out. And it was also surprising because Johnny had been hanging out with everybody in a friendly way, and a switch flipped
Love you too, Sank on Twitch.
when that
Thank
happened. And Amber got up, went to go comfort Johnny, and then they went back to their trailer.
How would you describe Johnny's tone when he said, "Get off my woman"?
At
Get
first,
off,
I thought it was a joke.
get off my woman.
I thought he was kidding because it was so unexpected from the way that the rest of the night had been going. And
I don't know. Like, so,
and then at some point,
so he's a violent person for
I think Amber realized that it was not a joke and got up to diffuse the situation.
So he's a violent person because he's just, being territorial.
Did you
Basically trying to
perceive
protect
Kelly
his
Sue
wife?
to be acting inappropriately in any way toward Miss Heard?
Oh shoot, where did it go?
No.
Jamarcus,
Had you seen when you said a switch flipped in Mr. Depp? That was your testimony, right?
I'm looking
Just
for
now?
it. What the
Yeah,
hell?
just now.
Yeah.
Was it surprising to you to see?
No.
And why not?
I don't see nothing.
He switched sometimes.
And what do you mean by that when you say he switched?
She remembers everything
Johnny
now.
would be acting
She remembers everything now. The next
like
day.
his wonderful self for a certain portion of
Magical.
an occasion where people were hanging out or sometimes just privately at home. And I never knew what caused it.
Jamarcus, I don't see it. I'm looking.
Switch would happen to where he would
scrolling
either
through.
disappear or go somewhere off by himself, or his mood would change to something darker. And yeah.
Okay, does that mean he's violent? Does it mean that he beat Amber Heard? Just saying. She remembers everything now. That was very descriptive. She didn't say
What
that
do you
before.
recall? And we'll get to specific instances in a little bit. But when you say his mood would change to something darker, do you remember any specific examples of times that you witnessed when his mood changed to something darker?
I can't remember at this moment specific times when it would happen. Generally, he would go away from where the rest of the people were. Amber would follow to comfort. Sometimes they wouldn't come back, sometimes they would.
And tell us about the next morning at Hicksville, what you saw and observed.
I went to the trailer to go knock on the door. I think they had already left, though. I went in and saw the disarray.
Describe the disarray as best you can.
Like I said yesterday, the light fixtures had been knocked off.
Oh my gosh.
Things were strewn about the trailer, cushions off the couch bank.
Okay. You're just gonna have to send it
Over the course of now,
copy it
you've
and
known
send
Miss
it
Heard
again,
since 2003, right?
Jamarcus, because I
Yes.
am looking, but I don't
Have you ever
see
known her
nothing.
to knock light fixtures off a wall?
No,
Have you ever known her to throw pillows and cushions off couches?
no,
Have you ever known her to get in a rage and destroy property?
no,
Have you ever known her to threaten someone's life?
No kidding, Paul.
no.
What did Amber tell you? Did you ever have a conversation with Miss Heard about what happened in that trailer in Hicksville?
Thank you, Berenice.
I'd like to fast forward a little bit in time, Miss Pennington, to an episode that we talked about yesterday to some extent. Do you remember being with Amber after something that happened the day before she went on the James Corden show in December 2015?
Yes.
What do you remember? And I know this is painful and emotional, but give me your best recollection of what you recall from that time period.
From the night before?
Were you with Amber the night before the James Corden appearance?
Yes.
And were you with her the day of the James Corden appearance?
Yes.
And did you observe Miss Heard and Miss Heard's residence the day before the James Corden appearance and the day of the James Corden appearance?
Yes.
So with that, tell me everything that you can remember, starting with the day before. And I may interrupt you and ask you to clarify certain things, but that's everything to remember.
So she asked me to come over to her residence, PH3 or PH5. I don't remember which one I entered. And she was very upset. Her face was red, swollen. The hair had been ripped out of her head. I went through all of the penthouses. She didn't cancel. I don't think I even slept that night, watching her just to make sure she didn't.
Is that because you were worried she had a concussion?
Yes.
Why did you tell her that you were going to go take pictures throughout the penthouses?
Why wouldn't I?
Ms. Pennington, I'm gonna you saw a few selected pictures yesterday. I'm gonna show you a number of pictures today that we need to go through, and I'll ask you some questions about them. Okay?
Are you able to see Exhibit 15?
Yeah, I can see it. Can you, Ms. Pennington?
Yes.
Ms. Pennington, does this picture truly and accurately depict Miss Heard's appearance on December?
Why wouldn't there be a better lit shot
December
of her
2015,
face?
During the night that you just discussed?
She took this photo herself. Where are cops being able to take this photo?
Do you
Why
know
didn't she
whether
go
or
to the
not you took this
police
picture?
to take this photo?
I
She
do
could have
not.
just taken stuff on, little stuff to smudge on her face to make it look like that. Could
That
be
you
the
were with Miss
shadowing.
Heard that evening after the incident?
It was.
What room was this taken in?
Hi, Chihuahua.
This is the bathroom of Johnny and Amber's bedroom in PH3.
What
Rihanna.
injuries, if any, do you observe on Miss Heard in this picture?
Rihanna.
Her right eye has a mark and a bruise. Her nose is swollen. There's
That's
bruising
swollen?
on her left eye as well.
That's swollen? Okay.
And
Alright.
exhibit 16 is up.
Rihanna. How about this? Any boxer that gets messed up after a fight, every boxer after
What
a
is this
fight.
picture of Ms.
Period.
Pennington?
There's a picture of Amber's face with bruising and a mark on her right eye, swelling on her nose.
Notice
on the
the
left
change
eye.
though from the first video,
In
first
the
photo.
same bathroom.
That is not a bruised
And when
nose.
was this picture taken?
I assume the same night.
Is that the night in December 2015 that you've been testifying about for the last few minutes?
Does she have a
Yes.
busted lip?
Do you see
Where'd that be at?
behind Miss Heard's left ear? There's a picture on the wall, and then a writing a note above the picture.
Yes.
What is that note signed? If you can tell.
Steve.
To your understanding, who is Steve?
Johnny.
And what does it say right above that?
It says, "You're Steve."
What's the line above that say?
I think love you eternally. Sorry. Love you eternally. I love you eternally. I think that's what it says.
Eternally? Something, always up, 3 exclamation points. Love you eternally, you're Steve.
Yeah, eyeliner
And-
joy catcher. Take a little bit of that and
Steve,
just smear it on the
In that
bridge of your
note,
nose.
refers to the same man that you understood to have inflicted these injuries on Miss Heard, correct?
Yes.
And does this picture truly and accurately reflect what you observed on Miss Heard in that night in December 2015?
Partially.
When you said partially, what do you mean by that?
You can't see the rest of the injuries.
What other injuries are you referring to?
The hair being pulled out.
Exhibit 17 is up.
What is this a picture of, Miss Pennington?
Amber's face turned at a slight profile with a bruise on her eye, swelling on her nose.
And when was this picture taken?
Appears to be the same night, same moment of the previous 2 pictures.
Does this picture fairly and accurately depict, at least in part, Miss Heard's appearance on that night?
Yes.
Exhibit 18 is up.
What is this document, Miss Pennington?
It's a
That's
photo
in the
of Amber's face.
Get out of here. Get out of
2
here.
black eyes
It's not.
and swollen bottom lip.
Did you take this
Swollen
photo?
nose. I don't remember.
You said a swollen nose.
Yes.
Does this picture fairly and accurately depict, at least in part, Miss Heard's appearance on that night in December 2015?
Yes.
Did you take pictures of Miss Heard that night?
Yes.
You believe that you took this picture?
I don't know.
But in any event, it accurately reflects what Miss Heard's appearance from that evening.
Yes.
Exhibit 19 is up.
I'm sorry. This is just. Oh my God.
And I'm sorry this is so hard, Miss Pennington.
Oh God, milk it.
We just
Get
need to
on-
get through
Under this,
Yeah.
under those udders,
That's
just milk that
what is this
ish.
picture?
Milk that cow.
This is Amber's face. Turn to profile,
Oh God.
showing
I'm
more
just
of
not-
her bottom bloody lip
That's not real.
and her right bruised eye.
And what night does this, or when does this show Amber?
It
Rihanna.
appears to be the same night and the same series of photos as before.
Where was this picture taken, if you know?
And it's in the bedroom, facing she's sitting on the bed and it's facing the windows.
Rihanna. I'm just gonna keep saying that every
Was
single time
anyone
I see these photos.
With you and Amber that night after you came over?
I don't think so, no.
So is it fair to assume that either you or Amber took this picture?
Yes.
Does it look like Miss Heard took this picture?
No.
Do you recall taking this picture?
I took a lot of pictures. It would be, yes.
Does Miss Heard's lower lip look like it's just chapped?
No,
Could-
it does not.
Could Amber have
Does it look like she just has a cold sore?
It does not look like a cold sore.
Exhibit 20 is up.
could
What
Rihanna
is this a picture of, Miss
well,
Pennington?
Rihanna. Could Amber have
This is a picture of Amber's hairline, a scratch injury on the hairline, and my thumb holding the hair back so that you can see it.
Does this picture depict marks that you saw on Amber on the night in December 2015 that we've been discussing?
Or the next morning.
I got things I want to say.
One or the other?
What if Amber
Yes.
just conned her? What if Amber just conned her?
And
And she believes it.
Lucas,
what
if
if?
you could just go back really quickly to the last picture, please. Pennington 19. I may have asked you this, Ms. Pennington, but I just want to make clear for the record. Does this picture fairly and accurately depict Ms. Heard's appearance on that night in December 15, 2015 that we've been discussing?
Yes.
Exhibit
Thank you
21
so
is up.
much, Mariana, all the way from Italy. Wow. Thank you so much for the love. I really do appreciate it.
What is this a picture of,
Thank you.
Ms. Pennington?
Yeah. No broken
This is
capillaries
a
in the
close-up
eyeball.
picture of the side of Amber's
That's
nose
weird, right?
and mouth.
And I love you back. But wouldn't there be more damage? Wouldn't there be more proof of damage in her
Has,
Did you take?
in the eyes?
Go ahead.
Her eyes
She
are
has
she has clear eyes, literally.
swelling and an injury on her bottom lip.
And this little bump
Are there
right
any
here
other
under,
injuries?
under her eye could
you
be a
observed
zit for
in
crying
this
out
picture?
loud.
And see,
That could be it too.
you could see at the top of the photo, bruising on her eye and the small mark underneath her bottom eyelid.
Did Miss Heard,
That looks like
did she typically have that small mark underneath her eye or bruising around her eyes?
it's like a cold sore, yo.
She did not usually have that small mark
And her very chapped lips.
bruising underneath her eyes.
Did she typically have injuries to her lip?
Sometimes.
And over the course of your friendship with Miss Heard during the time that she was in a relationship with Mr. Depp, how often would you all communicate?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
During the time that Miss Heard was in a relationship with Mr. Depp, how often would you communicate with Miss Heard? Like every day?
When she was filming, less. When she was home, all the time.
Damn right, Lateef.
And you just testified, I believe it wasn't the only incident in which you observed injuries to Miss Heard's face or lips, correct?
Correct.
Were there any other times that you observed injuries to Miss Heard's face or lips?
That's what I mean, James. Exactly. No bloodshot eyes, no trauma to the actual eyes, but she has 2 black eyes?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Exhibit 22 is up.
Rihanna.
What is this a picture of, Miss Pennington?
I'm not going to show that footage. or
Picture
that
is
picture.
hair
but Rihanna.
pulled back to show the abrasion on the scalp where hair has been removed.
Alopecia. But I don't want her to jump
Whose
through the
head is
screen
that?
and smack me in the face. But
That's
I'm just
Amber's
being
head.
real. That could be anything. It could be ringworm, for crying out loud.
Was this-
It could be
you
anything.
know when this picture was taken?
Either the night of the event or the
Head
next day.
first.
And by event, you're referring to the event in December of 2015 that we've been talking about.
Yes.
Do you recall taking this picture, Miss Pennington? Of Miss
Exactly.
Heard's scalp?
Team ABBC.
Yes.
Taekwondo. Exactly. Thank you for the
Does
$2.
this
Real
Picture
talk.
fairly inaccurately depict the top of Miss Heard's scalp. During the day of or at the day after the December 2015 incident that you've been giving testimony about.
Sale for you.
Yes.
Sally, for you. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the
Exhibit 23
family.
is up.
Welcome to the family. Thank you guys so much for joining.
What is this a picture of?
Check out
Miss
my
Pennington?
Patreon as
There's
well.
a picture of a clump of Amber's hair
Got that Cash App.
on the black carpet of the bedroom, PH4,
And got that merch.
with my finger
Link in down below.
there to show the
Appreciate all
scale
y'all.
of the hair.
Did you take this picture?
Yes.
When did you take this picture?
She could have taken hair off a long-haired dog, for crying out loud.
Night of the event.
That could be Boo.
The night
That's
of the
what
event.
happened to Boo.
The
That's the
December
remnants.
occurrence that we've been talking about.
That's the remnants
In December of
of Boo.
2015?
Yes.
And how did you know that that was Amber's hair?
That's what happened to Boo right there. That's Boo's hair. That's Boo's fur.
Hair
on
had
now.
been ripped out of her
Wow,
head.
Regina.
This is the color of her hair.
Yes.
It's her home.
Thank you for becoming a member. Yes. Welcome to the family, Regina. Wow. Thank you guys so much for the support. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
And this, you said, was in the bedroom of Penthouse
Thank you,
5.
Mr. John.
4.
Thank you so
Have
much.
you ever
for
known
the
Miss
support.
Heard to pull out clumps of her own hair?
Yes. Thank
No.
you.
Miss Heard ever paint on
Yes,
bruises
I was
or
waiting for a
use
break.
makeup to make it appear as if she had a bruise when in fact she didn't? To your
That's
knowledge?
I'm saying
No, the
second
opposite.
pick is from the next day. The first
What
pick
do you
is
mean
the
when you say
night
the
of,
opposite?
allegedly. And you're telling me her
She
face was looking like
often had
that?
to cover bruises and injuries on her face. with
Come on
makeup.
now. Come on now. Because all we know, the lips split
Did you
in day
see
dry
her
area
cover
with a
bruises
scab
on her face with makeup?
with a yellow tone when healing.
Yes.
There's no healing
Can we
colors.
pull up
on
the document
close-up,
titled December
lip pic.
2015
Exactly.
ALH 28_B?
You're right. There would be more
What is this
if it was
picture,
the
Miss
next
Pennington?
day or the day,
It
a
is
day or
a
two
picture
later.
of Amber.
It would not be fully healed.
She
Or-
has a
you see what I'm
mark
saying?
underneath her
Oh my lord.
right eye.
Ah,
Has her coat and her shirt on. They're in the kitchen.
thank you for all the new
She's in the
members. I
kitchen.
really do appreciate the support. Seriously, thank you.
of
It means
PH3.
so much to me. Thank you. This is ridiculous.
Do you know when or approximately when this picture was taken?
She might have been fooled by Amber. That could very well been the situation. Amber could have conned her, and she's just taking this as in stride. You never know.
The day following the December event, or the day after, maybe.
Or she's just in on it.
I don't know exactly when.
But she could have been fooled too.
Did you take this picture?
I don't know.
Probably.
Does it fairly and accurately depict Amber's appearance on the day you described?
On one of the days following, yes.
Days
Exhibit
following.
25 is up.
But the black eyes are gone. The swollen nose is gone. Days after, is she
Do you know what this is a
Wolverine?
picture of, Ms. Pennington?
She's Wolverine.
This is a picture of the nightstand on the right side of the bed
Remnants of
in
boo.
Johnny and Amber's bedroom
Yeah, I did say that.
in PH3.
Remnants of boo.
It has
That's where she went.
Lamp that's fallen down.
Exactly. Beverly, see what I'm
Book
saying?
of rolling papers, half a lemon.
She's already fully healed. She's not
plastic coffee
Wolverine.
mug of Infinitum
Come on,
Nihil,
y'all.
which is Johnny's production company. A bottle of Tums, a bottle of
Facts,
tea,
Dominique.
broken glass, and a small blue book on the floor that I can't make out what that is.
Did you ever know Amber to break glass next to her bed?
No.
What's your knowledge about Mr. Depp's tendency to break things made of glass?
My knowledge is that I saw him do it once, and that I saw the aftermath of him breaking glass many times.
And on that evening in December 2015, did you see that we've been discussing? Did you see broken glass around the residence?
Yes.
Let's go to the next picture, December 2015, ALH_509_B. You've seen this picture before. What's this a picture of?
Facts,
Ms.
AF.
Pennington?
Facts, AF.
This is a
Dang.
picture of the platform bed in the bedroom of Penthouse 4. The edge of the platform bed has a shard of wood that has broken off onto the floor.
Did you take this picture?
Yes.
When did you take it?
Either the night of the event or the next day.
And when you say event, what are you referring to?
The
Yes.
December 15th event that we've been speaking about.
You said December 15th. You mean December 2015?
Yes, sorry, 2015.
Where is this bed in the residence?
This is in the Penthouse 4. It's the middle penthouse between the main residence, PH3, Amber's closet, PH5. This is the one of the rooms that you walk through to get to go through the upper story of the homes.
Have you ever known Miss Heard to destroy a bed frame?
No.
Have you ever known? Go ahead. Sorry.
No.
Have you ever known Miss Heard to destroy furniture generally?
No.
Ms. Pennington, in all the photos that you have taken of evidence or incidents or the aftermath of incidents between Amber and Johnny, have you ever done anything to alter those photos or, make them appear to depict something that wasn't actually there or wasn't actually real?
No.
I want to talk about the day of the late
Yes,
late show.
Lateef.
When I say that, do you understand I'm referring to Amber's appearance on the James Corden show?
Yes, that's a great
Yes.
question. Does
The
this
late
lady
show with James Corden.
did
Um,
Raquel ever
Were
approach
you
Johnny over these
were you with
bruises?
Amber
Ever?
when she got ready for her appearance on that show?
Yes.
Who else was present?
A dear that who's her hairstylist, Melanie, her makeup artist, and Samantha, her stylist.
Mhm.
Did were you there when her hair and makeup was being styled or put on before her appearance on James Corden?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you see anyone paint on a wound on her lip or put makeup on her face to make it appear that there was a wound on her lip?
No.
Did you observe anyone ripping clumps of her hair out of her head?
No.
Ms. Pennington, did you to the extent that it's alleged that Miss Heard had no injuries when she went on the James Corden show, what is your reaction to that?
My reaction is that that is a false assessment or statement.
And what's the basis for that testimony?
Because I saw injuries on her body from the time directly after they happened throughout the next night, the next day, and as they continued to heal.
In the time that you spent with Johnny, did he ever express a similar sentiment that he was screw up or fuck up, in his words?
Yes.
And what did you tell me what you can remember about the instances when he said that and what your understanding was of what he meant?
My understanding was that he was sorry and apologetic and
For what?
for his behavior.
When you say behavior, what are you referring to?
Exactly.
Verbal arguments,
Isn't this hearsay?
physical arguments.
And
What? Okay,
that
verbal
was what he
arguments. She
made
said
clear
verbal.
to you in things that he said to you. Is that right?
What he made clear to me in our conversations was that he was very sorry and that he was working to get clean and get better, and
Okay.
that he was asking for forgiveness and trying to
He's trying to be better.
think that he was going to get better.
Yes. Hearsay.
Did you ever see him get better?
But it's fine,
Yeah.
I guess.
When?
A lot of times.
Oh.
But did you ever see him get better permanently?
No.
Your Honor, at this point, we start questioning Ms. Pennington about May 21st. We're happy to keep going, but if you wanted to take a break, I think we're about halfway through this volume.
Okay, let's go ahead and take our morning recess for 15 minutes. Again, do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay?
Okay. Little 15-minute break, love. Okay. All right, Dan. I'm gonna keep it keep this screen on big for a second, because there's been a lot of things that have been popping off.
11 o'clock then, okay?
11
All right,
o'clock.
thank you.
So a little bit over 15 minutes, 18 minutes to be exact ish. Okay, guys. And I'm going to keep it large just in case, because things seem to be popping off during the times, during these breaks. When, man, yeah, there's like, oh, damn. All right, then. Well, I'll minimize that then. But here it is, guys. You've been hearing Raquel Pennington in her deposition or her testimony. Thing is, oh man, there's so many different angles you can look at this situation with Raquel. Because one, obviously she's there on behalf of Amber Heard. Obviously, they brought her in for a reason. She's a close friend of Amber. But right now, she's still kind of skating in the middle, just a little bit. She did also say that she took some of these photos of Amber, with these alleged bruises on her face. Now, here's the thing. We look at these photos. Lady Justice said something earlier that is very, very true. She's got a very good point here. How does someone heal that quickly without the scabbing, without the, you know how like you get a bruise or you get a cut and it'll scab. There's a process in which your body heals itself. And you're telling me that a day or two later, this bruise, this cut on her face was almost all the way healed. Like, you had to look to see that there was something that happened to her lip. You're telling me that in which that happened 2 or 3 days prior, this when she got punched in the face, allegedly, you're telling me 2-3 days later, it's going to already be fully healed? Almost 90% healed? You got to be kidding me. That doesn't work for me here, y'all. Also, the bruises, the 2 black eyes that she allegedly has on her face, those disappeared. Barely seen. Even the night of, those photos of her actually getting the bruises on her face. I wonder if I still have these photos up here. Let me look really quick. I could very well have these. Okay. So this is obviously a different photo, but I'm going to pull this up anyway. It's just a different look. Obviously, this is one of the photos, but it looks extremely exaggerated, right? Now, they showed a different one that had a much better view. Like, it was cleaner. Okay. This is not the best looking shot here, but her eyes, like when you look at the old shot, actually, you know what? I'm going to do this. Okay. We're going to scroll back. We're going to scroll a little bit back. Bam. Okay. We're right here, right? Look at this. I'm going to blow this up so you guys can see it yourselves. Look at her eyes. Just her eyes themselves. Okay? Just the eyes themselves. Okay, guys? Look at her eyes and tell me if there's any trauma that happened to her eyes. She has allegedly 2 black eyes. This is probably the cleanest photo that there is out there. Okay? So I'm glad that whoever used these instead of the other one, like the one I just showed you. Okay? Because that one is very exaggerated. They up the contrast to make the dark look more dark, to make it look like she's been rocked. But look at this photo right here. Look at her eyes. Clean. No redness. No bloodshot. Nothing's bloodshot. You're telling me somebody who's been punched in the face repeatedly in a huge fight, argument, whatever, what have you, with somebody. And this is what Raquel, of course, this is just according to Raquel. She said, I think this photo was taken that night. So that very night, she takes this photo. After all the chaos and craziness, this is where her face gets beat up, mouth gets cut. Where's the blood? Rihanna. I'm just going to keep saying that over and over and over again. Rihanna, where is it? What's up with this? Then look at the quote unquote black eyes that are around her face. Around her eyes. Like, where is it? So you're telling me that hours after this incident happens, she takes a photo and she looks fine. Allegedly, there's bruising on her nose. Does it look like bruising to you? To me, it looks like it's just shadowing. There's a little bit of a thing right here under her eye, which, you know what? I will say this, okay? Just really, really quick. The thing under her eye, because obviously she has like a little mole right here, okay? And then this thing right here. I'm going to say this, and I know I might not have I might not have like the, this might not be popular opinion, but I will say this. This right here could very well have come from the fight, but I'm going to tell you what I think it could have been. Probably wasn't from. I'm thinking it wasn't from Johnny. I'm thinking it's from possibly glass flying everywhere, because there's glass everywhere. If she was throwing bottles and doing all this kind of crazy stuff, what are the chances of maybe a shard of glass getting this close to just, this close to her eye? I'm just going to say that. Okay? That could be a possibility. There was glass everywhere in the place. Everywhere. Okay? Still doesn't mean that Johnny inflicted that onto her. That could very well be a zit. A really big zit that just hasn't gone away. We all have had that zit. Okay? Real talk. The one that just sits there and lingers. Okay? And yeah, I get it. I know. It's unpopular opinion. But I'm just saying that could very well be a possibility. You got to think about it. You got to think about it for a second. You're throwing glass and everything's flying all over the place, because the way I have it in my mind is that she went berserk, started throwing things all over the place, and hey, you get caught. You're going to get caught in the crossfire when you start throwing things around. You will get hit with your own glass if you start shattering things, period, in reality. But that could also very well be a Botox needle mark, as you guys are saying as well. That could be it too. Okay? But still, this is still right now, hours after it went down. Where's the blood? You see what I'm saying? Where's the fresh wound around her lip? Where this is apparently where this all went down, around her lip. Where is the fresh black eyes? Her eyes would be red and teary. She'd be, you see what I'm saying? Her face would be leaking right now because of the bruised nose and the two black eyes. And her face would be rocked. She'd be sweaty, rocked. This is a fresh face, like she just came out the shower. Okay. So there's that. There's another photo where they go off to the side, and I'm sitting here going, really? So you're going to say that she just took maybe a little bit of something, a dark blush or a dark eyeliner or something like that, took it up there and just smeared it. That could be it too. Now, I will say this though too. When it comes to Raquel, I'm trying to give her the benefit of the doubt. I'm sitting on the fence with this. She could either have been duped, as Lateef just said. She could either have been duped or she's in on the con. Period. She might have been duped by Amber or she's in on it. Just like IO, which we haven't even gotten into yet. But Raquel, still don't know why. Still do not know why she feels that this woman was hurt. Was actually hurt. She was deeply moved. You saw her. She was crying and all that. She's not an actress that I know of. She is in LA, so everybody's an actress in my mind. Or everybody's an actor in my mind, but still. She clearly was moved by what she saw. Could she have been duped by Amber? This is her friend. Her friend's going to sit there and say, hey, this is what he did to me. Maybe she's not sitting there going, let me see your face. Come here. Is this makeup? What is that? Maybe not. Maybe she was just taking her word for it. But she also could have been in on the con. Hey, it's $100 million. $100 million is on the line. Just saying. $100 million is on the line. Plenty of money to spread out to all your friends that have been living off of Johnny's back. Remember, these two friends are also the two friends that were living in the penthouse on the Freeze 99s. Rent free. I need a t-shirt that says rent free. But real talk, rent free. Okay? So let's continue. Let's look at this other photo, which is absolute trash. She says, I see the two black eyes and her lip. Man, okay, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm sorry. You're still telling me that that is two black eyes? So then when I have barely slept, I've had 3 hours of sleep or less, I don't look, I have dark circles under my eyes too. So I can sit here and say, oh yeah, I had a fight. Oh, those are two black eyes. But if I get a good night's rest, the dark circles under my eyes go away. So you're telling me that the next day or two, when they all went away, the dark circles under my eyes went away, or her eyes went away, that suddenly she just healed that quickly? I said it before and I'll say it again. Is she bloody Wolverine up in this biz naive? Does she have some, is she a mutant? Super healing factors that she has in her body that we don't have? Because, I mean, shoot, share, baby. Share. But this doesn't make sense. Doesn't. She said this was a few days later. Okay. Somebody commented in the chat. A family member said this, and I appreciated the love. And I appreciated them sharing the story. But they said that they had a broken nose and two black eyes from a past relationship. And they said they had black eyes for months. Not just a day or two, months. I've had a black eye before too. And I'm telling you, that stuff sticks around. It doesn't just stay there and just disappear. It doesn't just appear and go, I'm a black eye, and then disappear. Straight up. So this is very, very interesting. And then you also got to remember, let's not forget this, celebrity. You got to remember celebrity. You got Raquel, who obviously is a friend of Amber, but obviously she's a fan too. She's living off of both of them. Not only just Johnny, but also Amber too. That room, that place, the room over her head, the roof over her head, would not exist if it wasn't for Amber. and all the friends and all the people that she's connecting with, all the superstars that she gets to go and hang out with at the after parties and all that stuff. The elite of the elite type things is because of that woman right there, that blondie. You don't think that sways her perspective of things? This person is feeding her with a silver spoon. Do you think she really is going to bite the hand that feeds her? Something to think about. So you think maybe these terrible things have happened, and maybe that sways a person because of the connections, because of what they have bestowed, what they have blessed them with. A penthouse in LA. Are you kidding me? A penthouse in freaking LA, rent free. You got to be kidding me. All the friends and connections that they have, all the other superstar movie stars, starlets, and all that stuff that they get to go drink with, do blow with, and maybe bang. All have connections. That could sway a person's perspective of things. Well, he helped me or she helped me and so on and so forth. So I don't want to do this, that, and the third to, to mess with it and so on and so forth. I don't want to bite the hand that feeds me. So I got to stay loyal. But notice they don't talk. They ain't friendly. They ain't friends. They ain't friends no more. So it's very interesting. Then you look at this. Fresh cut. This is days later. Mind you, let me show you that one more time. Let me show you this. I'm going to roll back just a little bit. This was a few days before. Okay. I'm going to blow this up so you guys can see it a little bit clearer. This is the day before. Okay. Then, or like this is 2 days or so before. Notice that there's no blood. She ain't leaking anywhere. Nowhere. Then we go here. This is a few days later. And she bleeding now? Doesn't make sense to me. Then she's bleeding now. And if I'm correct, if this is in chronological order, this part doesn't make sense to me either. Right here. Look at that. Look at it. You're telling me that this is a few days later and it's already almost healed. There's no sign of scabbing at all. Now she's almost fully healed. Notice like the black eyes that she received. I mean, they still ain't even really there. Then you got this here. That's still there. Because it takes time for bruises and cuts to heal. So where is this? What's going on here? Look at this. It's like she had a fever blister or a cold sore or whatever you want to call it, okay? And it's finally in its healing like at the end, tail end of its healing process. Or it could also just be what we saw in court, her just picking at her lip, and that's just a nasty, bad habit that she has when she has anxiety. She clearly is anxious like a mug right now. So she's sitting there picking at her lower lip, even in the court, because maybe she doesn't know how to hydrate. She ain't properly hydrated. So she just kept picking at it, and then bang. Or finally she's like, okay, I got to stop picking at my lip. I got a show or I got a movie I got to get ready for, so on and so forth. But notice that issue is already healed. It just doesn't make sense to me, guys. It's not working for me. Okay? It's not. It's just not. She has some amazing healing factor that doesn't make sense. Let me roll this. Let me show you this one more thing here, because like this here. What is that? That doesn't make sense to me. But we're going back. Thank you, guys. Thank you for the heads up.
May 21st, 2016. Do you remember that night, Ms. Pennington?
Yes.
Walk us through what you recall about the evening of May 21st, 2016.
And ain't he a righty? Ain't Johnny a right-handed? Ain't he right-handed? His dominant hand is right?
So
And it's
in
all on the
PH5, I was
Yeah. That would make sense, I guess.
getting things ready for a artist craft show that I had, and making jewelry, and my friend Liz was there, Josh was there, Amber was helping. We were set up in the downstairs living room of PH5. And at
Liz
some
Mars.
point- Liz Mars, yes.
Okay. And your fiance, Joshua Drew, is that right?
Yes. And at some point, Amber got a message from Johnny that said that he wanted to come over and talk or pick something up. I don't remember what the exact message was. And I thought it was a really bad idea, but can't stop somebody from coming over to their own home. And so Amber went upstairs to get ready for him to come over. And eventually he showed up. I didn't see him show up. I didn't hear him show up. He went to PH3 and then at some point I got a text from her, or I might have checked in, or I got a text from her that said, come over. So I tried to come over there and the door was locked. Their front door was locked. So I went to go get my key. I had a master key to all of the apartments. And I came back, unlocked the door, and he was yelling, and I don't remember exactly what he was saying. And she was calling for help, and that had never happened before, saying, help me. I went and I cut through the space between the coffee table and the sofa. And I went up to him, and he was yelling and yelling. And I put my hands up on his chest, and I was like, stop, just trying to calm him down. And he hit my hands away. And so I just went straight over to Amber. She sat down on the couch, she was crying, and I just put my body over her. And he came a little bit closer to us, and he was yelling at her to like get up, or I don't know, quit crying or get up or something. And it was really loud, and he was getting closer and closer. And I remember thinking there was this like big orange ceramic ashtray on the coffee table. And I was thinking, if he gets any closer, I'm just gonna pick up that ashtray and like hit him with it, because he was so close over us. And then at that point, Jerry and Sean came in from the front door of PH3 and came in, and they were like, boss, come on, let's get out of here. And Jerry always called him boss. He's like, boss, come on, boss, let's go. And then Johnny grabbed like his leather bag off the stool that was by the island, and he had a big Magnum bottle of wine, and he was just like smashing stuff off the island and yelling. I don't remember exactly what he was saying. And then they finally left, and I could hear out in the hall just like banging and smashing and clattering around. I was just holding Amber, sort of just waiting for it to pass and clear. Until a little bit later, and then I think Josh came in.
Why did you get between and put your hands on Mr. Depp and get between him and Miss Heard?
I just thought I could calm him down.
And when he hit your hands away and then you went and laid on her, why did you do that?
It was the thing to do.
How would you describe Mr. Depp's mood?
Irate.
Were you afraid that Mr. Depp was going to hurt Miss Heard?
Yes.
And when he stood over you, you testified a little bit too, but describe what he was yelling as he stood over the couch.
I don't remember everything that he said. The thing that sticks out the most is that he was just yelling at her to get up.
Huh.
To get the fuck up.
Did you let her?
No.
And where were you, just to be clear, where were you when you received the message from Amber asking you to come over to Penthouse 3?
In either P5, PH5, or PH1.
You weren't already in Penthouse 3 when you got that text?
No.
To the extent that there are allegations that you were lying in wait in Penthouse 3 before Johnny walked into that penthouse, how do you respond to those?
That is not true.
I will also represent to you, Ms. Pennington, that Mr. Depp's lawyer has been quoted as saying, quote, Amber Heard and her friend Rocky Pennington staged the May 21 crime scene to prove the abuse allegation against Johnny Depp. Is that statement true?
Of course you're going to say no.
No.
Did you stage anything about May 21st, 2016?
$100 million.
No.
Did
you take
Amber
a dookie?
Stage anything, to your knowledge, about May 21st, 2016?
No.
Describe for us the damage that you observed Mr. Depp cause to the penthouses, to Penthouse 3.
In 3, stuff had been knocked off the kitchen counter. Stuff had been knocked off a bar cart.
By whom?
By Johnny. I saw this happen on his way out. He was smashing stuff.
With what?
With a wine bottle.
What other damage can you remember Mr. Depp causing?
In the hallway, there was wine splash spilled in the hallway. There was a dent on the outside of PH1's door, front door. And then in PH5, where we had been getting stuff ready for my craft fair, my jewelry and materials had been thrown against the wall, and everything that was on the table was like strewn off of the table, thrown down.
I'd like to go through with you some photographs of the incident that we talked about. So can you pull up May 21st, 2016, ALH 7051, please? And
Is
while
that
he's pulling
true?
that up, Ms. Pennington, did you,
Sam, is that
or
real?
either yourself or anyone else take photographs in the aftermath of this incident?
Is this a true story, Sam?
Yes.
That's crazy.
Who took photographs?
Josh Drew. That's the only person that I can say for sure.
Were you with Mr. Drew when he was taking photographs?
I can't remember.
Did you go through the penthouses to see where the damage has been done?
Eventually.
Ms. Pennington, what is this a picture of, if you know?
This is a picture of the living room in PH5 with the back corner of the sofa. It has the beads that I had been working on and the stand that I used to display them thrown to the wall. Some of the beads are on the windowsill. The stand is broken.
And did you, does this fairly and accurately reflect damage that you saw to Penthouse 5 on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
Exhibit 30 is up.
What is this a picture of, if you know?
This is a picture of the Johnny and Amber's bed in PH3. It has several photos, framed photos, stacked on it.
And do those photos appear to be intact?
These do, yes.
In your experience, do those photos normally sit on the bed?
No.
Does this, did you witness, well, was this part of the aftermath of what Mr. Depp did in Penthouse 3?
I didn't see him take these down, but they were not down before he came over.
Does it fairly and accurately depict what you witnessed the night of May 21st, 2016?
I didn't see this happen, but I did see this scenario.
You saw the pictures. That's my question. Does this fairly and accurately depict something that you personally saw on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
All right, let's pull up 7053, please. So my question, Ms. Pennington, will be, what is this a picture of?
Can the info thing move off to the side?
You know, no, I don't, not in this version of the pictures. So I apologize for that. If you need it zoomed in or out.
It's the landing of one of the staircases.
And what do you see on the picture?
It's broken glass and something spilled on the landing of one of the staircases. I can't tell if it's P3 or P5.
Okay. Does this picture fairly and accurately depict something that you observed on the night of May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
Did you ever know Miss Heard to smash glasses on staircases?
No.
Did you find that question vague and ambiguous, Ms. Pennington?
No.
Exhibit 32 is up.
What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
These are stairs appearing of the same staircase with broken glass on them.
Does this picture fairly and accurately depict something that you personally observed the night of May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
33 is up.
What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
This is a picture of the floor mat in front of the doors that would lead out to the balcony of PH3, and it has a broken, looks like top of a martini glass on it.
Okay. Did you see this glass or material around this being broken on the evening of May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
And who broke this glass?
All right. I got
Johnny
that figured
did.
out.
And does this photo fairly and accurately depict something that you observed after Mr. Depp left Penthouse 3 on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
There are two different
Exhibit
Raquel
34 is up.
Penningtons, just so you know. Two completely
What is this a
different
picture of, Ms. Pennington?
Raquel Penningtons.
This is the
She's this
space
woman right here.
between the cabinets in the refrigerator and the kitchen islands.
A basket of fruit.
It has a rug on it, and it has a fruit basket and fruit on the ground.
Okay.
And do you know who knocked that fruit on the ground?
Two different kinds.
Yes.
Who?
Two different
Johnny.
Raquel
Does this
Penningtons.
fairly
One's an
accurately
MMA
depict,
fighter. She
damage
is not
you
that.
saw on May 21st, 2016?
She is not an MMA fighter.
Yes.
She's a jewelry
Exhibit
designer.
35 is up.
No, not this one.
What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
When you're talking about the Kim K thing, I'm assuming
This
that's
is
the
the
MMA fighter,
landing of
not her.
PH5 that Amber's office was set up on. And this is her desk and her files. And boxes have been outturned, and there's papers all over the floor.
And is this how Ms. Heard normally kept her office area?
No.
Does this fairly and accurately depict damage that you observed on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
36 is up.
Is this that same office area?
Yes.
And is this an accurate depiction of what you observed on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
37 is up.
What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
This is a picture of two photos on the column staircase leading up to Amber's office. The top photo is a group photo of Savannah, Whitney, Io,
I got something for you.
Amber, Aaron, Brittany, Morgan. We were in London. The glass is smashed. The bottom photo is a photo of Amber and me in France.
Okay. I'm going to
Does
give
this
you
photo
guys.
fairly and accurately depict damage that you observed on May 21st, 2016.
Yes.
I'm going to show you the difference.
38 is up.
This is Raquel Pennington with Amber Heard. And this is MMA fighter Raquel Pennington. You see the difference? I mean, I don't know if you don't see the difference. I mean,
What is this a picture of?
maybe you don't see it, but I see a difference.
Picture of a large
Okay.
bottle of wine on the floor.
Her friend, MMA fighter.
On May 21st,
Her
2016?
friend, Amber Heard's friend,
Yes.
MMA
Is this the bottle
fighter.
he was swinging, if you know?
Just so
I don't
y'all
know.
Okay.
But it accurately depicts something you observed on May 21st, 2016.
Miss
Yes.
Paddington. Paddington Bear.
Did you notice, you or Miss Heard or anyone that you were with, spilling wine in penthouses that night in order to stage damage?
No.
And by what is this a picture of? I meant the whole scene.
Oh.
Sorry.
Oh. It's a picture on the floor.
It's all good. That's what I'm here for.
Do you know what penthouse that is in?
Can you zoom out again, please?
Like, this is rage. Sorry. I don't know. I think rage is much worse.
3.
Do you know who knocked this picture on the floor?
I didn't see it knocked down.
Yeah, I know. Hulk smash.
Did
Ridiculous. Angry.
other than Mr. Depp, did you see anyone causing any damage
Knock a
or
picture on
knocking
the floor.
anything down in any of the penthouses on May 21st, 2016?
No.
And did you see Mr. Depp knocking things down?
Actually,
Yes.
there's more.
Does this picture fairly and
Raquel
accurately
Pennington.
describe something that you observed on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe, did you see any injuries on Amber on May 21st, 2016?
Just a swollen, like red swollen cheek.
Let's pull up the May 21st, 2016 ALH 7077, please. And while he's doing that, did you, I know we talked about pictures of damage in the penthouses. Did you take pictures of Miss Heard that evening?
I don't remember if it was me or Josh.
Were you present when pictures were taken of Miss Heard on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
Does this picture fairly and accurately reflect observations you made of Miss Heard on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
42 is up.
What is this picture, Ms. Pennington?
This is Amber's face. It's red. The right cheek and eye is more red and swollen. Her right. Mine left.
Does this fairly and accurately depict Miss Heard's condition that you observed that evening?
Yes.
Can you pull up 7083, please? What is this picture of?
This is Amber's face turned at a slight profile. Her eye is red and bruised. The side, the side brow, temple, and cheekbone.
Have mercy.
Does this fairly and accurately depict Ms. Heard's condition that you witnessed on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
And were you present when police arrived?
Yes.
Were there two sets of police officers?
Yes.
And what penthouse did they come in?
Penthouse 3 both times.
How close were you to the police officer?
In the same room.
Okay. Could you see damage that he had caused while you were standing there when the police officers were present?
Yes.
Did you ever hear Ms. Heard say, express any financial motivations for wanting to remain in this relationship with Mr. Depp?
No.
Did Ms. Heard ever express that if she went public against with what happened on May 21st, 2016, that she stood to gain financially from doing so?
No.
Just want to, I want to show you guys this too. I saw this on Twitter the other day, so I found it, and this is also Raquel Pennington, the one that we're watching right now. Remember these photos? This is an interesting timeline. Take a look.
Now,
the day before,
at
bruises
some
on her
point
face.
after May 21st, 2016,
The next day,
Ms.
with
Heard
Raquel,
filed for divorce from Mr.
no
Depp, right?
bruises on her face, smiling.
And at some point, she filed for a domestic violence restraining order
Just
against
so
him.
you know,
Is that right?
the very next day.
Yes.
Yeah, she's got superhuman healing
gonna-
powers.
I'm going to come back to that line
Just
of questioning
saying.
in a second, but before I forget,
Very interesting.
you mentioned Jerry and Sean Bett on the night of May 21st, right? Was there a space in the floor of the ECB where they would wait for Mr. Depp when he was in one of the penthouses?
Yes.
And what was that space?
We called it the guard shack, and it was a vestibule separate from the penthouses, except that a door from the vestibule also connected to the door of the patio of PH5.
Was the okay? Was it if someone were in the vestibule or the guard shack, as you called it, would they have seen you go into Penthouse 3 when Amber requested that you do so?
No.
Did you see Jerry or Sean or any security guards when you entered Penthouse 3 that evening?
No.
Okay. Going back to the domestic violence restraining order, did you accompany Ms. Heard to court when she got that order?
Yes.
Hey, say hello, everybody.
I'd like you to pull up, please, May 2016, Court Pennington 1292, please.
This is Boo.
While he's
I'm
doing that,
kidding.
do you know if Ms. Heard wore any
Bianca.
makeup that morning?
One of my dogs. One. I'm about to take him onto my bed and let him take a
I
poop.
don't remember seeing her put on any makeup.
Was that rare for Ms. Heard not to wear makeup?
Yes.
What is this a picture of?
This is Amber and Jody, her publicist, sitting on the bench in the hallway waiting room of the courthouse.
When?
Here's another one.
The day that the restraining order was filed.
This is Juliet.
Do you see any injuries on Ms. Heard?
I
The
do.
mama.
Describe what you see.
On her right cheekbone is bruise.
She's a doxy poo. So she's a doxy poodle. Yeah. I got 4 dogs, y'all.
And how long after May 21st was this approximately?
I got 4 of them. All right.
I don't know. I don't remember.
A matter of days, weeks?
Less than a week.
Did you ever see any makeup artist paint on this bruise? Put a fake bruise on Miss Heard's face?
Thank you.
No.
Can you please pull up
Thank you, Beverly.
Pennington 1295?
Thank you,
please?
Irish.
And before we do, does this picture fairly and accurately
Thank you all
depict
for the kind
Miss Heard's condition the morning she, or the day she applied for the
So
domestic violence restraining order?
you saw this, right? You see this bruise on her face, right? Right here.
Do you know whether you took this picture?
I'm gonna throw that up one more time for the nosebleed seats.
To
She
the
took
best
that
of my
photo.
recollection, I took that.
And I'm going to ask you the same thing about this next picture,
Blam.
1295.
Just saying.
To the best of my recollection, I took that.
And does that fairly and accurately depict Miss Heard's condition on that morning?
Yes.
46 is up.
What is that a picture of?
It is Amber at a slate profile in the same courthouse room. Her hair is behind her ear. You can see a picture of a bruise on her cheekbone. She looks like a skeleton.
I'm done.
Did you take this picture?
She looks like a skeleton. She had to add that in there.
Based on your personal knowledge, is there any truth to the allegation that Amber did this because she's, quote, a gold digger?
No.
Well, she ain't messing with no broke.
Ms. Pennington,
Anyway.
You came to understand at some point, at some point, did you learn that Mr. Depp had lost the tip of his finger in Australia?
Yeah. I say
Yes.
I agree, America.
And what is
Latina.
that other way that you learned that Mr. Depp had cut the tip of his finger off?
He showed it to me.
In addition to showing you, how did you learn from Mr. Depp that he had cut off the tip of his own finger?
He told me.
What did he tell you?
Said, I don't remember how he said he cut the tip of his finger off, but while the nurse was dressing it, I wanted to see it. I also had a very small injury on the tip of my finger. And I continued to see it throughout its healing process, but I don't remember how he told me how he cut it off.
But you remember that he told you that he cut it off.
Yes.
What?
Pennington, I'll finish where we started, which is you've given a number of you've testified a number of times about the events that we talked about today, and I really appreciate you you being here today and talking about these. I know it was tough and it was emotional at times. Is there anything that you would change about any of the testimony that you've given today or previously about any of these events?
No.
And you've done your best every time you've testified about this to tell the full truth about everything that you know, everything that you saw, everything that you heard, everything that you've observed, right?
I have done the very best to tell
Oh,
the
stop.
absolute truth, exactly as I remember it, at all of the points of time.
All right. Yes, sir. Your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. That concludes
Jeez.
the testimony of Raquel Pennington. Ms. Hurd calls Joshua Drew as her next witness.
Okay.
And if we may approach just to discuss a
All
couple
right.
exhibits.
And that's by deposition, is that correct?
It is by deposition,
All right.
yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. She says this is the truth. The absolute 110% truth. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to get this photo. I wanted to show it to you guys, but I'm having a hard time getting it. But it's here on this, and I'm going to show it again while they are talking quickly. I just wanted to show this to you guys again. Boom. They are right here. If you see in the bottom right-hand corner, or like the bottom half of this makes it feel like they're a little bit in cahoots. You feel me? It does feel like they're a little bit in cahoots. Obviously, Rocky, I guess, is a much better actress than Amber Heard. I will tell you that. She knows how to turn on the waterworks with the quickness, but she really straight up just said, hold up, wait a minute. Okay, this chica literally just said, I'm getting all tangled in my wires and stuff. She literally just said, hold up. Put my breakfast aside real quick. She literally said that Johnny Depp told her that he lobbed off his own finger, the tip of his own finger. He himself. You know, at the very beginning, I was giving her the benefit of the doubt, but now I'm starting to feel when she started saying, and obviously I've had some time to like think about this and watch this, right? And let this marinate all the way down to the marrow. And I'm seeing this and I'm going, wait a second. She's taken all the photos. She's the only witness that has basically said so far that they have seen bruises on Amber. She's the one actually taking the photos, right? At first, I was like, okay, I'm going to give her the benefit. You know what I'm saying? Because I got to. Part of me just feels like, it's the right thing to do. We're going to hear her out and all that. But then you see the photo that I just showed you, and I'm going to show it again. Okay, I'm going to show it again because, it was photos. But look, she's the one taking the photos of the face when she was in there going in to get the DVRO, the DV restraining order. So the stuff on the May 27th, she was, except for the paparazzi photos on the bottom, but when she was in the hallways of the courthouse, and she's looking all sad and like damsel in distress, Raquel was taking those photos. Then the very next day, they're just skipping down the, skipping down the street, smiling and everything. And do you see a bruise on this woman's face? Do you see anything on this woman's face? Amber, I'm talking about. And they smiling. You know what I'm saying? Like they're a part of a J. Crew catalog shoot, having a grand old time. So, for me, there are many, many questions now pop up, especially when she's sitting here saying, oh, no. He's the one who said he chopped off the finger. I took 99% of the photos. I don't remember that photo, but I remember the other 99.9% of the photos. And I took them. I was there. I took the photo. Hey, Amber, like while they're in the hallways of the courthouse, she's sitting there going, hey, Amber, look sad. Look over this way and look sad. Wait, hold yourself like you need comfort, Good, great. Can you do another one? So she's there the entire time. Either she's in on it. I'm going to say it again. Either she's in on it or she has been duped or she is only listening to Amber because she just wants to believe that once a woman says something like this, she instantly, habitually, which we all do, understandably, want to believe her, want to believe the woman who says that thing. But it still doesn't make any sense. You see these things and you're in the room taking the photos. No one else was there to take these photos. Then also on top of that, somebody else said something. I think it was Latif that said it. And he said it brilliantly earlier. If it was such a big problem, why didn't you go up and say something, bruh? Chica, why didn't you go up and say something to Johnny? Why didn't you ever confront him and say, keep your hands off my best friend? Why didn't you do that? Why did you just still sit there, live in his place rent-free, and not say anything about it? It's just strange. I see some super chats. I'm trying to get to them. They kind of disappeared quickly on me while I was trying to show you those photos. But if you notice, those things are sus as hell. Suspect. Something ain't right here. Something just ain't right. She might have been the one who applied the makeup on her face to add that bruise for her big opportunity, her big photo op. Paparazzi showed up. She did some photos inside of the court hallway of the courthouse. Sus, y'all. Sus as hell. Janice, thank you so much for the Janice, sorry. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Hey, Pascal, remember the scene in Thin Line Between Love and Hate when Linda Whitfield's character Brandy beat herself up?
Ready?
Absolutely. I'm just saying,
Okay.
abso-freaking-lutely. You got friends.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay,
She got friends in low places.
Miss Heard calls Joshua Drew. as I
Thank you.
mentioned. Thank you.
Is this video? Or is this an actual human? Damn.
Los Angeles. What is your occupation? I run my own hospitality development consulting firm. Are you also a chef? Not anymore. What, if any, education have you had since high school? I have my associates of science in culinary
Absolutely
arts.
political.
And from what institution? Johnson & Wales University. Did you receive a degree from there? I did. In what year? That would have been 2003. Who is Raquel Rose Pennington? My ex-wife. Because I want to be respectful, how should I refer to her? Ms. Pennington, Rocky, or Raquel? Rocky or Raquel is perfectly fine. Okay. You were married to Rocky, so there came a time when you began to date Rocky, correct? Correct. When did you start dating Rocky? That would have been June of 2014. And did there come a time when you became engaged to Rocky? Correct. When was that? That would have been in summer of 2015. I believe. Do you recall when you were divorced from Rocky? Officially September 24th of last year. We separated officially October of the previous year. When did you first meet Amber Heard? Probably about 3 or 4 weeks after Raquel and I had started dating, very early on. When did you first meet Johnny Depp? Shortly after I met Amber. I want to say, if memory serves, about 5 or 6 weeks after Raquel and I started dating. Again, I understand it was a long time ago, but do you recall under what circumstances you met him? Funny enough, I actually do very clearly. I had come over under the auspice of what was called Family Movie Night, and it was Amber and Johnny and Jack. I honestly don't remember whether Lily Rose was there. She might have come later at a certain point. And it was just us in their apartment, eating burgers and watching movies. Since that time, on how many occasions have you seen and interacted with Johnny Depp from that very first time on movie night? I couldn't even speculate the number of. It's not that it was infrequent so much as it was sporadic and honestly, for a large portion of it, fairly casual. Not the kind of thing where you would just count the number of times. It was regular interactions over various periods of time. Well, your counsel is not going to let you speculate, but I'm going to ask you to get a range. Is it more than 10 times? Yes. More than 50 times? Yes. From the time that you first met Mr. Depp on movie night until this very moment sitting here today, have you ever seen Mr. Depp strike Amber Heard? No. Have you ever seen him throw a telephone at her? No. Have you ever seen him hit her with a fist? No. Have you ever lived at a building located at 849 South Broadway in Los Angeles known as the Eastern Columbia Building? Correct. Did you live in the condo known as Penthouse 1? Correct.
Rent free.
With whom did you live in Penthouse 1? Raquel Pennington. From when to when did you live in Penthouse 1 with Rocky Pennington? Again, my memory is a little bit foggy of exact dates. Man, you'll have to bear with me a minute here. So while I was a frequent guest, I didn't actually live there until I want to say about October or November of 2015.
Was Rocky already living in Penthouse 1 when you started visiting and ultimately moved in there?
Yes.
Did Ms. Pennington move into Penthouse 1 in or about June of 2014?
I couldn't tell you with any specificity, but I believe it's around that time frame.
Who owned Penthouse 1 at the time?
Johnny Depp.
While you and Rocky lived together in Penthouse 1, did you or she have a key that allowed you access to all of the penthouses on that floor?
Everything except PH2, yes.
At the time, did Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard live together in PH3?
Sporadically, yes.
The key to which you and Rocky had access allowed either of you to enter PH3, correct?
Correct.
Who was in PH5 at the time?
Nobody. Nobody lived in PH5 for the entirety of our time there.
Did you or Rocky ever
Thank you,
pay
Mayor.
Mr. Depp any rent to live in PH1?
Offered and refused.
Did you
Sure.
consider the refusal of your offer to be a generous gesture by Mr. Depp?
Exceedingly.
In your experience, is Mr. Depp generally generous to his friends?
Yes.
Is he generous to people generally?
Yes.
Did Mr. Depp own Penthouse 5?
Yes.
Would your key have opened Penthouse 5?
Yes.
When you and Rocky were living here in Penthouse 1, did you ever notice
Thank
that
you, and
there
Ocean
were
Breeze, for the 20.
security
Thank you.
personnel standing outside the door of Penthouse 3 when Mr. Depp was in Penthouse 3?
Not normally, no.
Did you ever see the security personnel standing outside of his door?
On very rare occasion. Normally they were in a storage room off to the side of PH5.
Moving aside from Mr. Bett and Mr. Judge, while you stayed at the East Columbia building, did you come to know any of the employees of the building?
Casually.
Who is Trinity Esparza?
She was one of the front desk people.
Did you have communications with her?
In the course of living there, yes.
Did you find her to be pleasant?
No.
How was she unpleasant?
She was not particularly polite or accommodating to me or Raquel or any of Amber's friends. I wasn't there
Freeloaders.
specifically, but I heard similar things from Amber and her interactions with her as well throughout the course of our time there.
While you lived in Penthouse 1, did you have the opportunity to interact often with Amber Heard?
Yes.
Did you and Rocky see Ms. Heard frequently?
Yes.
Did you ever see her drinking alcohol?
Yes.
Did you ever see her drink to excess?
Yes.
Did you observe Amber Heard during her wedding to Mr. Depp at the Bahamas?
Yes.
Was she intoxicated at any time during the wedding weekend?
Yes.
Uh,
As were we all.
Did you ever hear at any time Amber Heard yell at Mr. Depp?
Yes.
On how many occasions?
I couldn't tell you the number of occasions.
So a lot.
Did you ever see her strike Mr. Depp?
No.
Did you and Rocky ever discuss the relationship between Amber Heard and Johnny Depp?
Yes.
On how many occasions?
Honestly, probably hundreds, if not thousands.
Mr. Drew, moving to April 21, 2016, do you recall that there was to have been a birthday celebration that night?
Yes.
Was that Amber Heard's birthday?
Yes.
Do you recall which birthday it was for her, how old she was?
It was her 30th. I catered it.
What do you recall about that evening?
I recall it was held in PH5. Johnny was hours late. And Amber spent the better part of the evening making excuses for him. And he came very obviously intoxicated and put on a show for everybody. And when the party was over, or we left, cleaned up, and the next morning we heard about what had transpired after the fact.
So Johnny was supposed to have attended the dinner, correct?
Correct.
And at what time did the dinner begin?
I don't recall.
You and Rocky were guests at the dinner?
Correct.
Who else was invited to the dinner?
Again, you'll have to forgive me. It was quite some time ago. I remember Amber's friend Brandon being there, Amber's friend Iggy, a rabbi. I want to say that Whitney was there as well. To be very honest, I can't say with specificity whom else was there.
When you say Whitney, are you referring to Whitney Hurd?
Correct.
Is Whitney Hurd Amber's younger sister?
Correct.
Putting aside the state or condition in which Johnny arrived, do you recall sitting here today approximately when Johnny arrived for dinner?
I really couldn't tell you with any specificity, but I can say it was quite a few hours after the party had started.
Did he provide any excuse or explanation to the group as to why he was late?
No.
Putting aside Mr. Depp's intake of alcohol that evening, had Miss Hurd been drinking before Mr. Depp arrived?
Yes.
Do you know how much?
Couldn't tell you.
Did she seem intoxicated at any time during the evening?
Yes.
Did you see Amber Hurd the next morning, April 22nd, 2016?
I believe so, yes.
Did you notice any marks on her face or elsewhere that morning?
I don't recall.
That morning, April 22nd, did you and Ms. Pennington and Amber Hurd drive together to Coachella?
They did. I did not.
Are you still in contact with Amber Hurd?
Coachella.
Sporadically, yes.
Coachella. That's a good one.
And just to be clear, and I'm sorry to jump around, when you say, strike that. You say sporadically, how frequently you're in contact with her?
We didn't speak for about 2 years following my divorce, and she reached out to me to make amends about, I want to say about 2 months ago, if memory serves.
I'm going to come back to that. When you said you don't recall seeing marks on the morning of April 22nd, is that because you didn't see any marks on Miss Hurd, or you didn't see her at all that morning?
I honestly don't recall the state of her the next morning. If memory serves, it was, but that the girls were hustling to get everything together to go out to Coachella. So it was a pretty frantic morning. I couldn't say with any specificity whether I interacted with her that morning before they departed.
And Mr. Drew, you said that Ms. Hurd reached out to you. When did she reach out to you?
Sometime in the last 2 months.
What did she say when she reached out to you?
To paraphrase, it was something akin to letting me know that, her and Raquel hadn't spoken in some time, and to tell me that she loved me and that she missed me, and she just wanted to make amends and, reconnect.
Did she mention anything about this lawsuit?
Not in the initial interaction.
How did you respond to her in this initial interaction when she said she wanted to make amends?
I didn't for some time. I think I waited about a week and a half before I responded. And before I could, I did get a note from her letting me know that she had tried to keep me out of it. But more than likely, people were going to be contacting me either about being deposed or a statement of some kind. There was nothing explicit about whom it would be coming from, whether it was from Johnny's side or from her side, only that somebody would more than likely be reaching out to me.
And when you had a glass of wine, again, only lawyers remember these things, but do you recall approximately when you had a glass of wine with her?
Probably about 5 or 6 weeks ago. Oh, I'm sorry. It would be longer than that. Probably about 2 months ago.
Mr. Drew, let's please change subjects and move to the evening of May 21, 2016, which you had referenced previously. Was Mr. Depp at the condo at the East Columbia building that day prior to the evening?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you see him arriving at the condo that night?
No.
Did you see Mr. Bett and Mr. Judge that evening?
Yes.
When did you first see them?
I saw them when he ordered them to open the door to PH5 following the incident.
When you say he, to whom are you referring?
Johnny.
Did you ever see them that night somewhere outside the door of PH3?
No.
Do you know whether she received a text from Amber Heard at 8:06 p.m.?
I can't certify the time, but the text message itself and the receipt, yes.
Were you with Rocky when she received that text?
Yes.
Wasn't she already in Penthouse 3 as of 8:06 p.m.?
When she received the text, she was not in Penthouse 3. She was in Penthouse 5 with me. But again, I can't recall with specificity the exact time of these events.
Any time, including that night, did you ever see Mr. Depp strike Rocky Pennington?
No.
That evening, did you see Mr. Depp smash bottles of wine?
No.
Did you see him break furniture?
No.
Did you see him kick a hole through a solid door?
No.
Do you recall when Mr. Depp, Mr. Bett, and Mr. Judge left the building that night?
If we're presuming that that text was received from Raquel at 8:06, they had left the building within 30 minutes, to my recollection.
So it would be approximately sometime around 8:30, 8:29?
Thereabouts, but I don't recall specifically.
What else do you remember about the events of the evening of May 21?
I mean, I can tell you contemporaneously from the start if there's something specific you'd like me to expound on.
Who is Officer Melissa Science?
My understanding, it was the name of the Latina officer that first responded with her partner.
When did she arrive at the scene, if you recall?
Vaguely, I remember them arriving about 45 minutes to an hour after Johnny had left. But again, exact times I'm a little foggy.
Good call.
Going back to the Latina officer, was there another officer with her?
Yes, there was a bald gentleman, white.
With which officer, if any, did you speak that night?
Both.
What did you say to them, if you recall?
When they arrived, I greeted them at the door. I walked them through PH3 to show them the damage, show them the broken glass. They had already walked through the hallway over the gigantic wine stain throughout the entire hallway. I took them through PH3, like I said, to show them the damage. I took them back out of the hallway, showed them the dent in the door shaped like the bottom of a wine bottle in PH1, took them into PH5 to see broken picture frames, smashed glass, Raquel's jewelry and things like that strewn about the apartment. And then I brought them back to PH3, at which point they separated. The Latina officer pulled Amber aside specifically to speak to her one-on-one. The door was closed. I was outside with the other officer. So I can't say with any specificity what happened inside. I don't know whether anybody was in earshot. I don't know whether everybody else was around. They told me specifically it was one-on-one. And I was outside the door with the male officer. And specifically, my communication with him was asking what, if anything, could be done, because we were obviously upset. And his comment to me specifically was, there's damage in these apartments. Her face is red. If she wants to file a report, we have enough here to go pick him up.
But you've never seen Johnny hit Amber.
That's correct. And I've affirmed it to everybody that I've spoken to. I've been explicit about that.
And you've never seen Johnny hit any woman.
Correct.
Interesting.
Do you recall?
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out this guy, Rohit. Personally, still trying to figure him out.
Conversation.
But his memory is fairly
with
sharp.
Rocky and Amber after
In comparison to his wife, ex-wife.
Mr.
Sorry.
Depp and his security personnel left the building, but before Officer Science and Officer Haddon arrived.
Yes.
Tell us about that.
You'll have to forgive me again. My memory of the exact sequence of events, that transpired after all this is a little foggy. If memory serves, Amber was damn near catatonic after all this. We had gotten her into PH1 so we could deadbolt the door and keep her safe until he left. A few minutes thereafter, I had gotten a little bit of a rundown from Raquel over what had transpired. Raquel got her to call her lawyer, Samantha Spector, to find out what to do. And if memory serves, Samantha's recommendation was that we immediately put together a contemporaneous, matter-of-fact statement together of what had transpired that night. And that ultimately was up to Amber as to what she wanted to do with the police or whatever it may be.
Are you aware that Amber Heard spoke to Officer Science and Officer Haddon that evening?
Yes.
Were you present when she was speaking to them?
No.
Did Amber file the complaint that night?
No.
Did the police arrest Mr. Depp?
No.
Did they issue a warrant for his arrest?
Not that I'm aware of.
Mr. Drew, let's turn for the moment to May 22nd, 2016. Did you see Ms. Heard at all that day?
Yes.
When did you see her?
At various points throughout the day. If memory serves, Raquel had committed to a jewelry show somewhere, I want to say it was downtown, I might be mistaken, it might have been out in Venice, somewhere in Los Angeles. So she was out most of the day. So I cleared my schedule to be able to be there should Amber need anything. If memory serves, either her attorney or somebody in her group had a friend come over with a locksmith to change the locks just to be safe. And I was there to make sure that happened and just, like I said, be there for Amber should she need anything, just so she wasn't alone.
When you saw Amber on May 22nd, you don't know whether it was the morning or the afternoon. Is that right?
It was sporadic throughout the day. I think it was some point late morning and throughout the afternoon.
When you first saw her, did you notice any marks on her face?
Yes.
Describe the marks, please.
To be very honest with you, I don't actually remember which side of her face it was, but I do distinctly remember there being a red mark and a small bruise on her cheekbone and red marks just above her eyebrow and to the right side or to the side of her eyebrow.
Did you see any swelling?
A little bit.
Can you remember anything else? Did you see marks anywhere else other than the ones you described?
No.
Did you ever notice anyone visiting Amber Heard at night while Mr. Depp was away?
During the time that I was living there?
Yes.
Yes.
On how many occasions?
I wouldn't even be able to estimate.
Was it more than 10?
Yes.
Was it more than 20?
Yes.
Was it more than 30?
Yes.
Was it more than 50?
Again, I can't really speculate. I was there for quite some time.
When did that first occur?
I mean, I'm not privy to her comings and goings, and she had other friends than us that were coming to see her. So.
And again, to be specific, I'm just talking about visitors at night when Mr. Depp was away.
Again, I can't say with any specificity.
When did that first happen that you were aware of?
I mean, I would say pretty early on, but again, there's no context to it. The other consideration that I would say is that the hallway between all of these penthouses was public right of way going to the pool. So my understanding of people coming and going, it might have been the public, it might have been residents, or I'm sorry, not public, it might have been residents in the building. I can't really say with any specificity.
Who was Elon Musk?
Good question.
Elon Musk was a gentleman that Amber dated intermittently following the restraining order.
When did can you recognize Elon Musk?
Yes.
When did you first see Elon Musk at Penthouse 3?
I'm a little Again, I'm not quite
Wow.
clear exactly, but I want to say it was about 3 to 4 weeks after the restraining order was filed.
Damn, she works quick.
But while
Like I said, she
Mr.
works
Depp
quick.
and Ms. Heard were still married, correct?
Facts.
Yes.
After May 22nd, 2016, did you ever see any marks on Ms. Heard?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Would you please describe, as far as you can remember, what cleanup efforts were undertaken and by whom?
Well, myself. In Penthouse 3, there was a number of pieces of broken glass and items strewn about the counters and the floor in the kitchen. Only in the kitchen, sort of around the kitchen island. In the hallway outside of the penthouses was quite a bit of spilled wine. I don't believe we dealt with that at all. And then in PH5, all of Raquel's things had been strewn about pretty dramatically. So we did our best to sort of put that back together and pack everything back up. And there were, things like piles of books and picture frames were broken, or piles of books were strewn about and picture frames were broken and things like that. We just picked the glass up off the floor so the dogs didn't get hurt. And I think we left everything else for the time being.
Did you actually see who strewn about? That's not the right verb. But did you actually see the person who threw her clothes around?
I didn't witness firsthand any destruction of any kind.
Are you aware that Ms. Heard alleged that Mr. Depp hit her on or about December 15th?
Yes.
What, if anything, do you know about that incident?
So my recollection of that is Raquel and I had come back to the penthouses from where I don't recall specifically, sometime, I want to say late afternoon, early evening. And Raquel was supposed to meet with Amber as soon as they came back. Amber had not been responding to her text messages for some time. So we let ourselves into PH3 together to go check on her and make sure everything was okay. When we came in, the kitchen was completely, I wouldn't say it's trashed, but it was out of order enough for something to be off. And then when we turned the corner on the section of counter next to the kitchen sink, there was something written on the counter, and I don't know, I can't remember what material it was. And to be honest, I can't actually recall exactly what was written. It was something very, very weird, like all was such a fraud or something akin to that.
You never saw Mr. Depp strike Amber Heard on or about December 15, 2015, correct?
Correct.
Did you see Ms. Heard that night?
Yes.
Did you notice any bruising or other signs of injury?
Yes, pretty significant.
What did you observe?
I noticed specifically she had pretty significant bruising on the inside of both eye sockets, kind of extending down the bridge of her nose, and her forehead was red.
But you have no first-hand knowledge of how that injury occurred.
That's correct.
Are you aware that Amber Heard made a television appearance the next day?
Yes.
Do you ever see Mr. Depp take drugs, either prescription drugs or drugs that were not by prescription?
Yes.
How many times?
I can't speculate on the number of times.
He did drugs. Surprise,
There was some
surprise.
questioning before where people were asking you about emphasizing how many times. Is it fair to say more than 10 times?
Yes.
Fair to say more than 20 times?
Yes. But to be very honest with you, he was also a very private person, and a lot of that behavior was done in private. I didn't witness a lot of it.
Did you ever hear Mr. Depp
Fair enough.
yell at Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Can you tell me when you recall that and what happened?
I can't say with any specificity the number of times. There was one incident specifically that I do recall. Myself and Raquel were vacationing in France with the two of them.
Who paid their
And
tickets?
We were staying separately, separate houses, and the two of them were having a very, very loud argument with one another, screaming at each other that we could hear through the walls.
How long do you recall approximately that yelling lasted for?
I want to say That I witnessed personally, maybe 30 minutes.
Did Mr. Depp often wear heavy rings that you noticed on his fingers?
Yes,
More than one?
yes.
And were they large? Is that fair to say?
If memory serves, yes.
December 15, 2015, Los Angeles, California, which is the next page. And you'll see in paragraph 23, in case it refreshes your recollection, there's a specific reference to Rocky. What knowledge do you have about this incident?
Specifically, coming home, I want to say late afternoon, early evening, it was myself and Raquel. Melanie was not present. Amber had not been responding to Raquel for some time. They were supposed to hang out, the three of them. So we let ourselves into PH3 to check on her and make sure everything was okay. When we came inside, the kitchen and the dining table were a mess. Like the kitchen island area, things were strewn about outside of the norm. And there was something written on the counter adjacent to the kitchen sink, like I stated previously, something like, "All is such a fraud," or something in that vein. We realized something was off right away. Raquel told me to go back to our place and then booked it upstairs. I didn't hear from her for about 10, 15 minutes, which I was obviously concerned about.
The incident you just testified about, you talked about the kitchen being, with Mr. Chu, about the kitchen being a mess on one incident. Is this the same incident you were referencing?
Correct.
Okay. So I think you testified that when you came and you saw some writing in the kitchen. I've showed you a document, which is a photograph that we've marked as Drew 10, and asked you if that's what you were referring to earlier.
Yes.
And did you come to learn, Mr. Drew, who had written this language? Is this the kitchen? Withdrawn. Is this the kitchen counter?
It's the kitchen counter next to the kitchen sink.
And this is in the apartment of Ms. Hurd and Mr. Depp?
PH3.
And did you come to learn who had written these words on the kitchen counter?
I'm sure there'll be an objection to this response, but I knew it's his handwriting.
When you use the preposition "his" in that answer, you meant Mr. Depp?
Correct.
And why? And are you saying that you recognized at the time that it was his handwriting?
Correct.
And how were you able to recognize Mr. Depp's handwriting?
He has a very unique mode of penmanship.
And you had seen that mode of penmanship previously?
Many times.
Can you read what is written on the countertop in Drew 10?
Why be a fraud? All is such bullshit.
Is this Drew 10 an accurate photograph of what you recall seeing that day?
To my recollection, yes.
Was anything else written on the countertop?
Not that I remember.
When you came into the apartment and saw the mess in the kitchen and saw these words written on the countertop, were you concerned?
Immediately.
And what were you concerned about?
That something very, very bad had happened.
And that's in part because you assumed immediately that Mr. Depp had written these words?
Yes.
Can you read, you read into the record what it says? Just correct me if I'm wrong. That little kind of red thing there in the top right-hand corner of the photograph, do you recall, is that a lipstick? Part of a lipstick?
Couldn't tell you.
At the time, did you have any idea of what this was written in? Do you recall?
Looking at it, I can answer. I don't recall from the time, so I'm going to say no.
And I take it, Mr. Drew, you didn't take this photograph?
No.
Do you know if Rocky did?
I don't know.
And when you say you were concerned that something very bad had happened, what do you mean by that?
You walk into somebody's house and it looks like they vandalized it and things are amiss, or if things are strewn about, it doesn't portend anything good.
Did you go anywhere else in Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd's apartment other than the kitchen that day?
The living room later.
So again, to the best of your recollection, I understand it's a long time ago and I understand these aren't exactly happy memories, but can you tell me chronologically what happened. And you let yourself into the apartment, you saw this. Just tell me the story again to the best of your recollection of what happened when.
How I remember it is that like I said, we came home late afternoon, early evening. Hadn't heard from Amber in some time, which was out of character for her. Let ourselves in to go check. Saw that written on the counter. Saw the kitchen amiss. Raquel looked at me and said specifically, go back to our place. I'm going to go check on her. Bolted upstairs. I was sitting over
So you
in
didn't see her?
PH1 in our apartment waiting. And I heard from her. Again, I don't remember exactly. I want to say it was about 10 or 15 minutes later. I really don't remember what my response was. I don't remember what transpired after that, other than there was some time that she was over there. I don't remember when or even if Melanie came over at any point during that evening.
What do you recall about that?
And I remember it specifically because she had pretty significant visible facial injuries and didn't know if she was going to be in a state to do it or didn't know whether she was even going to have the physical appearance to be able to do it.
Okay, when you say these things.
He might have been
first of all,
bamboozled.
she in those statements is Amber Heard, correct?
Yes.
Did you see Ms. Heard's face that day?
Yes.
Do you have good vision?
I didn't have glasses and I didn't need them then, so yes.
So I'm handing you a document that was marked as through 11.
Okay.
You can see from the top page, it was attached to Ms. Heard's affidavit, declaration. It's
Y'all,
13. I want you
He
to
went
look
into the
at
place, saw the place messed
the
up,
photos of Ms.
didn't
Heard's
see
face and
her,
tell,
went back to the place.
tell the jury
10, 15 minutes later,
if
he
those
saw
were
her
consistent
face.
with what you observed
That
of
seems a
the
little
face.
strange, right?
It is. I was with Raquel when she took the pictures.
And the pictures were taken on Raquel's iPhone or photo camera?
To my recollection, yes, they could have been taken on Amber's phone. So there wouldn't be any potential accusation of bias or anything like that.
That's a little strange, right?
And you described earlier to Mr. Chu that there was, as I recall, kind of color under both of her eyes.
Yes.
And I say her, I mean Ms. Heard. If you look at the 1,
Yeah.
2,
That's
3,
weird.
4, 5, 6 photos.
He didn't see her
This one, I'm
initially.
going to hold it up.
I'm sorry, this is so loud. He didn't see her initially.
Did you personally observe
What?
that day this injury on Ms. Heard's face on
I did.
December, in December 2015?
I did.
And you said before you were there when Ms. Pennington was taking the photos?
Yes.
There's a couple more photos in there. It looks like there's a busted lip. You see those photos?
Yes.
Do you recall seeing that personally on Ms. Heard's face that day?
Be honest.
Honestly, I don't remember
You
without
weren't
looking
there.
at this photo, so I'm more comfortable saying
No.
I don't know.
Mr. Drew, were you there? Do you just to refresh your recollection? You were there when all of these photos were taken, or just the photos of the face?
I can't say definitively.
But there's some photos you were there for that are here.
Correct.
But at least some of the photos in Drew 11, you recall being there and personally observing Ms. Pennington take them.
Correct.
And are you aware of any efforts by Rocky or anyone else to manipulate the photos that were taken that day with Photoshop or any other method of changing a photograph?
If I had any knowledge of that or even suspected it, this would be a very different interview
It's a deposition, but yes.
or a very different deposition, whatever.
Whatever.
I'm gonna turn now to the incident on April 21, 2016, in connection with Ms. Heard's birthday party. I guess it was her 30th birthday party. What I'd like, if you can, Mr. Drew, is for you to tell me in your own words, again, separate and apart from anything that's in Ms. Heard's declaration, what you recall happening that day and what you did, saw, and observed.
So if memory serves, it was Amber's 30th birthday. She wanted to have a dinner party at the apartments, just close friends, and I offered to cook dinner for everybody. There had been some mention that he had appointments or he had some things, and that he would be there, and so on and so forth. I really don't recall specifically who the appointments with, what they were for, what time they were, and anything like that. Quite frankly, any talk of schedule with either Amber or Johnny was pretty much moot. to be very honest. Everybody arrived. We were I think we waited for a little bit of time expecting him to show up. And at a certain point, I don't know who made the decision. They're just like, let's sit down, have dinner. He'll get here whenever he gets here. And we had the party in PH5. We sat outside. I want to say he showed up not towards the end of the evening, but pretty close to. Again, this is just my observation, but it appeared that he was inebriated in some way. I won't say whether he'd been drinking on pills or whatever it was, but it did have the appearance that he was inebriated in some way. She did not react to it.
She being
Amber, yeah, played nice. He sat down, and honestly, the rest of the evening was quite pleasant. He does what he always does when he comes and sits down at dinner, is put on a show and connect with everybody and, be entertaining, be pleasant and polite.
Charismatic.
Are the same thing. You would have never known that there was an issue. And then I didn't hear anything until the next morning. And I knew that there was a scramble. The girls were leaving the next day for Coachella, which I did not attend with. But all I knew was that they had gotten in a pretty big argument. But because of the rush to get out that day, I didn't really get too many stories about it.
You cooked the dinner that night?
Correct.
What'd you cook?
Oh, I don't remember that. Actually, I do remember.
What'd you cook?
I made tacos, actually. Don't ask me why I remember
Profound.
what I made, but I did it. Amber wanted Mexican food, so I did a big Mexican spread.
Profound.
When you say that when Mr. Depp walked in, he appeared inebriated, do you recall, was he swaying? Was his voice, his words slurred? What do you recall?
And thank you, Angela, for becoming a Patreon.
Because I had come to know him pretty
Patron
well at
on
that point.
Patreon.
He was
Thank you, Angela.
pretty good at hiding it with people who didn't know him all that well. But you could sort of see that if you spend enough time around with him, you could see the little ticks, slurring his words a little bit extra, swaying, being a little bit more discombobulated, and being a little bit more, what's the word? Like just gregarious and loose. It's not his normal mode.
Okay, I hate to go back into what I'm going to refer to as the poop incident. But
Poop gate.
I think you testified earlier that you observed on a number of occasions
Poop gate. Talking about
dog
poop.
or dog pee in Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurt's apartment. Is that
Did you
In
take a
perpetuity.
dookie?
correct? When you say in perpetuity, what do you mean?
It's pretty much constant. I've cleaned up my fair share in that apartment.
And I think you testified that the dogs weren't trained to only poop on the sidewalk.
They weren't trained at all. They had their run, and they'd be left at home for large portions of the day sometimes. And if there was nobody there to take care of them, and at some point, there was pee and poop on everything: couches, sofas,
Damn.
chairs.
They didn't even crate them?
the bed, you name it.
That nasty. See what I'm saying? That's nasty.
The May 21 incident, which is covered on pages 10
That nasty, y'all. That's nasty.
through 13.
Letting your dogs run around like that,
Through 7.
and then they dropping bombs harder than Hiroshima. You telling
Again,
me
same thing,
you ain't gonna go?
that we did right before
You
we
crate
went.
them
I would like
dogs.
it, Mr. Drew, if you could just tell me the story of your role, what you saw, what you observed, what you did, chronologically in connection with this incident.
I don't remember what day of the week it was. It was either a Friday or a Saturday. I want to say it was a Saturday because I was not in the office. Raquel had her first jewelry show the next day, and the plan was for her and her friend Liz, who would come over to help her specifically get set up for this.
That's just evil.
Amber was around. They were going to sit in PH5 and do yoga.
Who ain't done
paint
nothing?
And make necessarily and things
Trust.
like that. And I was sort of in and out most of the day, hanging out with them. And pretty rapidly thereafter, I don't think it was more than like 10 or 15 minutes before I heard a door open in the hallway. And a couple seconds later, I heard a really, really loud slam.
Yes, I said it,
Which I later
Angela.
learned was a wine bottle being smashed into our door, PH1. And then I heard keys jingling and Johnny shouting at one of his security to open this. Is it all right if I swear? I mean, I'm telling you here. That's okay.
You should say the words exactly as they were said.
As I remember, he said, "Open this fucking door, get me in here." And he came in, caught eyes with me right away, and beeline for me, screaming, cursing, spitting in my face. I walked calmly to leave, realized that I'd forgotten my keys and the dog, so I turned around and walked back to go get both. He stayed and followed with me, walking, pacing, screaming, cursing, spitting in my face, and I left calmly. At that point, Liz was still in the apartment, and the last look I saw of her is that she bolted around the corner and went upstairs to hide from him.
Had Mr. Depp ever done this to you before?
No.
Did he, how close was he to you?
Yeah, I was gonna say,
when
but did he?
was, when he entered your apartment? And
But
was
did he
staying
hit
with you?
anyone?
Close enough for it to be aggressive.
Was it a foot?
Yes.
And you said that you originally heard him say, open the fucking door. When he was spitting and screaming at you, what did you hear him say?
Couldn't tell you. Honestly, it sounded like gibberish. At that point, I don't think I was really hearing anything. It was just, how can I get the hell out of here without something else happening?
As quickly
Because
as
quite
possible.
frankly, like the reality, like even though he's standing there in front of my face, he's also got, 2 bodyguards right there with him that are bigger than me. What's really going to happen here?
What were you feeling when this was going on? I'm trying to.
I mean, I don't think, honestly, I didn't feel threatened. I'll say that flat out. It seemed really, really silly. I wasn't really surprised. I just wanted to get out and make sure that the girls were okay.
Wow.
And
So he a
sometimes
G.
you can say someone's spitting at you because they're like performing on a stage and
It wasn't like actively spitting in my face. It was just the nature of how close he was and the way in which he was acting.
Oh,
Okay. So you go get your keys. You guys have your own dog, I take it?
Yes.
You got your dog. You go out. What happens next?
I walked out into the hallway, and to be very, very candid, I don't remember in this instance whether I went to PH3 to go check on them or whether I went into PH1. The sequence of events after that as to when I actually got to Raquel and Amber or whether they came to me, I really don't remember that sequence of events offhand. I couldn't tell you.
So when you got to Raquel and Amber, what did you observe?
I remember first speaking to them specifically in PH1 in our place, but how it is we got there, I don't remember. I remember Depp bolting the door, and Amber was like catatonic. She was just like
Again.
1,000 yards there, just done. And Raquel was like trying to calm down herself. And I was like, what the fuck just happened? And she started to recount a little bit, and I went right out the door and started banging on the door to do something regrettable. He was already gone at that point.
Just so I understand that you banged on the door.
PH5.
I'm going to go to Drew 1, if you don't mind. Your incredible architectural drawing, Mr. Drew. So tell me where you are, where he was, where you went.
I was in here when Johnny came in. Doors right here.
The witness should reflect, the record should reflect the witness putting to PH5.
Door was right there. This is in PH5. The living room's a little bit larger. I came out of the door to PH1, right smack in the middle. And I went back, started banging on the door at PH5, assuming he was still in there, but they were already gone.
So what sparked you to go back to try to go after Mr. Depp was hearing from Rocky that Mr. Depp had pushed her.
Correct.
As opposed to Ms. Hurd.
Correct.
By the time you got over there, he had already left.
Yes.
Yeah, you wanted to go over there and beat that ass. Or at least cook him a
You
mean.
said that Amber, when you saw them, that Amber and Rocky,
Ex-Florentine.
you said Amber seemed catatonic.
Yeah, she was just a ghost.
You just wanted to go in there
how
and
did Rocky
beat some eggs.
From what I remember, sort of like when somebody's coming down from an adrenaline rush, she was just sort of like, she didn't really know what to do. Couldn't sit still, just sort of standing there and shaking.
So after you had gone to try to find Johnny, he already left. What happened next?
I went right back to the girls to make sure that they were okay after my own little selfish outburst.
And they were at that point
Wow,
still in your
he
apartment.
is
They were
Such
still in
a-
my apartment. I came in. Amber had started to come out of it a little bit. Raquel had started to calm down a little bit. I started to get a little bit of information as to what happened. The thing I remember most distinctly was that Amber had Johnny's cell phone in her hand, so I took it from her.
And when did you first learn about the police?
We were in PH1. I believe at that point when I came back upstairs, Amber was already on the phone with her attorney. We went back to go take pictures of all the damage, took pictures of the wine stain in the home.
Is that the first time you saw the damage in her place, or had you already seen it and kind of been back and forth?
Again, I'm a little foggy on that. I can't say definitively whether I've seen it before or whether that was when I saw it for the first time. So we took her back to PH3. We took photos of the damage inside. And I want to say the first responders came pretty shortly thereafter. Maybe, again, I'm really guessing here. I want to say 20 or 30 minutes at the most.
The first set of police officers who were there, how long do you have them staying?
Maybe 15 minutes. I was asked to greet the officers specifically because Amber didn't want to file a report, and I said that I would speak to them to see if I could, get them to leave, say that everything's okay, even though we all knew that there was no way they could do that. I told her that I would go and greet them first.
Okay, so 2 questions. Why did you know that there was no way they could do that? Let me ask you that question first.
Survivor of domestic violence myself.
What was your understanding of why she didn't want to have them?
Did you hear that, everybody?
What else?
Did you
if
hear that?
anything, Mr. Drew, do you remember either the
He's a
female
survivor as
Hispanic
well.
police officer or the Caucasian gentleman saying that even?
I remember I was the one who walked them through PH3 where the original incident had occurred. I showed them the broken glass. They had already walked over the wine stain in the hallway, or the big spill of wine, and I showed them the bolt in the door. You can see looked like the bottom of a wine bottle. I took them into PH5 and showed them through. Their communication to me throughout was me just pointing things out to them. The Caucasian police officer pulled me outside solo. I can't say what happened internally, so I don't know whether anybody was in earshot, whether it was just Amber and the officer having a one-on-one, or whether there was anybody else around them. I don't know what was said either, specifically outside of what I might have heard secondhand, which has already been talked about ad nauseum.
You have in front of you, Mr. Drew, a series of photographs that we've marked as Drew 13. And I think I'm just going to take you through them one by one, if that's okay with you. And I'm going to ask you if you remember, if you can tell me what these photos are.
These are photos taken of her the night of the incident.
Who took the photos?
Some were taken by me, some were taken by Raquel.
And when you say the night of the incident,
May 21.
and are you sitting here today, can you distinguish which were taken by you and which were taken by?
No.
Were you present when they were all taken?
I can't say that definitively.
Okay. Were you present when photos were taken of Ms. Heard's face, like you see on the first page of this?
Yes.
And is this image of Ms. Heard's face on May 21 consistent with your recollection of what her face looked like?
Yes.
And am I correct that unlike, it's a little hard to see because there's shadow on the right, but unlike the prior incident that we looked at where there were photos, here the injury looks like it's mostly on one side.
Correct.
Let's look at the next photo. Tell me if you can remember, if you can identify with them.
These are pictures pulled off the wall and placed onto their bed in their bedroom.
Let's go to the next photo where it's clearer. Do you recall seeing this on the night of May 21?
Yes, this is on the column in PH5 going up the stairs.
And there, starting with the first photo of Ms. Heard's face, is that what Ms. Heard's face looked like when the police arrived?
Yes.
With the next photo of the pictures on the bed and the broken picture frame on the wall, did you show these to you personally show these to the first group of police officers that night?
Honestly, this one, I really can't say whether I did show them to the officers. I don't recall this.
And just so the record is clear, you're pointing to the photos on the bed.
Correct.
What about the photos on the wall?
The third photo, yes, I showed them personally.
For the photos on the wall, you had been in the apartment prior to this.
Yes.
Was the glass broken when you had last been in the
No.
apartment? Okay. Go to the next one. What's that?
This is broken glass. I believe this is from the landing directly beneath the photo shown in the third photo.
And it's a landing on a staircase?
Yes.
Did you show, was that photo taken by either you or Rocky?
Yes.
Did you show that glass to the police officers who came, the first group of police officers who came that night?
Yes, I did.
Next photo. I take it even I can figure that out. That's the stairway, I
Yep.
think. And that photo was again taken by either you or Rocky.
Correct.
Was the broken glass on the stairway depicted in this photograph shown to the first group of police officers that night?
Yes, it was.
What's the next photo?
This is the hallway where there would have been spilled wine right outside the door of PH1.
And do you see spilled wine in this photo?
Yes.
Can you indicate
I see.
for the record where that is?
Here and here and here.
He's pointing to the sort of middle of the photograph on the right side, on the floor, on the stripes.
And was this a photograph taken by either you or your then wife?
Yes.
And did the police officers, the first group of police officers who came, see this on that evening?
They would have walked through it before they even got to the door.
But that's not something you showed them.
No.
Last photo in the series. Can you tell me what that is?
That is a wine bottle and spilled wine on the floor.
Is this a photo that was taken by either you or Rocky?
Yes.
Is this something that you showed the first group of police officers that evening?
Yes.
Which apartment is this in?
I believe this is in PH5.
Which room?
In the living room.
As I asked with the other series of photos that we saw, first of all, are you aware of anyone who made any efforts to Photoshop or otherwise manipulate these photos to make the incident and the circumstances look worse than they were?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you have any understanding that evening that looking at the first photo of Ms. Hurd's face that anyone had somehow put makeup on her face to make it look like she had an injury under her eye?
No.
With respect to these photographs generally that we've looked at in Drew 13, was there any effort to stage the photographs in any way?
Absolutely not.
And do you know how the photographs got ultimately to Ms. Hurd?
I do not.
So I think you testified earlier with Mr. Chu, Mr. Drew, I'm rhyming here, that you were in contact in the building with Ms. Hurd on the day of May 22nd.
Yes.
And I'll represent to you that the photos in Drew 14 were taken on that day. Sitting here today, do you know who took these photos?
We're talking about the two I have in front of me right
Yes.
now?
Yeah.
It was either me or Raquel.
Is this consistent with your recollection of how Ms. Hurd looked the next day on May 22nd?
Yes.
Did you see Ms. Hurd's face on May 22nd?
Yes.
Did you or your ex-wife take photos of Ms. Hurd's face on that day?
Yes, to my recollection.
And similar to questions I've asked in the past, was any effort made to stage those photos in any way?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Was any effort made to put makeup on Ms. Hurd's face to make the injuries look redder or more serious?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Was any manipulation of the photos done, either using Photoshop or any other similar method?
Not to my knowledge, no.
I'm showing you a document that's been marked as Drew 18. I'm directing your attention to the photos there and asking if you can identify where these photos were taken.
Oh, that's new.
The photo on the first page,
I haven't seen this one.
honestly, I'm not sure. I don't really remember which stairwell this was from which penthouse.
Each
I've never
penthouse
seen
has a
this.
stairwell.
Yes.
Next one.
Both of these photos are taken from PH5 where Amber's closet was located, or what Amber used as her closet, I should
Oh,
say.
wow.
Um,
These I've never seen.
Next page, same thing. Amber's
Have you guys seen it?
Same thing.
Next page, at least the top one.
The top one, same.
bottom
Okay.
photo on that page?
He was pissed.
Bottom photo is taken from, it looks like it's taken from the landing on the stairwell of PH5 towards the kitchen, towards the Broadway side.
And the next page just seems like similar copies.
Yeah, but the cops
were
came
you
in
ever
and
made
said they
aware-
didn't see anything. So I'm confused.
Mr. Drew, of anyone destroying Amber Heard's closet this way?
Not to my knowledge.
Are you aware of any efforts between and among Rocky Pennington, Io Tillett, Melanie Iglesias, Elizabeth Mars, or Amanda DeCadenet to, quote, get their story straight?
Not to my knowledge.
Have you had any outreach from any of those people that I just mentioned to you to coordinate your story or your recollection or your testimony about the things you testified here today?
That's what
No,
everybody.
I did receive a phone call from IO, I want to say maybe 3 months ago. That was to catch up.
And did you discuss during that phone conversation your recollection of the events that we've been discussing?
No.
You testified that the dogs were too small to climb the stairs. Is that
Correct.
correct? And if the dogs, in fact, were too small to climb the stairs, how would they be able to jump on the bed?
One of them was not.
Which one's able
So
to
it's your
jump on the
testimony
bed?
that one of the dogs had the ability to climb the stairs and jump on the bed, and the other had neither.
Correct.
Okay.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, that completes the testimony of that witness. So we'll go ahead and have our lunch break. Again, during your hour lunch break, do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you. We'll see you in an hour.
Okay. That was very interesting. Actually, that was a much better testimony, just energy wise. Like, you know what I mean? It just kind of, he answered things quickly. He wasn't sitting there going, you know what I mean? He was just kind of like, yes, no, I don't remember. I wasn't there on that part. I was here on this part. It was decent, but I don't know if I entirely believe him.
Is that fine? Okay, live
12:45.
witness at 1:45, so we'll take the TV down. Okay. All right,
Live
thank you.
witness, finally a live mother-loving witness at 12:45. So let me. I just want to give you guys I want to keep this big because I'm sure some interesting stuff's going to happen in the time being while they leave, because it seems like there's just always something that goes down when they leave, and there's been a lot of stories about Amber Heard's team not really communicating with Amber Heard anymore. I've been seeing that on the twits as of recently. People are talking about how, I don't know, like somehow they had a huge screaming match after her testimony and all that. But we'll talk about that in a later show. But what I wanted to give you guys a little bit of a heads up on is it looks like I'm going to keep this stream going. Okay. Because I do have somebody coming on in about 15 minutes. I got my brother, Eddie Herman of Brown and Crouppen, the law firm Brown and Crouppen. He'll be coming in to talk about these things these moments that we've had in about 15 minutes. What I'm going to do instead, though, I'm going to keep this stream going. I'm not going to stop it, but I am going to be taking a little bit of a break myself, so I can get some, use the restroom, get some food, so on and so forth. But the actual trial will still be running on here as well. So stay with me and stay with the show, stay with this stream, stay with this watch party. I'm not going to be breaking this one up at all, given the fact that I do have somebody special coming on in less than 15 minutes. So let's talk about this, guys. This is kind of crazy. That stuff, the things that he said in this particular one was very interesting. Drew, right? His name is Drew, right? I forgot his name. I think it's Drew. But anyway, the latter half at the very end, when he's sitting there going, hey, we're about the dogs, we're going to talk about Pistol and Boo here in a second, because it makes you wonder who was able to jump on the bed and who wasn't. Because if Boo couldn't get on the bed, and he was running around all willy-nilly, but Boo's the one with the canine IBS and can't physically jump up on a bed, you do the math, okay? But I digress. I'll talk about that in a little bit. Let's talk about the Walmart version of Seth Rogen, or Jonah Hill, if you will. Okay? Josh Drew. So last name is Drew, first name is Josh. Okay. First off, I want to point out, this is the ex-husband of Raquel Pennington. And again, Raquel Pennington, okay, not this Raquel Pennington, this Raquel Pennington. Want to make that abundantly clear because a lot of people are getting that mixed up. So allegedly, from you guys, I heard this, I think Sam Witch said this, allegedly a Raquel Pennington was challenging Kim K to a fight, like a boxing match. I'm assuming it's the MMA fighter, Raquel Pennington, and not the designer, Raquel Pennington. Okay? Just so we can make that abundantly clear. Now, what is interesting, what is this? What is this? Oh, I guess Miss Amber Heard is getting into her car, getting into a truck. That was quick. Hold on. Or getting out. Or I have no idea who that is. Why are they showing us this? I do not know. Oh, it's Amber Heard. Her walking in. Okay. CBS, the one I'm watching right now is, or the one that we're watching right now is, I guess they're showing the love. And that's, of course, Johnny Depp. Oh, he's having fun. He's having fun. Here's Johnny. So he's doing okay. They came in hot and they came hot. They pulled up hot, yo. Walking in with a rose and everything. He is doing just fine.
Thank you.
That's interesting. Okay, guys. So very, very interesting, y'all. Very, very interesting indeed. Okay, guys. All right. So I got to talk. All right. I got to talk. I got my brother Eddie Herman coming on in about 10 minutes. So here it is, y'all. Okay. We got to talk about Josh Drew. I mean, we got to talk about Raquel Pennington too, but all right, there's a lot of things that we got to dissect here. Okay, so here it is. Josh Drew. Seems like a nice guy. Seems like a good guy. He also said that he's a survivor of DV as well. He said, I am a survivor. Okay. Mad props to you, man. First off. Second, obviously, he most definitely has a soft spot for any person that is being a victim to that kind of treatment. So he instantly has a soft spot for that stuff, right? Understandably, all of us do. That's why we are instantly, naturally siding with the person that accuses one of doing some heinous act to them. This is exactly why we are all kind of shocked and shook. This is the reason why the whole world is watching this trial right now, because we feel that we were bamboozled. We feel like we've been finessed. Feel like we've been conned by Amber Heard instead of us actually being on her side 110%, because there's so many holes in her testimony, which Johnny Depp's team annihilated her. Okay? Showing that she was lying left and right on that stand. With all the footage, audio recordings, everything, proving otherwise. She's singing a different tune. Like I said, we already talked about that part. So, Josh. Okay, let's talk about Josh here. Okay. Let's talk about Josh. Let's talk about Josh, shall we? Now, Josh. There's a lot to say about Josh. Number one, I'm not going to sit here and say, I don't know, man. It just, something about Josh makes me feel like this is just a nice guy, or this is a guy just trying to do the right thing. And he happened to be in a situation where he has information or stuff shown at him, and he's taking it at face value. He's listening to his then wife at the time, I guess his girlfriend at the time, of course, who he at the time loves deeply. All right. And is taking what she's saying verbatim, taking it as truth. Now, we're all sitting here thinking that maybe Raquel is in on this, which could very well be it too. Now, I hate to throw this back up here, but I am anyway because I can. But you see these photos down in the bottom. They're all smiling and laughing and having a great time. The day before that, she's sad, upset. Raquel's there too, taking all these photos and everything. There's a lot of people who are speculating that they staged a bunch of these things. Now, can you blame the people who are watching this and wondering if things are staged? There's one piece that Josh said that really made my head start spinning. One of the fights that they had, that Johnny Depp and Amber Heard allegedly had, where they walked into the place. He said the place was a mess. And instead of him actually going up and seeing Amber Heard to make sure she was okay, Raquel goes, go back to our apartment. I forgot for what reason, but she tells him to leave. And he does so because he's a good guy. And maybe, I don't know, maybe because he wanted to give her some space. I don't know. But no matter what, like maybe, let the ladies have their lady time. I don't know. I really don't know his reasoning behind this. But he left. He never saw her face before Raquel reached Amber Heard first. So I hate to throw out that speculation, but could there have been something that happened when he left? He said he didn't hear from his girlfriend, girlfriend at the time, Rocky. He didn't hear from her for 10, 15 minutes. There's a lot you can do in 10, 15 minutes, y'all. A lot you can do. All he saw was disarray. And then he left. Future wifey, or now future ex-wifey, said, go back to our place. I'll call you when I need you. 10, 15 minutes later, he gets a phone call. There's a little bit of a gap here. He never saw her face. So then he shows up, sees her, and sees her face, as he says, messed up. Now, I'm not sitting here saying that Johnny Depp did or didn't do it. All I'm saying is that's still a moment in time that he was nowhere near Raquel and Amber Heard. And there's speculation that Amber Heard and Raquel came up with some ideas and started cooking. Started cooking up these ideas. So, seems a little strange, right? Now, this could very well be just a nice guy in a situation where he He's in love with this girl. He's in a place chilling out in one of Johnny Depp's penthouses, PH 3, 4, 5, 7, 6, 79, 2, 100. I don't know what numbers they were in, but you know what I'm saying. They're in PH whatever. They're in Johnny Depp's in his penthouse. He's staying there rent free, even though he said we offered countless times. BS. You wouldn't be able to afford that place. No offense. Wouldn't be able to afford that place on the salary that you probably were making at that time. A hotel chef, I think. Something like that. You sure about that, Josh? Just saying. Not trying to be a jerk, but just saying. So anyway, all the other things that he has had, that he has laid out in front of us, I can see that being like somebody who is completely disconnected, somebody who is just the boyfriend, isn't like super duper 100% tight with Amber or even with Johnny Depp. He's the boyfriend. Sure, I'm sure they all kicked it a bunch of times together, but he's not having heart to hearts with Johnny Depp. He's not. He's the boyfriend. That's it. So when you see something like this and you hear something like this, it's kind of like, well, how connected is he? The other part. Let's get into this other part that I saw here too that was making me ask a lot of questions as well. We saw all the photos. We saw all the photos of the bruises. We already know all that stuff. And he's like, yeah, some of them were shot by me. Some of them were shot by Raquel. Now that's it's questionable. I'm sorry. Could he be a guy that has no clue what makeup looks like, what bruised makeup could look like? Could very well be that thing. He's not a Hollywood actor. He's not on sets. He's not doing any of those kind of things. He's just there. He's cooking in the kitchen. He's not doing anything Hollywood-esque in that kind of way, right? So he could literally have been like, girlfriend told the woman that I love, the woman that I'm falling in love with, the woman I'm going to eventually get down on one knee and propose to, wants me to take some photos of this woman's face really quick. Fine. Do you think he's running in and taking? Do you think he's going in there and taking photos and going really in the face and like trying to touch her face to see if it's really a bruise or makeup? Probably not. There were other photos that were done here too. Especially the one, hold on, I'm getting to the other ones. Trust me. I'm getting to the other ones because there's the stuff with with her penthouse that was a closet and all that. We're going to get into that real talk. But where the heck is it? Where the heck is it? We're doing this live, but this right here, this ish right here, probably one of the most important photos in my personal opinion. Okay. In my personal opinion, one of the most important photos that would need to have a second person in the room to say this is real. This is very important. Why? It shows her bleeding, allegedly. We see this here, and guess what? He was nowhere near to see her like this in this day. He did not take the photo. He was not present for the photo, all that stuff. Many questions, many questions I have. One more thing I want to point out real quick before I bring in my brother Eddie on. Here's another thing. Look at all this stuff that's in disarray. All of this. As he's scrolling through, let's stop right there. Bang. You're telling me, let me blow this up really quick so you guys can see this. You're telling me that Johnny went in there and did all that himself. But you know what I find very interesting? I'm sorry to be bringing up and asking these questions, but I do find it very intriguing, extremely intriguing, that all this stuff is taken when he's not there. All this footage, all of it is taken when he's not there. You're telling me somebody else could have gone in and just boom, 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 throwing things around, lost their mind, and then said, Johnny did it. I'm just saying. I mean, if Johnny did it, then he did it, and you know how terrible he did this. But does that mean he put his hands on a person? That doesn't prove anything. It just proves that he has a temper. It proves that he's reckless. He has rage, but that does not prove that he would be hurting somebody. And like I said, every single time incident has happened, he has left the premises. He's left. There's so much room for them to play jazz here and get inventive and create a narrative if they really wanted to. So anyway, I want to bring up my brother, Eddie Herman, in the house. What's up, my brother? How you doing, man?
Hey, first of all, congratulations to you. You know why? I know you don't like to talk about it on the radio, but congratulations.
It's all good. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I've been talking about it a lot over the past couple of days, so I do appreciate it. Thank you.
Where are we with this trial? I haven't been following it since I was last on.
Man, oh man, there's so much that's going on. Okay, now we got to backtrack just a tiny bit, because obviously we can talk about the testimonies that we have seen as of recently, which have been very interesting. One was very boring. Another one was very, very interesting. But so we're gonna kind of jump back and forth a little bit, fellas. Family. Okay. So I just wanted to let you guys know, but real quick, do me a favor, hit that like button down below if you don't mind. Okay. Send it past 1,000 likes real quick. I see over 1,300 of y'all watching this show, rocking it out with me, and I really do appreciate it. And also hit that subscribe button if you haven't done that yet. Okay. It'd be great to have you part of the Pascal Show family. Anyway, there's a lot to talk about here. There's a lot. Now, first off, let's talk about what we've just been sitting through. We've had two key witnesses, one by the name of Josh Drew, another one by the name of Raquel Pennington. Raquel was first. She was kind of recanting all the things that she had seen. But the thing for me was that a lot of it, I was kind of questioning, like, is a lot of the things that they're saying, if they're going, I kind of remember, I kind of saw this, or I don't recall this, but I do remember that. I mean, how much of that is kind of solid, a solid testimony if they're kind of wishy-washy the entire time?
Well, remember, Pascal, one of the things we talked about last time was when you have a case that basically is a he said, she said. That's 95% of this case is he said, she said. Which one do you believe? I think, as we talked about before, the court of public opinion has been that they're finding his version of things to be far more believable than hers. And that's why, in order for her to bolster her own credibility, which at this point is very low, it requires other witnesses to come forward, even if they're mild. Even if they can't come right out and say, I was an eyewitness and I saw him hit her, because we don't have anybody like that. So the best that they can do is just, who else do we have that maybe she mentioned it to at the time it happened, or maybe who saw her later that day or the next day, and we can at least have them do something. These are all attempts to try to put a couple of more pebbles on her side of the scale. You know, it's not going to weigh her side down, but it's just a few more pebbles to hopefully people say, yeah, her credibility wasn't great, but, you know, why would these other people come on and lie, you know? And they're just hoping that maybe one of these other people either seems likable or objective and maybe bolsters her credibility a little bit. Personally, as you know, I feel like she's well past the point of being able to rehabilitate her credibility. I think it's taken too many hits.
No doubt. Okay, so yeah, it's kind of like we got to talk about a bunch of things because we've missed you, bro. We've missed you a lot. So there's a lot we need to kind of cover. But okay, let's talk about this. Let's talk about Amber Heard and yesterday. The last 2 days was a complete slaughter. It was a bloodbath, man. It was a bloodbath. And a lot of what she has had to say in the past few days beforehand, Camille Vasquez did everything she could to basically prove to the court, to the jury, that everything that came out of Amber's mouth was a complete fabrication and a complete lie, which we, us who are out here, court of public opinion so far, have been seeing that she's been lying about a lot of different things. Now you're hoping that because of her downfall and the Dr. Hughes debacle as well, her forensic psychologist, you'd think that she would be coming in with more solid witnesses that are able to come in and give them a solid recanting of what went down. Raquel Pennington came out. It was extremely foggy. And I understand, I get it that it's you're looking back at something that was years ago. I understand that. But these are big moments that happened in somebody's life. So then you see somebody who has a lot of holes in their story. Then you bring in this other fella, Josh Drew, who also is Raquel Pennington's ex-husband, by the way. They were living in the home, one of Johnny Depp's penthouse homes, rent-free. And he has a much more clearer sense of what's going on, but there's still holes in his story too. A lot of times he's not around to see her face being brutally battered, so on and so forth. So when you see that, it's kind of like, well, you have holes from Amber Heard, you have holes you got holes from Dr. Hughes, but then you got holes with Raquel Pennington, and now you got this fella who was a much better witness with his testimony. He still had holes too. So it's going, okay, does Amber Heard even have a fighting chance right now?
Well, I think she does have a fighting chance, depending on the jury instructions. Remember, like I had told you when we strategized this case, I said, if I'm Johnny Depp's lawyers, I'm just going to find as many instances as I can of Amber lying, so that in the hopes that the jury kind of says, you know what, she's a natural born liar, so we're going to find in his favor because whatever she put in the op-ed, there must be lies in there. Like that's the Depp argument, is she lies about everything, so whatever's in the op-ed, there must be lies in there, therefore we should win. And I've also always said, though, that the best argument on the defense is if we can just show to this jury that this whole marriage was just a cluster, that this whole thing was filled with abuse on both sides, both psychological, emotional, and physical, then maybe the jury looks at the jury instructions and says, listen, she may not be the greatest truth teller in the world, but as far as what's in the op-ed, considering the state of their relationship, I think all this stuff probably happened. Maybe it didn't happen the exact way that she recounted it or the exact way that she remembered it, but it's not a big leap when you look at all the evidence that's come out to think, maybe her account wasn't even-handed. Maybe it didn't present both sides, but everything she put in there, you really can't point to it and say she was lying about the stuff in the op-ed. I think that's the best argument for the defense. And so I will say when this trial started, I said she's definitely going to win, mostly because when you look at defamation cases in general, whether it's libel or slander, in this case it's libel because it's the written word, it's the op-ed, they're just so hard to win because proving a negative, as we've talked about, is so hard to do, and so I felt that he had very little chance, but that was okay because all he really needed to do was reestablish his reputation in the court of public opinion, because then the job offers will come back. Now that the trial has moved on a little bit, I actually will increase his odds of winning a little bit more because she's just
Interesting.
gotten slaughtered in this trial. And at a certain point, a jury is going to disregard the jury instructions, and they're just going to find the way that they think is the right way to go, and they're not going to care so much about the letter of the law. Under the letter of the law, it's a very hard case for Johnny Depp to win. However, I've seen many a jury just say, she's a liar. We don't like her. We're going to find for the other side.
So this is very funny and very interesting then, because, for example, we got a comment here. Joy, the Joy Catcher, she goes from "he broke my nose" to "well, it felt like he broke my nose." And this is the reason why I'm bringing this up. This is a thing, because even when it came to the op-ed, she talks about how, let's be real. She walked up. You heard it with me. She walked up. She sat down. Why are you here? Oh, because I wrote an op-ed about, I wrote an op-ed that Johnny thinks I wrote about him or something like that, right? So we're like, okay, there it is. There's the reason why you're here. Now, later on in her testimony, she says, I didn't write this op-ed about Johnny. Hold on, I'm not done. This is very interesting, because that's what she says. I did not write this about Johnny Depp at all. This is about what happened after my relationship with Johnny Depp. So all the SA, SV, DV, you name it, all the acronyms under the sun of abuse happened after her relationship with Johnny Depp, which makes no bloody sense. So later on in her testimony, she goes, of course, Johnny thinks it's about him. He always thinks everything is about him. So of course he thinks that the op-ed is about him. Then later on, she says it's about a bunch of men, including Johnny Depp. You see what I'm saying? So it's been not only one thing, it's another. So it's clearly showing that, if anything, this is showing what kind of character Amber Heard is, that she's not truthful.
Right. Well, what that sounds like to me is that she sat in rooms while her defense team was strategizing. And while they were strategizing, there were probably lawyers in the room that said, for one, Johnny Depp has to prove that you even wrote this op-ed. Otherwise, you're not the person. And yes, it has your name, but maybe there's an argument you didn't write it at all. Then somebody else said, well, you know what? Even if she did write it, she doesn't actually use his name in the article. So, even though people are assuming it's about Johnny, technically, that is something that Johnny kind of has to prove in order for his case to have legs. So she's probably hearing all of these little tidbits of strategies that should have remained in that strategy room and not really been presented out of her mouth on the stand. Because you don't get to really have multiple defenses. It never looks great if you say to a jury, for example, I did not kill this person. But if you find that I did kill this person, let me explain the reasons for it that justified it. You don't get to really have it both ways, because the jury sits back and says, wait a second, did you kill them or didn't you kill them? You can't defend it and say, I didn't kill them. But if you do think I did, it was justified because of this. You got to pick your horse and ride it, as they say in the legal world. When you're going to choose your defense, you got to pick the one you're going to go with. And in this case, I think the smart defense would have been, don't try to argue that you didn't write this, and don't try to argue that it wasn't about Johnny Depp, because those aren't great arguments. They're technically true that you have to prove those things, establish those things, but the impression that they create amongst the jury is, at this stage of the game, she is willing to say and do whatever she has to not lose this case. And so she's just making everything that she probably heard the lawyers talk about. All she should be focusing on is creating the impression, and I don't think it's a hard one, because I think he did this on his side of the case, that this marriage was just so mutually abusive that to sit here and think that he can prove that the things in her op-ed didn't happen, that's a very hard case for him to prove. So I just think that her defense has become very unfocused. Her team should have laser focused on exactly what their strategy is going to be, and everything that their witnesses present should have been in line with that one laser focused strategy, as opposed to what she's done, which, to your point, you're sitting there watching the trial intently. The jury's seeing it just like you are. They're asking the same questions you are in their head. saying, come on, now you're going to say you didn't even write it about the guy? I mean, how many abusive relationships are you going to be in? And truthfully, I know this isn't fair, Pascal. I know it's not fair, but it is human nature. If a woman or a man consistently winds up in a series of abusive relationships, at a certain point, a human instinct says, you know what? Maybe the problem is you. Maybe because you're the common factor in these series of relationships that you're now claiming were all abusive.
Mhm.
And so that's the problem with stacking up so many instances where you're the victim. Because at a certain point, fair or unfair, human nature says, well, shit, maybe you're the problem. And you never want a jury thinking that about your party. You don't want them thinking that maybe they're the problem.
Now, I'm curious. After hearing a little bit and knowing a little bit, maybe you've been reading some of the headlines of Amber Heard on the stand and all that. Because I mean, even for me right now, it's not really about the witnesses that she has. Personally, just personally, I just don't think that they're credible enough in my personal opinion. But that's neither here nor there. What do you think the jury's thinking right now? Do you think that they're siding with Johnny, or do you think that they're kind of still going, well, still, this is,
that's
a funny one.
And that's what it really, that's why what they're thinking now isn't really that relevant. I will say that it's very natural in every case, because the plaintiff gets to go first, that by the time they rest their case, you should be strongly on the plaintiff's side, because that's the side you've heard. And if you're not strongly on the plaintiff's side, then the plaintiff really has no chance to win, because there's not normally going to be a whole lot happening in the rest of the case that's going to be very helpful for the plaintiff normally. Normally, they're stacking up their case nice and high, and then the defense gets their chance, and they start knocking down sort of this stack of evidence that you've built up. In this situation, I think, he finished out his case in a very, very strong position. Big old stack of evidence blocks. And to this point, clearly the defense has not really knocked off any of those blocks. And uncharacteristically, it's even possible that more blocks have been added because of how her credibility just continues to take a hit every single day, it seems, and every witness, it seems. So my guess is the jury is looking at it the way that we are. Like right now, they're probably thinking, Johnny's the victim here, and he clearly suffered economic damages. That's the easy part here. So they're probably on his side, probably siding with him. But here's the thing. Two things can bring this thing back the other way. Number one is you've got to look at the jury instructions and see exactly how they're written, and they may not even been agreed upon yet. It's not uncommon for the two sides and the judge should not even agreed upon exactly what the jury instructions should be until the case closes and it'll be put in front of a jury. But assuming that they have agreed on their jury instructions, number one is you got to look at those closely, because jurors will look at that and they'll very quickly say, you know what? All of that's irrelevant to this one question that they're asking us to answer. And if the jury instructions are very narrow, that helps the defense, because that takes everything down and crystallizes it to maybe one key thing that where credibility is going to fall on the one key thing. Like, for example, whether Johnny hit her. Now, if the op-ed said punched, a punch is different than a hit. A hit may be different than a slap. And a hit can mean different things. Does it have to be a hit with your own hand? Or if you threw something at them and it hit them, does that count as a hit? If you closed a door on their hand, does that count as a hit? So, so that's one of the things the jury is going to look at that can throw things the other way, is if the jury instructions are written very narrowly, and they interpret them very narrowly, that could help the defense. And of course, the other thing is the strength of the closing argument. Whoever is going to make the closing argument is going to have to really simplify this case for the jury. They have, because whoever has the simplest argument is going to win. And so if the defense is able to really crystallize this and simplify it to read the jury instruction, all of that other craziness and nonsense is really not relevant. The jury instruction makes it clear that if when she made this one statement in her op-ed, that this statement was a truthful statement, and all she said was that this man in her life hit her. And I think we've heard enough evidence that we can all agree that that probably happened. It doesn't say she was punched, or I haven't seen the op-ed, but I would look real careful at that specific language, and I'd keep that closing argument real tight, real crystallized around one particular statement. And, if they can do that, it's possible that a jury will find. Remember, a jury is also not hearing all the commentary that we're hearing. They're not presumably going on Twitter, reading the comments. They don't necessarily know where the whole public stands. We're kind of going on the assumption that the 12 of them in the box are interpreting everything the same way that we are, and they may not be.
Yeah, real quick, I hate to have you retract here really quick or go back a little bit, but when you said jury instructions, for those that don't know what you mean by that, what do you mean by jury instructions?
Yeah. The jury will get a specific, it's usually on 1 or 2 sheets of paper, that's it. And it will ask them a series of agreed upon questions, and they'll answer usually yes or no to each of the questions. And what it normally will do is it will match up with whatever the elements are that the Depp team needs to prove. So normally it'll be like, you have to prove that a statement was made, that statement was either knowingly false or made with, some level of disregard to where, whatever the law says in Virginia or West Virginia, whatever state this is in. And each of those things will say, do you find that this statement was in fact made? Yes or no? And they'll all check yes, if that's how they feel. Then they'll say, do you believe that this statement was in fact false? They'll check yes or no. Each element. Do you feel that as a result of this statement, if you found it to be false, that it did economically damage the plaintiff? Yes or no? And they'll put yes or no. And then finally, they'll say, if you found it false and you all agreed that he had economic loss as a result, what is the amount of the economic loss? And so that will be what the jury instructions basically say. Now, the thing is, the jury may not know this, but if the answer to any of those first 3 questions is no, the case ends and she wins. Because if they don't believe that the statement was made, she wins, because then there's no false statement. If they believe that the statement was truthful, she wins. They don't even go to the next question. But then if they go to the next question, then it becomes, do you believe that the plaintiff was financially damaged as a result of it? And again, if they don't say yes to that question, she also wins. So he has to prove that the statement was made, that the statement was false, and that he suffered economic damages. Only if he gets yeses to all of those questions do they then start deliberating on the amount. And otherwise, they never get to that issue.
Gotcha. And of course, it also depends on the footage, the evidence that she actually has, whether they believe that footage, like the photos and all that.
Yeah, and listen, they can base
if they actually believe that to be real. Because here's the thing: there's been many other occasions where she has been, as she said, violated horrendously, and then the very next day will be at a red carpet event or whatnot, but she'll have no actual footage of said damage. You've seen photos of Rihanna, right? You've seen those photos. Those are, I still remember those things. They're so graphic,
right?
But
but Rihanna was beat up. She was beat up, and that's not the same as being hit. I think I'd have to look at the op-ed. Being hit. Listen, it may be that people interpreted that as being beat up, but it's not. Being hit is being hit. So I think that one of the things that her defense team has not done a great job doing is keeping sort of their job at the minimum. Don't create a higher burden for yourself than you have to. And I think to some extent, both sides have done that, have So you don't have to convince the jury that all of these things happened. You know, like she doesn't have to convince the jury that he hit her 10 times. You know, she only has to convince them that she got hit to whatever extent she put in the op-ed. You know, it's like, don't create a higher, like I always say, it's like kicking a field goal. You know, if you have to kick a 35-yard field goal, don't put pressure on yourself to kick a 50-yard field goal. You just need 35 yards. And I think that what we're seeing on these sides is they're both so intent on making their bigger point and being the victim of this situation that I think without realizing it, they're both sort of creating a higher, you know, burden for themselves than they're legally required to carry. You know, all she has to prove is you don't have to like me and you don't have to believe that everything I said was true.
Mhm.
But what I said in the op-ed is what's at issue here. And if you read the op-ed and you base it on everything you've heard in this trial from both sides, I don't think you can point to anything in the op-ed and say that it's false. I mean, that's all she has to do. You know, it's that simple. I just think her legal team they're scrambling, and this is why she changed her PR team in the middle of it. They're all scrambling. They are all playing. You talk about being on the defensive. That's all they are. They've only been scrambling.
I guess when it comes down to this, and she, you know, when she says he has hit me, he has done this, that, and the third, she's gone to very, very graphic, terrible things of being assaulted with a bottle, so on and so forth. When the opposite, regardless if they have to hit 35 and they're trying to aim for 50, she is putting that information out there to the world because she's aiming for 50, right?
Right.
She's putting this stuff out here. So she's putting this stuff out here. She's saying all these things, but there's no proof. There's no footage. There's
right.
no.
Yeah, but I know. But remember, this is how juries go. Listen, I'm not a criminal defense attorney.
Of course.
But like I always thought, like back when the Bill Cosby situation was going on, and you had, you know, the reason why people ultimately believed that he was guilty of these things in the court of public opinion, forgetting the trial, was the volume. You know, if it had been one woman or two, I think that they were more inclined to give him the benefit of the doubt that, you know, maybe it was a misinterpretation. Maybe he felt using the Quaaludes was consensual. Maybe he felt when they were up in his condo, and clearly this was consensual. Like they might have believed it. It was the volume of people that came forward that is what ultimately did him in. Because people sort of, like myself, said, you know what, because I love the guy, you know, but then all of a sudden you say, you know what, one or two people is one thing. You get 25 people all sharing a similar account. All of a sudden it's, no. He's a serial rapist. That's what it looks like. You know, that's what it seems like. And I think that in a way, that's sort of what she's relying on is this idea that if I just try to recount one incident or two incidents, it's not as believable as if I can string together as many of these little things as I can. I don't think in her situation, it's going to have the same effect. I think she's creating a higher burden for herself. Now, if I had been Bill Cosby's defense team and I was willing to be a little unethical, I would have had a plant. One person come forward that was making it up completely. And then what I would have done is I would have been able to prove in an article in the court of public opinion that the woman was a total fraud. And then what would have happened is the public would have started looking at it and saying, geez, you know, she was really discredited. Some of these people are lying. Some of these people are not telling the truth. And then I think what would have happened is a lot of people, again, in the court of public opinion, would have come back to this position of, you know what, maybe we can't just believe everybody flat out. Maybe we have to actually do the whole innocent until proven guilty type of thing. And so, again, I would have never have done that because I don't think that would have been ethical, obviously. But I'm just trying to demonstrate how easily public opinion can shift with even one person maybe being discredited. You know, one person gets proven to be a liar and all of a sudden all the other people. And that's why I think just bringing up so many incidences just sets her up for failure, because every incident she brings up as an example, if even one or two of those are discredited, the jury's going to throw out all of the incidents. That's why I tell people, stick to your best arguments. If you got one or two clean kill arguments, ride those to the bitter end.
Right.
But don't throw the kitchen sink at them, because they'll knock out your two worst arguments, and maybe the jury throws out all of your arguments. I'd rather just have your one or two best arguments and go with those. And clearly that's not what she's done here.
No, it's been pretty bad. Speaking of the jury, Frankie Tease is asking, do we know the jury demographics? Personally, I do not know. I don't think they've even had that. They said something. The only thing I do know is that they said they are in the younger demographic, between 20s and 30s, as far as the jury goes. So
well, I will say that hearing the age being that case, that definitely will favor Amber. People in their 20s in particular have been very strongly raised in this culture of always believe the victim, whereas I think older jurors that have been around longer have seen enough instances of, where you can't just take people on faith, where you're in court and you've got to prove the things that you say. You don't just get to say stuff, you got to prove it. Younger jurors, I think, are probably going to be a little bit more helpful for her. But remember, there was no way to get a jury of their peers for this case. It just doesn't exist. These people are Hollywood people that make extraordinary amounts of money. They're celebrities that are treated very, very differently everywhere they go. So to truly get a jury of their peers was going to be impossible. Assume that the 12 people on the jury are just ordinary folk. And that's going to be a disadvantage for both the plaintiff and the defense, because neither are going to truly be relatable to a jury, not with the lifestyles that they're leading. Even the little things, like we sit there and say, well, of course Johnny Depp used a ton of cocaine. He's in Hollywood, he's a big star. That's what goes on out there. You have no idea who in that jury will look at that and say, you know what, my experiences with cocaine or people on cocaine, it doesn't surprise me that in some kind of fit that they might hit somebody. Like that alone, his addiction to copious amounts of cocaine, that alone might be enough to take a few jurors and say, you know what, sure, if he's cocaine fueled, I could see him hitting somebody. You just don't know which fact is going to be the thing that each juror kind of clings to and hangs their hat on.
I see what you're saying. I mean, but then you could say, and you can imply that same thought on Amber as well. And it could be a thing.
But remember, Amber is not claiming she didn't hit Johnny.
No. Well, Johnny's claiming that Amber Heard hit him.
Yeah, but that's fine. I mean, yeah, but
that's their argument as well.
But honestly, though, if anything, quite frankly, I don't think that hurts her. That's my point is when he comes out and talks about the fact that he was hit, I think it lends credence to the fact to suggest that she was also hit. And that's all she has to prove to win her case. There's nothing in her op-ed that says, I never hit anybody and I was the one that was being hit every time. I mean, that's not part of what she has to prove. I mean, to me, years ago, I worked on a case that involved a riot in the street. And, our position was as much evidence that came in to show that it was total chaos was to our benefit. Total chaos justified, breaking up the riot, or breaking up whatever was the protest that turned riotous. The more chaos there was, the more it favored us. And I think in this case for Amber, the more abuse that took place, the more chaos, the more cocaine, the more threats, the more incidents, the more likely it becomes that the stuff she said in the op-ed probably happened.
I see your point. I can see that. I just think that there are two arguments being said in court right now. There are two narratives that are trying to reach the jury right now. And one of them is obviously Johnny Depp trying to save face, try to get his career back, trying to get his mojo back, if you will, by saying, hey, if anything, I wasn't the only one in the room.
Well, and that's not for the jury. That's, you know what, honestly, Pascal, that's not for the jury. When the reason why Johnny Depp and his team decided to bring out all of that evidence wasn't to win the jury trial. That was 100% to win the court of public opinion, because he knows full well that in our cancel culture, the whole reason you get canceled is this belief that the public is against you and feels you need to be punished. So if he comes out of this and the public perception is he's been punished enough, he doesn't need to be punished. He was in a mutually abusive situation. Let the man work. We miss him. You know, like, that's what he's trying to win here. And the only strong argument as to why he wanted all of that evidence to come in was not to win this jury trial. It was just to win back the public, because really none of that is relevant to what's going to be on the jury instructions.
I see what, but okay. So when you say the jury instruction, and I'm glad you brought that back, but really, really quick, Frankie Tees, thank you so much. I really do appreciate the love and support. Thank you so much. And I appreciate you watching the show and enjoying it. Now the thing is with the jury instruction, can't the jury still be able to kind of steer off of the jury instructions? Because here's this, real quick. Hold on, real quick. I just want to say this piece. All right.
Yeah.
When it comes to the jury, and they go in to deliberate, to make their final decision on who they're going to side with, Johnny Depp or Amber Heard, or if it's just one big nil, one big zero, okay? They can't. So I guess basically what I'm asking is the things that are being said right now, all of it, aside from the op-ed stuff, right? All of it is obsolete. So we're sitting here for 6 weeks listening to this stuff. You're telling me none of this is going to sway or make them think a little bit outside of the jury?
That's called that. There's a name for that. It's called jury nullification.
Okay.
And the idea is that you're trying to throw so much information at them and sway their opinion so great that when they're back in that jury room, they basically disregard the instructions and just fill it out the way that they know is going to get them the result that they want to see have happen. And you got to be very sophisticated in how you present that in closing argument, because if you come out and basically tell them to disregard the instructions and go with what they know is right, you've committed that would, I wouldn't say grounds for a mistrial, but that would certainly draw an objection. It would be sustained. They would be instructed. You cannot make the argument for jury nullification. You cannot come out and say, who cares what the instructions say? Because the judge is going to instruct them. These are my instructions. The jury instructions are the judge's instructions to the jury. This is what decides these cases in this jurisdiction are these questions, and this is what you need to find yes or no to. And you got to fill it out based on how all of you feel on that question, not about anything else. But of course, human nature, a lot of people do work backwards. A lot of people just leave saying, I know which side I want to have win. So whatever sheet they're going to put in front of me, I'm just going to fill it out in a way that has the side that I want to win it. And but quite frankly, it's that kind of thing that can lead to successful appeals. Because if you do talk to jurors after, you take polling and you get people saying things like that, like, I knew that I felt he was in the right or she was in the right. And quite frankly, I didn't care what the instructions said. I'm the one that sat there for 6 weeks, and I'm going to go with the side that I think is right.
Gotcha.
But remember, this happens think about a murder case. It happens a lot, where, a person is sitting there and they have to decide between a first-degree murder or second-degree murder or a manslaughter. And that's why I'm saying we tell people don't confess to anything. It's not that we're looking for people to not be accountable. It's just that people don't even understand what they're confessing to. The average person that just killed a person, they don't know if the act that they just committed was an accident, involuntary manslaughter, voluntary manslaughter, second-degree murder, first-degree murder. All they know is that they killed somebody. So, you as a defense attorney, you would tell a person, like, that's why you don't want to be using words or confessing to anything, because from a legal standpoint, you don't even understand what you're confessing to,
Right.
So that's sort of what happens in these things too, as people think that they've made their case, I prove she's a liar. Okay. But did you prove she was lying when she said this one statement? Because this is the statement that the whole case is going to hinge on.
Right. No, and it also makes me think of as far as the jury thing that you just said earlier. It makes me think of Ghislaine Maxwell as well. They almost were able to send an appeal and actually do another trial because of one of the jurors said that they were, essayed when they were younger and all that, and that was information that didn't come out until after the trial, after she was found guilty. It didn't work out, but I definitely do see your point there. But I feel like if you're having all this information, all this crap being thrown out in the middle of the damn trial, it's kind of like, well, then why waste all this time? Get rid of this crap. Just stick to as you said earlier, stick to the bullet points, stick to the op-ed, stick to whether she wrote it about him or not, and call it a day, instead of just dismantling her character or dismantling Johnny Depp's character.
Right. And that's because if the defense had chosen a more specific, a more scalpel-like approach, as opposed to a sledgehammer-like approach, which is what they've done, and on the plaintiff's side, they had to go with the sledgehammer approach. They had to present as much evidence of all of these instances as they could, because they're trying to win over public opinion for Johnny. So they had to go sledgehammer and throw the kitchen sink at Amber, and maybe that forced her hand to have to do the same. And that's why neither side had much of an incentive to argue to the judge to eliminate certain witnesses or restrict certain amounts of testimony. Like, they both saw value clearly in all of this stuff coming out, because the defense didn't try to limit it and the plaintiffs didn't try to limit it, and if either side had really tried to limit it to just the contents of the op-ed, I think it would have created a shorter trial, certainly fewer witnesses, and it would have been done a lot quicker. But both sides felt that it was in their side's best interest for the whole relationship and all of the details to be put out there. And I think the reason he wanted all the details out was because it paints his client far more sympathetic than if you just read the op-ed. And on her side, you want all of the details out because you're hoping people look at it and say, shit, with all of that going on, it's not a big leap to assume that at some point he hit her.
Gotcha. Is there any possible way, speaking of the op-ed, is there any possible way, if she said it, and she said it on the stand, that who she's talking about in the article, in this op-ed, is these men, including Johnny Depp? Can they use that? Is that viable enough to say to side with Johnny Depp?
Listen, she can make the argument. The reality of it is, he survived the motion to dismiss that her lawyers brought up when the plaintiffs rested their case.
Mm-hmm.
If the judge had felt that Johnny's team had not established a foundation to prove that A, Amber wrote the op-ed, and B, that the op-ed was about Johnny Depp, the judge could have, as a matter of law, thrown out the case. Clearly, the judge felt that there was enough evidence so that this was going to be for a jury to decide. This jury, there's no way they're going to believe she didn't write the op-ed, so that's a non-starter. And I do not believe that the jury is going to allow her to, at this stage, create a new defense where she claims it's an amalgam of different relationships, including Johnny, but the statement about being hit by Johnny, because the truth of it is, she had all of the time from the time the op-ed was written until now to come out publicly and say, whoa, let me correct this. I was talking about a lot of different relationships. Johnny Depp was absolutely not the person to hit me. Johnny Depp never hit me. That portion of the op-ed had to do with another one of my abusive relationships. She's had years now to come out and make that statement to the public, and she never has. So to sit here now and try to create an argument, fashion an argument that allows for the possibility she wasn't talking, wouldn't that be the worst thing in the world? How bad does that make her look? Horrible. So I want to say to her, so you're telling me, Amber, that you could have cleared this up 2 years ago and he wouldn't have suffered the tremendous hit to his reputation that he suffered, and he wouldn't have lost all these jobs? You could have said that and cleared that up 2 years ago? and you chose not to, you knew how it had been interpreted by the public. You knew how it had been interpreted by the studios. You did nothing to clear that up. And now you're going to sit here when you're on the defense, and now as a defense, you're going to try to claim that you weren't talking about him. I mean, to me, if I'm on the jury, I'd punish her for that. I'd punish her for that. Like, the only reason I even want to give her a little benefit of the doubt is if Johnny, in fact, hit her. But if she wants to raise her own doubt now and make an argument that, yeah, she was hit, but it wasn't Johnny, oh, my God. I mean, she'll be skewered.
Absolutely.
Skewered.
Oh, I mean, and we're going to be, and of course, they're about to get things going here. They're going to be calling up another person to the stand right now. But real quick, Ed, can you let everybody know? Thank you so much, first off, for being on here with me.
Sure.
I really do appreciate it, to just break these things down. We're going to continue the trial here. We have a in-person witness going up to the stand right now as we speak. Tell everybody where they can find you really quick before
Obviously,
we get
our law firm, if you have legal issues, if you just go to getbc.com, you can read all about what we handle legally. And if you want to be entertained, you can watch our videos at bctv.com, where we do the Three Lawyers Eating Sandwiches and Ed Versus. And you can do that. You can also follow us on Facebook, obviously, all the different social handles as you would expect.
Awesome. Ed, thank you so much. God bless you. And we'll be talking to you very soon. All right.
Okay. Take care, my man.
All right. Peace. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that. This is Amber's sister now.
2 months old.
What is your profession?
Before the pandemic, I worked in hotels doing various food and beverage management jobs, primarily events as well.
Now I'm going to take you to Mr. Depp and Amber, the early stages. When did you first meet Mr. Depp?
I met him sometime in 2011 for the Rum Diary press tour, but I did not meet him until 2012 as Amber's boyfriend.
And were you living with Amber at the time?
Yes, we had an apartment together on Orange Avenue. I split my time between there as well as an apartment I shared with my boyfriend at the time.
Okay. Now, describe your relationship with Mr. Depp in the early stages.
We got along really well at first. He was sober at the time, and Johnny, when he's sober, is very bright and beautiful and lovely and kind and generous, and he was very easy to get to know. And frankly, we all fell in love with him at first.
Now, describe your observations of Amber and Mr. Depp's relationship in the early stages.
Again, at first, that was wonderful. They were incredibly in love. I actually, to this day, have never seen my sister fall so madly for somebody. And things were wonderful. They seemed to really understand each other and get along well. But very quickly, this pattern emerged as their relationship went on, that if Johnny was using, there almost always was a fight. There was always a
Objection, Your Honor. Cause for speculation, lack of foundation. All right, as a foundation, if you want to lay
Okay.
foundation.
What, if any, changes in their relationship did you observe?
That when Johnny was using, there would be a fight. I saw it firsthand.
Objection, Your Honor. Same objection. Overruled.
Thank you. Please continue.
The sister in the house, y'all. Damn.
If he was
Sister
using or
showed
if he
up.
was drinking, there was almost always a fight. There was always an argument. There was always a period where they weren't getting along, and it seemed to oscillate pretty quickly. He would be sober for a little bit and then almost just as quickly fall off the wagon and start to use or drink, and there would be some big blowout, and it seemed to go back and forth pretty frequently. There was never an extended period of time where it was one or the other.
What, if any, changes did you observe in Amber over the period of her relationship with Johnny?
At first, Amber was Amber. She was loud, fun, funny. She laughed a lot. She was just this happy,
Exactly,
bright,
Holly.
fun-loving thing, always surrounded by friends. And then it was a progression that took over such a long period of time, and it was so slow. In hindsight, it was like watching a slow motion gunshot. She suddenly stopped sleeping as much. She wasn't as funny. She wasn't as loud. She wasn't as gregarious as she used to be. Cut to the end of their relationship, She
Sounds like she got married.
was so physically unwell. She
Sorry.
weighed 100 pounds soaking wet. She was emaciated. She wasn't sleeping.
Stupid joke.
She had developed a heart condition and her eyes were sunken in. She just looked
Objection,
like
Your
two
Honor.
different.
Heart condition.
Lack of foundation calls for hearsay.
She's giving her observations.
Well, heart condition, I'll sustain as to heart
Okay,
condition. Thank you.
other than the heart condition, please continue.
She just, if you were to do a photograph side by side, you would see two very different people. And people that knew her throughout the
I
entirety of their
snorted.
relationships, all the same thing.
What, if any, observations did you make about Mr. Depp exhibiting controlling behavior over the course of their relationship relating to Amber's clothing?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
What, if any, observations
I'll
did she
sustain
make
the
about,
I'll sustain the objection.
what, if any, observations did you make about Mr. Depp's treatment of Amber relating to clothing?
At first, it would be like light jokes or, she left the house wearing something like, oh, you're going to wear that, or just some joke. It was very subtle, And then over time, again, just like the progression of their relationship, it just intensified. Then suddenly it's, they have the same stylist. He and I forgot her name, but suddenly they have the same stylist, and he had been essentially controlling what she wore to events and things like that. So she went from being able to wear whatever the hell she wanted, and then suddenly she's wearing anything that his stylist wanted her to wear, or wanted him to wear. And her style over time just got more and more conservative.
What, if any, observations did you make about Mr. Depp with respect to Amber's work?
That too was one thing. At first, he was saying he was protective over the kinds of jobs she was taking. Oh, that's not going to be good for her career. That's not going to be good for this, not going to be good for that. And then suddenly he has a problem with her taking any sort of job or any sort of audition. And then it became every time that she even thought about taking a meeting, it was another fight. He would often say things like, I don't even understand why she needs to work. I'll take care of her. I'll take care of you. I'll take care of everyone else. She doesn't need to work at all. It was one of those things that he was, at the end, vehemently against her working at all.
What, if any, observations did you make about Mr. Depp's treatment of Amber with respect to friends?
Again, these are all things that just very slowly over time just changed. At first, he was very inclusive of all of us. At one point, we all lived downtown together in these beautiful lofts. At first that was part of the relationship, was getting to know him and him getting to know us. And then just, again, slowly over time, he took issue with Brandon at one point, and then Brandon wasn't allowed in the fold. Time went on, he had an issue with Io. Io wasn't allowed in the fold anymore. And then at some point, even me, he had accused me of doing something horrendous that I had never done. And then suddenly I'm not allowed around anymore. And just over time, she had such a small network of people that were there to support her. It was hard to watch.
What, if any, observations did you make about Mr. Depp's attitude or treatment of Amber with respect to her health?
Amber was a pretty healthy person at first. She didn't have any medical issues that, didn't need intervention of any sort. But in one of Johnny's attempts to get sober, he had employed Dr. Kipper, who had these nurses, and he had a personal nurse that would administer medication. And, I think the intention was to make sure that he stayed clean and
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Without discussing what the
Sustain the objection.
intentions were, just go ahead and give us what your observations were with respect to Mr. Depp with respect to Amber's health.
Sure. All of a sudden, for really unclear reasons, Amber had her own personal nurse just administering medication. And from what I saw, it was strange. I didn't think Amber needed, medication on the daily or whatever. And then all of a sudden she has a therapist that is employed by Dr. Kipper. Even her medical treatment was somehow controlled by or paid for by Johnny.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation with respect to the control.
Interesting.
As to control, but paid for. I'll allow. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. What, if anything, did Mr.
Interesting.
Depp say about Amber's electronic devices?
Well, every time they fought or had an argument, a device was going to get smashed. And she lost a phone, a tablet, a computer. You could almost guarantee that something would get destroyed when they fought. Very often there were fights were at least in part surrounded by text messages or something that he would find on her phones or, whatever. And at some point she wasn't even allowed to have passwords on her phone, or if she did have a password, it was something really simple that he memorized, but there was zero expectation of privacy for her in terms of what was on her device or accessibility of her devices.
Ooh, doggy.
How many times did you observe Mr. Depp drunk?
Countless. I mean, too many times for me to quantify.
How many times did you observe Mr. Depp high on drugs?
Again, it would be really hard to put a number to that. It was a lot.
And what types of drugs did Mr. Depp use, to your knowledge and your observation?
Well, I've done cocaine and drank with him on a number of occasions. So that,
At least she's honest on
he
that.
almost always had weed of some sort, marijuana, like,
He got the
joints or
hookup.
whatever. I have seen him take MDMA on an occasion, shrooms as well. I once saw him consume a Ziploc bag that had a bunch of just unknown pills, some prescription, some not. He just took them all at once to see what would happen, and he laughed about it. Those are what I can recall.
Rock and roll.
Now, you said that you also did cocaine with Mr. Depp, is that correct?
Yes.
What, if any, observations did you make as to what Mr. Depp carried in his pockets?
Well, he always had cigarettes or rolling papers. When I say cigarettes, I mean the tobacco and rolling papers. He always had a joint on him. If he was in a phase of using coke, he would carry around a little pill box that had his cocaine in it. He always had a pocket knife, a lighter, and it's about what I can recall.
Okay. What, if any, behavior changes did you observe when Mr. Depp had been drinking alcohol or using drugs?
Like I said, it was, a completely different version. He was almost unrecognizable when he was drinking and using to an excess. If it was alcohol and coke, he would slur. He would go on these paranoid, delusional rants about things that didn't make any sense. His speech would be slurred. I almost never knew him to use cocaine without drinking. Those were generally combined. When he would smoke weed, he was much more relaxed. He was kind of what you would expect, happy on a couch, laughing. But when he was drinking, he would just get very angry. And he would just say really nasty, unkind things. And it almost didn't, usually about Amber, sometimes about me, but it almost didn't matter if she was in the room or not. He would just say really horrible, horrible, horrible things about her or to her.
Can you give the jury a few examples that you can recall?
Pardon my language, fucking cunt. He called her a fucking used up trash bag, slimy whore, saggy whore, fucking cunt was thrown out a bunch. Just horrible things like that.
I'm going to take you to March 21st, 2013. We've called it the painting or Keith Richards incident. When did you arrive at the Orange apartment on March 21st, 2013?
It was sometime in the afternoon. I came in and Orange was typically a very neat, clean place. But as soon as I walked in, there was smoke in the air. Remember, it smelled like cigarette smoke and there was smoke in the air. So somebody had been smoking inside, which was odd because Amber and I don't smoke, and Johnny used to always just go outside to smoke. But walking a little bit further in, there was like furniture askew. Going into the kitchen, there was, Johnny was sat at our little breakfast nook table that we had there, and he was wearing glasses. He had, there was cocaine in front of him. There was booze in front of him, journal, like no newspaper, things like that, just kind of scattered around at the table. And I sat down to talk to him to see what was going on. And it was really hard to understand what he was getting at. It was really clear that he had been drinking for some time. His speech was slurred. And again, it was really hard to follow what he was trying to tell me. At first, he seemed to be upset that my sister had been photographed with our friend Marie in France. He then started saying that it must have meant that she was having an affair with her, and everyone would be laughing at her. And this woman, her father was a French politician, so he then starts rambling on about, oh, he knows what her father's up to, and her this, that, and the other. And again, it was just this strange paranoid tailspin is the only way I can describe it. That just, it wasn't true. My sister wasn't having an affair with this person.
Objection, Your Honor. I think it's pretty non-responsive at this point. All right, next question. Sustain the objection.
Please describe what your conversations were and your observations were with Mr. Depp.
So as I'm sitting there talking to him, Amber is in the kitchen, and she's not sat at the table or anything. She's kind of hanging back, and Johnny's still talking to me about what the problem was. And then all of a sudden the focus shifts to this painting that has been on the wall ever since Amber and I moved in. And the painting was done by one of my sister's exes. So he was convinced that it was on the wall to taunt him, to tease him, and how disrespectful that he had to wake up next to this painting. And it surely meant that Amber and Tasha were back together again, which of course was not true. But he was then upset about that. He was upset about this painting that was on the wall. I was trying to talk to him, not only to just try to figure out what was going on, but I was trying to get him out of the house because he was already very late for filming this documentary that was being shot at one of his houses.
Was that with Keith Richards?
Correct.
Okay.
That was my understanding of it.
Please continue.
So for hours we sat there. I was trying to, talk to him, make him feel like everything was okay, just try to get him out of the house. His assistant kept coming in and out at one point. And all the while, Amber is just in the kitchen. She's like giving us space, but she's in earshot, and he's saying these things about her. And at one point she tries to come over to like check on him, and she kind of embraces him from behind, and he's just like, fuck off, and continues to say these things about her. Again, we sat there forever, and eventually we did get him to leave the house. So but he insisted that Amber come too, and that if they were going to work it out, she'd have to be there, and they would talk about it at some other point, I guess.
Let me just stop you for a minute. What, if any, injuries did you observe on Amber at that time?
At the time, it was before I had a real understanding of what was going on. It was I didn't know, frankly. And her face was swollen, but I didn't, and it was kind of red. I thought she had just been crying. And her lip did appear to be cut. But again, that at the time, that wasn't what we were trying to do. It wouldn't have been appropriate to, talk to her about it or anything. That wasn't my focus, frankly. My focus was just sitting there trying to figure out what he was upset about and get him out of the house.
So how long were you at Orange with Mr. Depp and Amber before he left to go to the Keith Richards?
A few hours. I couldn't say, maybe around like 4 or 5 hours. It took a minute.
Now, did you accompany Mr. Depp over to the recording, or did you stay?
I did.
And did Amber go too?
Correct. That was part of the condition of him leaving, is that Amber had to go with us.
All right. Well, please describe to the jury what happened next then on your ride over there.
So Amber and Johnny were sitting in the back. I was in the front with Sterling, the driver. And they weren't saying much back there. There was music playing pretty loudly, so I couldn't really hear what was going on back there. But at some point I heard the back door open, or the back window open, and Johnny is holding our dog out the window. And I froze. I was scared because I just remember thinking, I knew how inebriated he was, and the dog was very small. I thought if she twitched, or if he lost her somehow, she was just going to go out the window. And Amber, of course, was just saying,
Objection, Your Honor.
Not often to prove the truth of the matter asserted, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Don't say what Amber said. Just go ahead and continue with your observations.
He brought the dog back into the car, and he was just laughing, this really scary, loud, like it was almost like a cackle. And he then made some joke about putting her in the microwave. And that was the joke after that, was putting the dog in the microwave.
Okay. So during the year 2013, what, if any, marks did you observe on Amber? Any injuries or signs of markings, anything like that?
Occasionally I'd see bruising, cut lips, split lips, weird marks, burns, or I don't know, on her arm, scratches on her arm, things like that. It was just weird, and it was periodic. It wasn't like a constant thing, but there were injuries to her.
And what, if anything, did you do? Did you ask her about them?
I did at some point confront her and ask her, and she...
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Don't tell
Sustain
us.
the objection.
Okay.
Next question.
Okay. But you did ask her about them?
Yes.
That yes?
Objection,
Okay.
Your Honor. Same objection. Next question.
That's
fine.
That's okay.
Overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, I'm going to take you to June 2013, Hicksville. Were you in attendance at that event with Mr. Depp and Amber?
Yes.
Please describe for the jury what you can recall from that event.
So Hicksville is like this, it's this like collection of themed Airstreams. It's like a little, it's in the middle of the desert. It's just like a fun little place to go. So we went with a group of our friends. And yeah, so each one of us had our own little Airstream or whatever. So my partner and I at the time, we got there last. So as we're going around checking out the different Airstreams, because again, each one of them had a different theme. So it was kind of fun to see, who was staying in which theme or whatever. I open Amber and Johnny's, and there's cocaine on the table. And I didn't really think much of it at the time. I was just like, all right, fine. We're all here to have fun. And that night, we sat around the campfire. Everyone was drinking. Some people were taking shrooms, and then I drank too much, and I went to bed early before everyone else.
Oh, so she wasn't really
and
there.
then the next day, when everyone was cleaning up, I had heard about something that had happened the night before, and an altercation that...
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Don't tell us what you heard. Go ahead and just tell the jury what you observed.
I observed people cleaning up after what appeared to be just a night of friends hanging out. I then went to my sister's trailer, where she was staying with Johnny, and it looked like a bomb went off in there. There was broken things, things had been skewed. It just looked incredibly messy. It looked like somebody had ransacked it. That's what I observed.
I will be right back.
Now I'm going to take you to September 2013.
Dagnabbit.
What, if anything, did you do with Mr. Depp relating to going to London?
So September 2013, that was around the time of my birthday.
Not leaving
Amber
yet.
was filming in London, and she wasn't able to make it back for my birthday. And it was also a friend of ours, Io, also has a birthday the same time, or around the same time as me. And Johnny thought it would be great to load up and surprise Amber on set. He thought she would really enjoy it. And So that's what we did. We loaded up, we went on a plane that he chartered, and I believe my father was with us as well. And yeah, Johnny and I drank and did a lot of cocaine on that plane, and I ended up passing out. But we get to London, and it was wonderful to see Amber, and we had a dinner that night at the hotel that we were staying at, or it was either that night or the next night. I can't remember exactly, but at one point, Johnny picked up a steak knife and he hurled it at his assistant. Missed him, but obviously Nathan got upset and he left, and he was upset as well. And a fight broke out between Amber and Johnny that night. I didn't witness it. I wasn't there. I knew that they
Objection,
were.
Your Honor, lack of foundation. All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay,
Next question.
So you can't tell us about it if you weren't there. So
Okay.
what happened next that you were aware of?
I left sometime after that, and when I touched down in Los Angeles, I learned that they had
Objection, Your Honor.
Not after to prove the truth of the
I'll
matter,
sustain
Your
the
Honor.
objection. Next question.
When did they get engaged?
They got engaged at some point when I was on the plane. I left London. By the time I landed in London, they were engaged.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to jump all the way to November 2014, the 2014 Hollywood Film Awards. What, if any, involvement did you have with Mr. Depp relating to the Hollywood Film Awards?
I was called over to where he was getting ready, 80.
And when you say 80, are we talking about Sweetser?
Yes, that's one of the houses that is on that street that Johnny had. He had several houses on that street. 80 was the one that he referred to as like the man cave. That's where he spent a lot of time. So I was summoned to 80, again, following a fight that he and my sister were having. And
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation.
I
just go on, just don't talk about what you weren't party to. You got
Okay,
there. Please tell the
Sustain the
jury.
objection. Go ahead.
Okay, please tell the jury what you observed, what happened
Sure.
when you were there.
Sure. When I got there, Johnny was outside and he was very drunk already, and he was continuing to drink. He was again rambling about my sister having affairs with people that it just wasn't true, and
Probably
just
was
kept
true,
saying
though.
things. It was, that she doesn't need to work, and he doesn't understand why she continues to take jobs. She must be doing it to insult him or to hurt him,
Running these streets.
or she's only taking these jobs because
I'll
she
be right
wants to
back.
meet people. I don't know. The entire time that we were talking, his sister and his assistants at one point, everyone was trying to get him out of the house because he was already very late for this. But eventually they did get him to leave the house. And yeah, I saw the award show later at some point.
And what did you observe when you watched the award show?
Unfortunately, an extension of what I had seen at the house. He was still very drunk, actually a little bit more drunk than when I saw him at the house.
And what was he doing that caused you to believe he was very drunk?
Well, he was drinking the entire time that we were talking. And, in general, at this point, I had understood what Johnny looks like when he's drunk. He's stammering. His speech was hard to understand. He was slurring. He was super unsteady on his feet. I recognize what he looks like when he's drunk.
Okay. Now I'm going to take you to March 23rd, 2015. And at this time, were you living at the Penthouse Suites?
I was.
Okay.
Excuse me. Sorry.
When approximately did you move into the Penthouse Suites?
I actually don't know for sure when I moved in. I would take me a minute to remember. It was sometime in 2014, I think.
Okay. And so as of March 23rd, 2015, you're living there, correct?
Yes.
And where are you living in those Penthouse Suites? What is it called?
So I was in what they call PH4. The layout is, the entire top floor of this building. Johnny owns the mall, and he was kind enough to let us all live there. So I was in PH4. Amber and Johnny were in PH3. I believe Isaac was in 2, and Rocky and Josh were in 1. But the only ones that actually connected were 3, 4, and 5. So again, I was kind of sandwiched between where Johnny and Amber stayed and Amber's basically closet. So basically you had to cut through to get to one point to the other. So I was sleeping. I woke up to Amber in my bedroom saying, "Can you believe he's cheating on me?"
Objection, Your Honor.
You're not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. Thank you.
Overruled. Go
Thank you. Please continue.
She said something. She
said overruled. It's okay for you to say what.
Oh,
just
sorry.
Just briefly what you just explained.
I woke up to her saying, "Can you believe he's cheating on me? Your fucking brother is cheating on me." I got up. I told her to stay right there.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
It's not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted.
Overruled for that statement. Go ahead.
Please continue.
I instructed her to stay in my apartment while I go and talk to Johnny. So I leave PH4. I leave her in PH4.
And let me just stop. Are you sober, drunk? Have you been drinking?
Oh, rare occasions where I was sober. I was in the middle of the night. I was asleep.
So I'm sorry, I'm not sure that I understood your question. So you were sober?
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Please continue.
So I go to PH5 where Johnny, Debbie, and Travis were all standing in the kitchen of PH5. I went down there to talk to him, and again, I can tell he's clearly drunk, and he has a bottle of alcohol of some sort in front of him as well. And again, he's talking to me about how Amber found these text messages between him and a woman called Raquel. And then he starts saying that this woman was meaningless. It wasn't anything special. She's nothing special. But then he immediately shifted to, well, Amber pushed me. Amber made me do it. Of course I'm cheating on her, whatever. And it suddenly became about Amber making him do it. At some point, then Amber is on the mezzanine level of PH5. So it's kind of hard to explain. So the kitchen's down here and the mezzanine's up here. So she's there. It's her little office nook, and she starts shouting at him, saying,
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
It's not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted, Your Honor. She's screaming expletives at him. I mean, that's not offered to prove the truth.
Overruled.
Thank you. Please continue.
They're saying horrible things to one another. Fuck you. He's calling her a fucking whore, fucking cunt, used up trash bag, whatever. They were saying horrible things to one another. She was calling him old and fat. It was a fight. They were saying really nasty things to one another. I leave them in the kitchen to go up the stairs. Was trying to calm Amber down, hopefully get her back into my apartment. And Debbie had come up with me.
And Debbie, who's Debbie?
Debbie was his nurse at the
Debbie
time.
Lloyd?
Yes, I believe that was her name.
Okay.
So we're with Amber on the mezzanine level.
I'm sorry, just so we know who where is. Is it you and Debbie that are with Amber, or is it?
Yes, Debbie, Amber, and I are all in the little mezzanine area. And as I mentioned, the mezzanine overlooks the kitchen and the living room. So Johnny then hurls a Red Bull can and it hits Debbie in the back. She didn't even react. She didn't really seem to notice. But I'm standing up there talking. I'm standing up there. I'm at the top of the stairs with my back to the stairs, and that's when Johnny runs up the stairs. And I'm facing Amber. He comes up behind me, strikes me in the back, kind of just somewhere over here. He strikes me in the back. I hear Amber shout, "Don't hit my fucking sister." She smacks him, lands one, and then he grabs. At that point, that's when Travis runs up the stairs after Amber landed one. But by that time, Johnny had already grabbed Amber by the hair with one hand and was whacking her repeatedly in the face with the other as I was standing there. Travis pulls them apart. I get Amber into mine. I close the doors behind me and lock them. I then hear Johnny's voice shouting.
Never mind, withdraw. Okay, sorry.
I hear Johnny's voice shouting, I fucking hate you. I hate you both. You fucking cunts. You fucking whores. And I hear crashing. I hear crashing and banging and smashing. And he starts screaming like an animal. And I then just moved Amber into the next room and I just kept her there all night. The next day I go and I see her closet has been completely destroyed. Racks were overturned. Yeah, one of the clothing racks had been like tossed down the stairs. There was art off the wall. And down in the kitchen, there was broken glass. Like the place was destroyed.
Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 400? Whitney, do you recognize this text exchange here?
I do.
Okay, and it's on March 23, 2015 at 6:57, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, could you describe, just
Objection, Your Honor.
identify it, please?
Yep, sorry, on hearsay grounds. All right, you want to approach? We'll just take a look.
So this is, can we publish, Your Honor?
Yes, it's in evidence, yes.
Thank you. So Whitney, this is dated March 23rd, 2015, 6:57. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and that's to Kevin. Who's Kevin?
Kevin Murphy. He was Johnny's estate manager.
Okay, and then Michelle, if you can scroll up. So let's stop at the first one. Can you please describe to the jury what this is?
That is one of Amber's clothing racks on the stairs that lead up to the bedroom area.
And you took this picture?
I did.
Okay. Michelle, can you scroll up again? And please describe for the jury what's depicted in this photo.
These are more of Amber's racks. These were her shoes and purses and such. Those were all like taken off the walls. And you can see here, all of her clothes are on the floor, her shoes.
Okay, thank you. And we're up to the next one. Could you please describe what the next picture depicts?
More of the same, clothing racks that have been kind of toppled over or moved. They were like neat. It looked like it's a closet room, but these ones were just toppled over and moved. This is the room that adjoined my room. So,
Okay. Let's go to the next one. And could you describe for the jury, please, what this is?
that's another clothing rack that has been taken down and taken apart, kind of.
Okay. And we'll go to the next one. And please describe for the jury what's depicted here.
Just more clothing racks that have been taken down, moved.
Okay. And please describe for the jury what's depicted here.
Same thing.
This is his crib.
More clothing racks that were toppled over.
That he paid for.
All right.
It's what you paid
Next
for.
one.
And this is the kitchen area. This is the taken from the mezzanine level that I was describing earlier, but that looks like broken glass or something, blue ceramic, broken.
Okay, and if we go up, and the top one there looks like part of what was earlier. Let's go to the bottom one. I think we have a bigger picture there. Does that help with
Yes.
what's depicted there?
I still can't tell what it was, maybe a plate of some sort, but there's also a rolled cigarette, a couple bottles of water. But yeah, whatever that blue thing is, it was broken. That's what's all over the kitchen there and also next to the stove.
Okay. Thank you. After the staircase incident, what, if anything, did Mr. Depp ask you to sign?
There was an NDA on my kitchen table.
Can you tell the jury what an NDA is?
It's a non-disclosure agreement. It's basically, my understanding is it's a contract to keep things private, to
keep your damn
your
mouth shut.
essentially.
All right.
But you
And
barely
you were given
remember
one or asked
anything
to
because
sign
you were
one?
rarely
I was asked
sober.
to sign one. I don't believe I signed it. I
You were
left sometime
rarely
after.
sober,
So you moved out after
rarely
that?
sober.
It was, yes, it was
Come on
after
now.
this point that Johnny had accused me of selling stories to the media, which were absolutely untrue, but I moved out after that point.
Okay. Now,
Right there,
did there
Judy.
come a time that Amber asked you to move back in?
Yes,
Exactly.
February 2016, she texted me asking me to come back.
Okay.
No world star
And-
moments. You know what I mean? Pull out the
So-
phone and
so you
start
were
filming
living
any
with
of
her
this
from
stuff.
February, sometime
It's
in
Johnny
February
Depp.
2016
It's
forward?
prime video.
I
You
think
know what
on
I'm
and
saying?
off.
To
I think
pay.
I had my own apartment by then,
To sell.
but I spent a lot more time at the Eastern after that.
Okay. I'm going to take you to April 21, 2016, Amber's 30th birthday party. Were you present for that?
I was.
Can you please describe to the jury what you observed that night?
It was her 30th birthday, so we wanted to make it, excuse me, really special.
Were you sober?
We had made this beautiful dinner, you know, and it was great. All of her close friends were there, and everyone was having a really good time. Everyone was having fun. You know, Johnny showed up very, very late, and he was drunk when he showed up. Amber was obviously upset about it, but
Do you remember this? Were you
there
sober?
came a time in the party where we all went around the table and said our favorite thing about Amber, you know, just funny memories or whatever. When it came to Johnny's turn, he told this story about how they first met when they met for the Rum Diary. So, you know, he had this story about how she came in to his office and she sat on the couch and her perfect ass left a perfect imprint on the couch, and he wouldn't let anyone sit there after she left that day. And it was one of those stories that everyone was kind of embarrassed. You know, we had all gone around the table saying really nice things about her, and gets to him and he's talking about her ass. We were all kind of embarrassed.
And when did you leave the party that night?
I left pretty shortly after that,
Okay.
and I went home.
What, if any, conversation did you have with Mr. Depp about his plans to attend Coachella the next day?
He was planning on coming to Coachella with us. You know, whenever at some point we were talking about what was happening the next day. And so that night he told us he was going to come to Coachella with us the next day.
Okay. And did he ultimately come to Coachella with you the next day?
No.
Hell no.
I'm going to jump forward to talk about some statements that were made, the counterclaim.
So in
What,
his
if any,
mind,
observations
she had a
did
nice butt.
you
Is that a
make
is that a
about
problem?
how the statements, we're talking about the three statements from that we're quoting Adam Waldman, impacted Amber? And I'm asking for your observations. Just tell the jury what your observations were of how these statements impacted Amber.
Objection, Your Honor. Compound, lack of foundation, speculation.
Overruled. That's fine.
Thank you.
Amber has worked so hard to overcome everything that she went through in the duration of their relationship. She has really, really tried her best to move past it. And anybody that knows Amber at all knows that some of the most important things to her are honesty, integrity. Her reputation is all she has. She doesn't have piles of money and private islands or.
Objection, Your Honor. It's non-responsive.
Sustain the objection.
Yeah, it's like, what does this have to do with
She
anything?
was devastated by these. To say that they're not true, it devastated her. And also, we had just buried our mother. So Amber, she started having panic attacks randomly. She was not sleeping.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
These are your observations. Thank you. Please continue.
These statements devastated her. They devastated her because they weren't true, and they were just very, very, very much affecting her.
And you talked about panic attacks. What else did you observe that she would do as a result of these? Physical.
She would just periodically just break into tears. She I don't know how else to describe it. She was so unwell. She stopped sleeping again. She was super anxious. She couldn't relax. She couldn't sit still. It was very similar to the Amber that I had seen back in 2016 as she was trying to get out of this relationship. It launched her back into this space where she was just so physically unwell, and she cried a lot.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Okay. No breaky break. Okay. Woman who is barely ever sober. Okay, that was her testimony so far. What do you guys think so far? You believe
Good
in
afternoon,
it?
Ms.
Or no? I
We
don't
haven't
think it's
met before.
Pascal.
My name's Rebecca Leckeros. I'm one of the
Yeah,
lawyers representing Mr. Depp in this case.
Rebecca Hecka Hi, Rebecca Honey Ho.
You grew up in Texas with your sister and your parents, right?
Correct.
And you were really close with Ms. Heard growing up?
We were.
And you're still close now, right?
We are.
And you love her?
Of course.
And your childhood, though, had some difficult moments, right?
It wasn't perfect.
Your father hit you and your sister at times, right?
Yes.
And your sister would protect you from that abuse when she could, wouldn't she?
We would protect each other, for sure.
And when you graduated from high school, you moved out to Los Angeles, right?
I did.
And your sister gave you a place to live in LA?
Yes.
And she helped support you?
In part, I also was working myself, and yeah.
And you're grateful to her for being there when you needed her, right?
Of course.
And just like she protected and cared for you, you want to protect and care for her, right?
And when I can, of course, but yeah.
They look
You
so different.
testified to having a great relationship with Mr. Depp when you first started dating your sister, right?
Correct.
And you thought of him as a brother?
Yes.
He called you sis?
Yes.
And you had affectionate nicknames for him too, didn't you?
A number of them, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you testified that for a time you lived in the ECB penthouses with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard.
That's correct.
Rent free.
And Mr. Depp owned those penthouses?
He did.
You didn't pay rent while you were living there, right?
No.
You didn't pay for any of the bills for the penthouses?
No. It's very generous.
And Rocky Pennington lived in one of those penthouses also, right?
She did.
And at some point, her boyfriend, Josh Drew, moved in, right? Yes. And Isaac Bruch lived in one of those penthouses too.
Yes.
And you know that he testified here that you call him your spirit animal, right?
I did not know that, but he's wonderful.
You call him your spirit animal?
At one point I did, yes.
Y'all do a lot of blow together. Gotcha.
You took trips with your sister and Mr. Depp also, right?
Occasionally.
You didn't pay for those either, right?
Nope, I did not.
Not one
During
penny,
the
I'm
course
sure.
of Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's relationship, you were frequently involved in their arguments, weren't you?
Yes.
In fact, you had a
So
nickname, right?
generous. Nice guy.
Marriage counselor.
Yes. You often found yourself mediating disputes between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, right?
Clearly not very well, but yes.
And when you were in that role of marriage counselor, you empathized with Mr. Depp, right?
Yes, on occasion.
Because you had a pretty good understanding of what he was going through?
Depended on the situation. Sometimes I could totally see from his perspective. Other times I saw it from her perspective.
Well, you'd been there with Ms. Heard before, right?
We're sisters. Of course we've argued.
And you knew what it was like to want to run away for days and do your own thing and not have Ms. Heard there fighting with you, right?
I think that's kind of taken out of context a little bit. I think more metaphorically. But yes, I have been in arguments with my sister.
And you have wanted to run away for days, right?
Sure.
And not have her there fighting with you.
Sure.
You talked a little bit about the incident in March 2013, right?
Which one?
That was the one before you went to the Keith Richards
Yes.
documentary set? And you were present with Mr. Depp at Orange that day?
I was.
Didn't you do cocaine with Mr. Depp that afternoon?
Yes.
And you said Mr. Depp's already intoxicated?
He was by the time I got there.
And he was fighting with your sister?
He wasn't doing much of anything. He was sat at the table. He was telling me about the fight that they had.
So
he
he'd
was
been,
kind of
he'd been
ignoring.
fighting with your sister that day when you arrived?
That was my understanding.
And you said she had a puffy face?
Yes.
And despite all of that, you decided it was a good idea to do cocaine with Mr. Depp at that juncture?
I hadn't yet connected the dots. I hadn't yet understood what that meant or what that would do.
That was a yes? Yes, you took cocaine with Mr. Depp?
I
after all
did.
that?
Yes, I already said that.
You testified that you had suspicions that Mr. Depp was allegedly hitting your sister by some point in 2013, right?
Suspicions.
And notwithstanding that, in June 2013, you were actually joking with Mr. Depp about hitting your sister, right?
Regrettably over a text message, yes.
You were encouraging him to hit her?
I was not literally encouraging him to hit her.
But you were joking about it?
Regrettably, yes. Again, I did not have an understanding fully of what that was. I never would have said that now, knowing what I know.
But that was alleged. That was around the time that you allegedly became aware that he was.
I don't know
injuries on your sister that caused you to have suspicions.
I don't know if it was around the same time.
Turning to the staircase incident in March 2015, you testified that Mr. Depp allegedly hit you during that incident, right?
Yes.
But you aren't sure if that contact was even meant for you, right?
I honestly don't. I don't know what he was aiming for. My back was to him.
And you weren't injured during that incident, right?
No, I wasn't.
And you didn't seek medical attention?
No.
And you said Debbie Lloyd was there during all of that, correct?
She was.
And Mr. Depp's security, Travis McGivern, was there too?
Yes, he was.
And you saw your sister hit Mr. Depp on the stairs that day, right?
After he struck me, yes.
You said she landed one, right? And then the next day you found some damage in the adjoining penthouse.
Correct.
And we saw some pictures of what you saw that day, right?
Yes.
You thought it was important to document that damage, right?
Not to document. It was Kevin's job to kind of clean up the houses, take care of the houses. I took pictures just so he could be aware of what he would need to bring I didn't know if he had tools here or whatever. I was just preparing him for what he was going to have to fix.
But you didn't take any pictures of your sister that day, right?
No, I didn't.
Now, after March 2015, you continued to have a close relationship with Mr. Depp, right?
Yes,
And you still loved him,
of course,
and you were there for him if he needed you, right?
of course.
And in fact, just a couple of weeks after that staircase incident, you were still acting as the marriage counselor, weren't you?
At some point, sure.
And that fall, after the staircase incident, October 2015, you claim you had seen Mr. Depp hitting your sister. And then
Interesting.
in October 2015, you were actually still trying to reconcile him and your sister when they were fighting, right?
Yes, I was asked to support. I was just trying to help what I thought they both wanted. I was just trying to support, or trying my best to support them the way that I thought I could.
You still love Mr. Depp at that point, right?
I did.
And you didn't think that he and your sister were past the point of no return, right?
What I thought was irrelevant at that point. I really, those two were in love and they were working very hard. They wanted to be together, it seemed like. So I just helped as best as I could. I don't know how else to describe it.
Your sister still wanted to be with Mr. Depp, right?
She loved him.
And you didn't think they were past the point of no return?
I don't know what you mean by that exactly.
Okay. Let's take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 1283. It's not yet in evidence. We'll just show that to the witness. I've got this, if I might approach, Your Honor, I have this in redacted and unredacted.
Okay, you want to come forward?
Wow. Wow. So you're telling me she said, man, she did nothing? She didn't report not one thing? She didn't report anything? But she saw things. But no report of anything. That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any bloody sense. I mean, cocaine is a hell of a drug. I mean, obviously, we're starting to see all this, but you're telling me that she was the one that they confided, that at least Johnny confided in. And then, of course, in that text message, she was making jokes about like basically striking her sister. This is, oh my God. Oh my God. And haven't you noticed that the sisters don't even look alike? Amber and Whitney don't look anything alike. They don't look anything alike, in my personal opinion. That's wild. She got rent-free housing and all the cocaine she ever needed. That's basically what's going on here. Shoot, rent-free. That's damn right. Rent-free, Diana. Rent-free. Seriously, guys, don't do drugs. Don't do drugs. Don't do drugs. It's a big waste of time. Oh my God. But I'm sorry. My mind is still reeling over the fact that she didn't report anything. And this is your sister. This be your fam. This is your blood, y'all. I mean, we got some time. It looks like they're going through some things, but I guess they still got the same frowny mouth. Yeah, they got the frowny thing going on, you know. But damn, y'all, that's your sister. You see what I'm saying? If a man's putting a hand on your sister, you talk. Just saying, you didn't report nothing. That's sus, man. I'm sorry.
And Ms. Enriquez, if I could just direct your attention, if we can go to the third page, please.
But rarely she was ever sober.
No, you do not. Sorry,
Oh, okay.
we'll put it up for you.
But rarely was she ever
And-
sober. So
We can go back to the first page if you'd like, or we can take a look at the unredacted version if we need to. But do you recognize these as text messages that you sent to Mr. Depp on October 2nd, 2015?
Yeah, vaguely. I mean, they're clearly my text messages, but Yeah, I recognize them, I think.
Okay. And if we can go to the third page, please, Tom. And you'll see the second blue box from the bottom there. You texted Mr. Depp and you said, I love both of you so much and would fucking stay out of it if I thought this shit were past the point of no return. But that's not where you guys are right now. Did I read that right?
Oh, but that's not where you guys are at. Yes.
So you didn't think they were past the point of no return in October 2015, right?
At that point, clearly I didn't.
Okay, take that down.
Oh.
Hit that like button down below, guys. Would really appreciate it.
You wanted Ms. Heard to stay with Mr. Depp even
And
after you allegedly saw him
subscribe.
hit her, right?
And
That's
subscribe.
really oversimplifying something that's far from simple. Again, Amber was very much in love. So was Johnny. She's telling me that she wants something. Whether or not I agreed to it or not, whether or not I was okay with what was happening, it wasn't my place. If my sister said that she still wanted to be with Johnny and if I could help with that in any way, I was going to support her. I was going to be there for her to support that.
Yeah, you didn't want to contradict your sister, right?
Pardon?
You didn't want to contradict your sister.
I don't know if I'd characterize it that way. I was trying to support my sister the best that I could or knew how or thought she wanted.
And you say you wanted to protect her though, right?
At that point, I don't know if I would categorize it as that. I was just trying to support my sister.
You went to Coachella with your sister for her 30th birthday in 2016, right?
Yes.
And you testified that you were aware, I believe, that she and Mr. Depp had fought the night before.
You could turn your microphone on, Ms. Bretterhoff.
Never mind, I withdraw that objection.
Okay, withdrawn. All right. You can answer the question, ma'am.
Yes, I was aware that they had argued the night before.
You didn't see any bruises on Ms. Heard at Coachella that year, though, right?
Yeah, she was wearing a lot of makeup.
You didn't see any marks on her?
Not that I can recall.
Didn't notice any swelling, right?
To the best of my recollection, I don't.
And your sister didn't have a working phone on her that day, did she?
No, she didn't.
But you did?
Yes, I did.
And you wanted Mr. Depp to know that Ms. Heard's phone wasn't working, right?
I believe I reached out to him for her, yeah.
And you were encouraging him to reach out to her through you if he was trying to reach her, right?
I believe so at one point, yes.
You didn't want him to think that he was ignoring her.
I'm sorry?
You didn't want him to think that he was ignoring her, right?
Sure.
And you wanted them to reconcile, didn't you?
Amber really wanted him there. Despite the fact that they had had a fight the night before, it was very complicated. It was very nuanced. You know, they fought, they got back together. They fought, they loved each other. They hated each other, they loved each other. I just remember her wanting Johnny to come to Coachella at some point. I wasn't trying to reconcile them. I was just trying to help facilitate.
And you did that even though you were concerned about marks that you say you'd seen on her since at least 2013 and during the course of their relationship, right?
Again, that's really oversimplifying something. We all saw this. We all thought that we would see Johnny on the other end of this. Because again, when he was sober, things were wonderful. When he wasn't sober, they were terrible, sure, but we all thought that he was just going to get better. We all wanted to just see the other side of that. So yes, sure, if you look at it simply, but it's not simple at all. I don't know how else to answer it.
And this was after you allegedly saw him hit her, right?
Yes.
And you knew that they had just had another fight, right?
Yes.
You know who Jennifer Howell is, right, Ms. Enriquez?
I do.
She's the founder of the Art of Elysium nonprofit.
She is.
And you worked there for a time, didn't you?
I did.
Around May 2015, you actually moved in with Ms. Howell, right?
May 2015? Yes.
And you moved out of the penthouses because at that point you and your sister were fighting, right?
It was around the time that, he had accused me of leaking stories, and that was the impetus of me leaving.
And you testified earlier, I think, that he had asked you to sign an NDA, right?
At some point.
And that was around the same time that he was concerned you were leaking stories about their wedding to the media?
I believe so.
You and Ms. Howell were close?
We were.
Close enough that you lived with her for around a year?
I don't recall if it was that long.
And you confided in Ms. Howell, right?
About some things, yes. She was my friend.
You called her your chosen sister? Ms. Enriquez, you claim to have seen signs of injuries on your sister during the course of her relationship with Mr. Depp, right?
Yes.
But you never witnessed any incidents that resulted in visible injuries to your sister, right?
Other than the staircase incident? I witnessed that incident. What are you asking me exactly?
You never witnessed any incidents that resulted in signs of injury that you were concerned about over the course of their relationship?
Other than the staircase incident, I did witness that.
No, at no other time when you...
No, that was the only time that I saw him.
And you didn't see what caused any of the injuries you claim to have seen during the course of their relationship, right? Other than the staircase incident.
Yeah, staircase incident is the only one that I saw.
But you have seen your sister land a blow on Mr. Depp, right?
That was the time, yes, after he hit me.
No further questions, Your Honor. All right,
I
redirect.
have no redirect.
All right, is this witness subject to recall?
No, she may be.
Is subject to recall? No.
Wow.
Okay, all right, ma'am, you are free to go, or you can stay in the courtroom. It's up to you, okay? Thank you.
Or you can just run for the hills.
All right.
Our next witness, Your Honor, is another deposition designation.
Okay.
It's going to be,
How long is it?
this particular one
How long is
about
it?
45 minutes.
Okay.
Oh my
All right,
God.
why don't we go ahead and, it's early, why don't we go ahead and take our afternoon recess, though? That way we can get everything ready for you. So we'll just take our 15-minute break now, and then we'll come back and have that deposition, okay? So we'll see you in 15 minutes. Don't do any outside research, and don't talk to anybody.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay, guys. So, you know what got me?
So that's 45 minutes, and what do you have another?
Yes.
She's like, there's
another
more.
one.
Another video.
We have
Deposition?
We have a few more.
Okay, so they're both depositions.
Yeah, all the rest of them today are depositions.
Okay, I just want to make sure we don't need any other items from that. Okay, that's fine. We'll come back at 3:05 then.
Lord have
Okay.
mercy.
All right, thank you.
Oh, this sucks. More video depositions. Fantastic. Well, here it is, guys. Sister came up. That's a big deal. But at the same time, I don't think, yeah, and I agree. I was hoping that Camille would be up there to take care of that. But at the same time, there was just I don't know, there was very little to that. When somebody comes up and says, very rarely was I sober. It was very rare when I was sober. To me, that says a lot. That's just me, but to me, that says a lot. Does that make that person a credible witness? I don't know. You got somebody who's sitting here saying, was barely sober during these times. She said, oh, I remember this one because I was sober this one time. But everything else, I was either high or I was drunk or I was drunk and high. That says a lot. That says a lot about a person, especially because, their perspective is altered. Then also, I mean, you can see, you got somebody who is team Johnny and team, she's kind of in the middle, right? But she clearly has a strong bond, or she had a strong bond with Johnny Depp. So much that she would make jokes in text messages about their relationship. Now, clearly, Johnny and Amber had a very toxic relationship. We've been known that by now. And of course, being in the middle of that is pretty crappy. but also being in the middle of that and also snorting his cocaine for free and living rent free in a penthouse that he's paying for. You're sitting there going, well, damn, I don't want to lose this gig. I get to fly all over the place on the free 9s and 9s. I get to stay in this beautiful, lavish penthouse on the free 9s and 9s. And I get to snort a mountain of cocaine on the free 9s and 9s. So, of course, you're going to try to be as good as you can possibly be. Of course, you're going to be Team Depp when Team Depp is paying your damn bills, literally, and paying for your coke, literally. I don't think it was another one. I don't think it was I personally don't think that this was a strong witness, but nonetheless, it is her sister. It is her sister. And she was there when an altercation did arrive. But hands were thrown on both sides of the fence. It wasn't just one side. Both hands, both sides, both of them were dropping bows on each other. Then she said that she saw some other stuff that went down, but she didn't bother to contact the police, contact the local authorities, report it, nothing. That doesn't make any sense to me either. It really doesn't. And I don't know how much, I don't know if this girl's evil or not. I don't know what her intentions are. All I know is that there was an opportunity for her to do the right thing here. And I don't know if she really did. I don't know if she really did the whole truth and nothing but the truth, but that's just me. And then the cross was trash. The cross was very, very weak in my personal opinion. And fatal flaw, I totally agree. I don't think she has, but I also say this on the same time, on the same side for Johnny as well. I think that they have piss poor people in their lives, period. And you got a man. Well, actually, I take that back. I think Johnny has some good people in his team or on his side. He's got good friends, people that he's worked with, people that he's helped out, so on and so forth. But they're very few and far between. But then he brings in this young, sprightly, energetic woman into his life, this new Hollywood starlet. And she brings everybody and the kitchen sink into their life. And all of her sycophantic friends, including herself, are all feeding off of this man's energy. Off of his energy, his money, his soul, his kindness, his generosity, all that stuff. They are just sucking him dry. She said only one incident that she saw where Johnny threw his hands on her. But it was because they were both throwing hands on each other. Now, I'm not excusing that at all. All I'm saying is it was only one time. And it was both of them going after each other. It was not, he went on a tirade and he was a tornado of fists on my sister. No. It was, they went at each other like cats and dogs. That's it. But then it's like, where's the proof? All these moments that she's talking of where puffy face, all those things. Where's the proof? Somebody said it earlier on a comment on Facebook, and it was brilliant. I totally forgot about that. Let's break it down. You're telling me that with all the technology in the world, And how often girls love to get a selfie and get a photo and take a photo of each other and you know, duck face and all that stuff. All these moments that happened in their lives between Johnny and Amber, no one pulled out a phone and started filming. That's some world star stuff. You don't think somebody could have just did a creep shot, like just one of these things, you know, just like this, like sold it to TMZ for a couple of grand? You're telling me no one was willing to pull out their phone and show Johnny Depp losing his damn mind, going off and hurting Amber Heard, or him going and just ripping a place apart? No one? Not one. Yet these people are taking the stands and saying, oh yeah, he did this, that, and the third. That's what he did. That's what he did. So on and so forth. Are you kidding me? We live in a world where everyone pulls up a phone. We all watched George Floyd die in our faces in live Technicolor in 4K practically. Billions of views all over the world of this man dying right in front of us. And you're telling me no one pulled out their phone to start filming Johnny Depp losing his damn mind. Look at Captain Jack Sparrow losing his damn mind. Way too many rums. Where's that? Where's that? No one pulled out the phone, started filming. Not to one. Seems a little strange to me. Seems a little strange to me. Because that is prime footage. That is prime real estate that even TMZ would pay top dollar. Every single blog site and newspaper website that exists, every gossip column, all of them would pay top dollar to see Johnny Depp ripping a place apart or hurting somebody in front of a bunch of people. Do you know how much money you would get? And no one pulled out their phones to film this said thing that Johnny Depp was doing? That just seems weird to me. Then after that, this woman is hurt terribly, okay? Allegedly. No one bothered to take photos of the actual aftermath of her face immediately. It's weird. Hicksville, USA. She walks in. This is what the sister says. She walks in and she sees a mound of cocaine. And she goes, looks like it's going to be that kind of party. I'm sure she went snort, snort. And then she went out and did her thing because she's a party girl. Then she goes, she kicks it. She said she kicked it too hard, went to bed, woke up, and walked into their trailer. And she said a bomb went off. Are you telling me no one would have... Why didn't anybody take a photo of that? Why didn't anybody take a photo of that? Something else I want to point out. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Hold on. Oh my gosh. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I think we caught her in another lie. I think we caught Amber Heard in another lie. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I might have to, hopefully I don't have to scrub through too much. But it has to do, I may have. I'm not sitting here saying I cracked the case, Eureka. But I'm just saying, I may have found another loophole where maybe Amber Heard is lying about what happened in the trailer. Hold on.
It was another fight. He would often say things like, I don't even understand why she needs to work. I'll take care of her. I'll take care of you. I'll take care of him. And then suddenly I'm not allowed around anymore. From what I saw, it was strange. I didn't think Amber needed, medication on the daily or whatever. And then all of a sudden she has a therapist that is employed by Dr. Kipper. Even her medical treatment was somehow controlled by or paid for by Johnny.
Objection, Your Honor.
Hold on. I'm so sorry, guys. Give me 2 seconds. Sorry. So sorry.
Was to control, but paid for.
What, if any, observations did you make as to what Mr. Depp carried in his pockets?
In a phase of using coke, he would carry around a little pill box that
Okay.
of some sort. When they fought.
Damn.
It was sometime in the afternoon. I came in and Orange was typically a very neat, clean place.
Damn it.
His assistant kept coming in and out.
Any marks did you observe?
Damn,
Your
this is gonna
changes
suck.
did you observe when Mr. Depp had been drinking?
I'm so sorry, guys. I'm trying to find this moment.
Something really simple that
Just go ahead and give us what your observations were with respect to Mr. Depp, with respect to Amber's health.
Sure. Amber was she was a pretty healthy person at first. She didn't have any medical issues.
This is when I talked
that,
about,
didn't need intervention.
sounds like
of any
marriage.
sort.
That was a joke.
Well, personally, I've done cocaine and drank with him on a number of occasions.
Numerous times.
That he almost always had weed of some sort, marijuana,
in his pockets. What, if any, behavior changes did you observe?
Sorry,
when
guys.
Mr. Depp had been drinking alcohol or using drugs?
Fucking cunt was wall ever since Amber and I moved in. And
F it. Okay, I'm just gonna say it verbatim because I know that they're gonna be doing they're gonna be going live here very, very shortly because 15 minutes goes very, very fast. But here it is, guys. She said in her own words about Hicksville, USA. So I'm just gonna say it, okay? Is because it's hard to find it like that, okay? So Hicksville, USA, they were there. She says she walked into the place and she said there was a bunch of cocaine on the table. And of course, she looked at it and she said, "Oh, no big deal. Sounds like it's going to be one of those kind of parties." I'm assuming she did a little snort and left. Now, here's the thing. Remember what Amber Heard said when Amber Heard and some girl were, I guess, getting a little cozy. Johnny Depp walked up and said, "Keep your hands off my woman," right? Of course, there was a little bit of an altercation. They went back into the trailer, and that's when he wrecked shop. But remember the story that Amber Heard said where Johnny Depp was and this is disgusting, but he was looking for his cocaine. Okay? He was looking for the blow, and he did a cavity search on Amber. Now, rewind that all the way back. She said he attacked her, did a cavity search looking for the blow, went into her private area, okay, to keep it somewhat clean, all right? Went into her privates to find the blow. So you tell me, if there was a bunch of blow on the table in the trailer, why would there be a story about him going up into her hoo-ha trying to find the blow? Just saying. Could that be another lie exposed? Or no? She said there was a bunch of blow on the counter. I'm sure she partook. I guarantee you she partook because she said she did it a lot with Johnny. And I'm sure they were little cocaine cowboys together. You know what I'm saying? Getting just messed out of their minds on blow because she clearly likes to do it a lot. So you hear that story. That was earlier in the day. You're saying so the blow was on the table, and then what? She just scooped it into a bag and shoved it. Like, that doesn't make sense. It was on the table. So why would she make up that he went and did a cavity search in her privates to find the cocaine that was allegedly on the table in the trailer? Think about it for a second, y'all. And you're welcome. But when I heard that, I was like, wait a second, that makes no sense. That makes no bloody
Are
sense.
we ready for the jury? All right, thank you.
That makes no bloody sense. So either they did all the blow, or somebody scooped it into a bag and took it, or Amber Heard is lying. Just again, follow the bouncing ball. Amber Heard is lying. That's it. Another falsity. Or also someone stole his Coke, but at the same time, that would still coincide with the possibility of him actually attacking her and doing a cavity search on her body, trying to find a baggie or trying to find the mound of cocaine. She said there was a bunch of Coke. She's lying. Or at least she's lying about that part. Maybe there were, obviously from what everybody's saying, she wrecked that place, or he wrecked that place.
Your Honor, is Elizabeth Mars.
But did he really violate her like that?
M-A-R-Z.
I don't think so.
Thank you.
I think she's just adding to these stories, adding to certain big moments. But anyway.
Elizabeth Ray Mars. Between the time that you lived in New York, so let's say 2007, 2008 through 2015, 16, how many times would you estimate that you saw Ms. Heard?
I don't remember.
More than 4 times?
No.
In 2015 and 16, do you recall how close you and Ms. Pennington were as friends?
Yeah, we were pretty close. Pretty close.
In your previous testimony, I'll represent to you, Ms. Mars, that you testified that at least in July of 2016, you would communicate with Ms. Pennington weekly.
I don't remember. Maybe at that time, perhaps we were communicating. Like I said, there were moments where we were communicating weekly or daily.
Would you agree with me that you would remember something as significant as one of your girlfriends telling you, somebody you've known since Texas when you were young girls, you would remember if Ms. Heard told you that her husband or fiance or boyfriend was beating her? You would remember that, correct? And your testimony is that you only lived at the Eastern Columbia building in February of 2016 for 2 weeks?
It was around 2 weeks. I don't know the specific amount of time, but it was definitely a little over 2 weeks, less than a month. And yes.
And when you stayed at the Eastern Columbia building, did you stay in one of the penthouses?
Yes.
Okay. And did you understand that that penthouse was owned by Mr. Depp at the time?
I assumed it was, yes.
And for what purpose did you go to the Eastern Columbia building on May 21st, 2016?
To assist Raquel in getting ready for a bead show that she was going to be doing the following day.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp be violent towards anyone?
I experienced him that night as I was scared of him. So that's all I can say from the moment that the one interaction I had with him that night, it was frightening to me. His behavior was frightening to me.
No, she wouldn't wear makeup?
I mean, I don't think of her as someone who wears a lot of makeup. No.
Yeah, you've known her a long time.
Right.
She's never been somebody that wears a lot of makeup, correct?
Exactly. Unless she's going to something that she needs to put makeup on for.
Right. But other than that, she's usually bare-faced and beautiful.
Yeah.
So it's your recollection, your best recollection, that Miss Pennington was with you in Penthouse 5 and never left with Miss Heard before Mr. Depp arrived. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you hear some type of commotion. You don't know where it's coming from, correct?
It sounds like, yeah, it sounds like it's coming from it. We hear commotion and then it feels like it's getting closer and closer and closer.
Did it sound like voices or did it sound like destruction?
It sounded like voices and destruction.
That the door was abruptly opened, correct?
Abruptly opened.
Okay, so you hear the commotion. It feels like it's getting closer and closer. What happened next?
Then, soon after the door slammed open and Johnny came like bursting through the door.
Who opened the door?
Johnny.
Okay. Was Johnny alone?
There was the two men behind him.
Okay.
Following him.
So Johnny opens the door. He's got his two, what we'll assume are his bodyguards with him. What happens next?
So it all happened very fast. The door kind of burst open and he came in very, just from my perspective, really under the influence of something, drugs or alcohol, because he was very sloppily, he looked wasted. He was holding a very large bottle of wine, looked like some sort of like a Magnum bottle of wine, which was kind of spilling all over the place. And as he opened the door, he just, what I remember what he mumbled was, "Get your bitch out of here." And I just remember it all happened very fast, like the door slamming, him saying, "Get your bitch out of here," the wine, that whole, his whole being really frightened me. It almost felt like he was coming towards me from my perspective. Whether he was coming towards me or not, it scared me. And I just ran out past him.
You said Mr. Depp appeared to be either drunk or high. Is that correct?
He seemed to be intoxicated.
Okay. Is that different than drunk?
No, I guess. Yeah, he definitely seemed like he was under the influence of something.
And on May 21st, 2016, how was Mr. Depp's demeanor different?
Childhood friend, actually.
It was much more sloppy and all over the place and frightening and combative. Felt very angry. He felt angry. And yeah.
And when you say combative, what was combative specifically about his demeanor?
Just the way he burst through the room, just very forcefully and rushed in very quickly to the point that it made me want to get past him and run out very quickly. Like it wasn't an invite. It was very, it was intense.
Okay. So Mr. Depp comes through the door to Penthouse 5 and you hear him say something to the effect of, "Get your bitch out of here," correct?
Mm-hmm.
And then you ran out immediately thereafter?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see Mr. Depp spill any wine in Penthouse 5 before you ran out?
Yes.
How much wine did you see him spill?
I don't remember.
A lot? The entire bottle?
Not the entire bottle. What I remember was it was flailing and there was definitely wine that was coming out.
Would you say that being sloppy is different than being combative?
Yeah, I would say sloppy and combative are two different things.
And it's your testimony that Mr. Depp was on May 21st, 2016, both combative and sloppy, correct?
Yeah, I would describe it that there was a little bit of both. Yes, but combative and sloppy.
Was he more sloppy than he was combative?
It felt more combative than sloppy.
And just to clarify, the only thing that was combative was the words he was speaking?
No, it was completely the way he entered into the room, rushed in, his energy, the way it felt like he was coming after me, like he almost felt like from where I was standing, it felt like he was charging towards me. And I was scared, and it felt combative. It felt, I'm trying to look for another word that can describe what I felt, but it was, it was scary. My heart was beating really fast, very quickly, and I was freaked out.
Okay, so after you exchanged some text messages with Miss Pennington, you came out of your hiding spot and then went to Miss Pennington and Mr. Drew's penthouse. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So who was in Penthouse 1 when you got out of the hiding spot and came to Penthouse 1?
I mean, it was Josh, Raquel, Amber, and I were the people that were at some point in there during that time.
Okay. Do you remember the first time you saw Miss Heard after this incident?
I remember seeing her after that incident, and it was in that apartment.
In Penthouse 1.
Correct.
So the first time you saw Miss Heard after this incident on May 21st, 2016 was in Penthouse 1. What do you recall seeing, the first thing you saw when you saw Miss Heard?
I just remember she looked really upset and disheveled, and her hair was a mess, and she had a swollen face. She had a red swollen face.
Okay. Had you ever seen Miss Heard cry before May 21st, 2016?
I don't think so. Not that I can remember.
Okay.
Ever since childhood, and you're saying you'd never seen her cry? Not
What side
once?
of her face was swollen?
Okay.
I think it was her right side of her face.
Do you have an independent recollection that it was the right side of her face that was swollen?
I'm taking myself back there and trying to remember like where I was standing versus, you know what I mean? I think it was, I think looking at her, it was on my left and her right side.
Okay. So let's talk about her hair seemed disheveled. Is that what you said? Her hair was disheveled.
Mm-hmm.
Was she crying?
Yeah, there was definitely tears.
Was she animated?
Yeah, she was visibly really upset.
Okay. So visibly very upset means what? She was crying.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what else?
Tears, sadness, felt like confusion, felt like those were the main things.
Would you describe, what did Mr. Drew say, if anything?
I don't remember him saying what he said. I think everybody was just shaken up.
So soon after you went into Penthouse 1, you remember some police officers coming to
I
Penthouse 1.
remember there was police officers in the hallway. Mm-hmm.
Was Miss Heard icing her face after the incident, but before the police arrived?
I think so.
Who gave her the ice?
I don't remember.
So you were in Penthouse 1 when the police came. How do you know that they came? What did you hear? What did you see?
Because they said the police are here. So I don't remember. Again, this is a very long time ago, so specific details are going to be really hard for me to remember. I just knowing that police were there in the hallway, 2 of them.
And in February, when you lived at the Penthouse for a few weeks, you didn't hear or see any abuse by Mr. Depp towards Miss Heard, correct?
Correct.
And did you go to Amber and Johnny's penthouse thereafter, or where did you go next?
So I just remember at some point ending up, yes, at some point we were in their penthouse afterwards, in Johnny and Amber's. At some point we went over there.
And did you go over there, you think, after the police came?
It was after the first 2 police officers came.
Okay. Do you remember glass on the floor?
At this point in time, I don't remember what I saw. I don't remember if it was cleaned up by the time I got there or if there was glass on the floor when I walked in.
Do you recall seeing wine spilled?
I recall seeing wine spilled in the hallway, like a lot of wine spilled in the hallway.
When do you recall seeing the wine spilled in the hallway?
At some point in the night, maybe after, before. I recall, I don't remember specifically, but I remember seeing wine spilled in the hallway. I remember that being one of the things that I saw that was part of the destruction of what happened.
Okay, so the police come and you stayed in Penthouse 1.
Correct.
Okay. It was after the police officers left that you went to Penthouse 3, correct? Where Amber and Johnny lived?
Correct.
Recall seeing wine spilled in the hallway?
I remember seeing wine spilled in the hallway, yeah.
Okay. And you saw the wine after the police officers came, correct?
I think so.
Did Miss Pennington take any photographs of the scene?
I remember Raquel taking photographs of Amber's face.
Okay. And now going to your description of Miss Heard's face, you said it was the right side of her face. You said it was what, swollen and red?
Mm-hmm.
What else?
Correct. Yeah, it was swollen and red.
Was any part of her face more swollen than others?
It was around her eye.
Had bruising developed already?
No, it was red and swollen.
Okay. So you did not see any bruising on Miss Heard's face the evening of May 21st, 2016, correct?
I saw a red, swollen, puffy face.
Okay. And just on the right side, correct?
Correct.
But wasn't it your testimony, Ms. Mars, that you were inside Penthouse 1 when the first police officers came to the scene?
Correct.
And how much time do you estimate they spent in the penthouses?
I don't remember. The second group of officers, there was 2 sets of officers that came. The second set of officers that I actually was in the apartment in PH3, I think it was.
Did you hear about either Ms. Heard, Mr. Drew, or Ms. Pennington cleaning anything that Mr. Depp allegedly destroyed?
I don't remember, but I do remember that I'm pretty sure that Josh was helping to clean up before I got into I remember that knowing that the place was cleaned up before I entered in there.
Before you entered into where?
Into the main apartment.
So you recall Josh, Drew cleaning up before you entered Penthouse 3. What was he cleaning up exactly?
I just remember by the time that I had gotten into that apartment that someone had cleaned up the glass and the wine that was on the floor.
Do you recall who told you that Penthouse 3 had been cleaned up?
No one specifically told me. It was, what I was expressing is that it was cleaned up before I got there for the most part. I just remember that for the most part. From what I don't remember.
To clarify, Ms. Mars, when you came into Penthouse 3, after the police officers, the first set of police officers came and left, you did not see silver candlesticks, candelabra sticks, broken on the floor, baskets of fruit that had been on the kitchen island, fruit everywhere, baskets on the ground, containers holding the spoons and forks, kitchen utensils spilled, a lamp, a little statue thing broken in Penthouse 5. I'm sorry, Penthouse 3.
Now that I'm reading this, I'm sort of remembering that there was like some stuff that had like something that had been broken, like a little like the statue thing kind of sounds familiar to me now that I'm reading this. But again, I don't remember when I walked in I don't remember this being on the floor. I don't remember seeing.
Okay. So you don't remember seeing it?
Yeah, I don't remember seeing it. I don't remember. But again, as I'm reading this statue, when I see the statue, there's something that's like, oh, maybe, yeah, I feel like I remember there was some things that were broken, but I don't specifically remember what they were.
You did not witness firsthand?
I didn't firsthand anything. I didn't witness firsthand Johnny abusing Amber.
But do you recall testifying to that effect, that Johnny charged at you and then you were scared?
He charged towards me and I was scared. I ran past him.
You didn't run past him because he told everyone in that penthouse to get out of his penthouse?
I ran past him because he ran into the unit and it scared the shit out of me because he was wasted and screaming. So that's why I ran out. If there's a grown-ass man coming at you and saying, get your bitch out of here, and swaying a magnum-sized bottle of wine, I'm sure I don't know what anyone do. I can't say what anyone do, but I ran out.
And will you just remind us what side of Miss Heard's face you recall the marks being on May 21st, 2016?
The right side of her face.
Do you feel indebted to Miss Heard in any way?
No.
Have you ever done Miss Heard's makeup?
No.
You testified earlier today that Miss Heard often, in the times you saw her, would not be wearing makeup. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is it possible in some of those times that she was wearing the type of makeup we ladies sometimes use to not appear as though we're wearing makeup?
Yeah.
So you wouldn't necessarily be able to tell whether or not she was wearing basic concealer or foundation?
Correct.
Talk to me about the loud noises. What did you hear?
Yeah, just screaming, yelling, doors slamming, commotion.
Could you tell whether the screaming and the yelling was a male voice or a female voice?
From what I can remember, male.
And could you tell where the screaming and the yelling was coming from?
It felt like it was started farther down the hallway, and then it was coming like closer. So essentially, I mean, I don't know, but it could have been the hallway.
And so after you start hearing the screaming and the yelling and the door slamming and the commotion, you testify that Mr. Drew got up and went to the door?
Yeah.
What did Mr. Drew do?
He was kind of pacing by the door and looking through the peephole.
And what happened next?
And then the door like burst open and Johnny came charging in and screamed, again, holding the magnum-sized bottle of wine, flailing it around, looked intoxicated, kind of stumbling, and screamed, "Get your bitch out of here," as he ran in my direction. And I was scared. It was very frightening and just scary and unexpected. And so I just darted out past him and ran up towards the pool gym area and hid there.
Prior to the night of May 21, 2016, had a man ever charged at you holding a magnum bottle of wine, screaming profanities?
Objection.
And what was your reaction to this event when it happened on May 21, 2016?
Fear.
Besides the screaming and the door slamming and the wine waving, do you recall anything else about Mr. Depp's actions that evening? During that moment, I guess I should say.
There's I would describe it as erratic behavior.
Was anyone else with Mr. Depp when he charged into Penthouse 5?
Behind him were two men.
What about Ms. Heard?
No.
What about Ms. Pennington?
No.
So you testified that after Mr. Depp burst into the apartment and started charging towards you, that you darted out and hid in, I believe it's a communal exercise area, is that correct?
Yeah, I darted out and went up the stairs and hid somewhere over by there.
Why did you hide?
Because I was scared.
Sorry, say again. Why did you hide?
Because I was scared.
What were you scared of?
I just didn't know what he would do. I didn't know what he would do.
And the he there is who?
Johnny.
What were you thinking when you were hiding in the communal exercise area?
I don't remember. Just that I just remember being scared and not wanting to leave that area until I was clear that I wasn't going to be attacked.
And at some point, did you leave the area?
Yes.
And what prompted
She's
you to leave the
there,
area?
so obviously she left at some
A
point.
text with Raquel, just telling her to come to her and Josh's apartment.
And did you do as Ms. Pennington said and go to her and Josh's apartment?
Yes.
Sitting here today, do you remember what you were thinking as you were sort of coming out of your hiding spot and walking towards the penthouses again?
I think the whole thing was just bizarre, like really frightening and bizarre to me. I don't specifically remember what I was thinking other than like, holy shit, what the fuck just happened, you know? And is he gone? Maybe I was thinking that. I don't remember specifically.
And when you say, is he gone, who's the he you're referring to there?
Johnny.
When you got to Miss Pennington's and Mr. Drew's penthouse, who'd you see? Who was there?
I don't remember who was specifically there when I first walked in, but throughout the time being in there in that moment, definitely Amber, Raquel, and Josh. And maybe like just by peeping into the hallway, one of the police officers.
When you saw Miss Heard after you came back down from your hiding spot and you're in Mr. Drew's and Miss Pennington's apartment, how did she look?
She looked frazzled and just completely disheveled. Her hair was all over the place. She had a swollen face, looked like she had been crying, and yeah.
Do you think the swollen face was a result of her having been crying?
No.
What do you think it was a result of?
It looked like she'd been like hit in some way. Like it was not from crying. She had markings on her face.
Were the marks that you saw on Miss Heard's face after you came down from your hiding spot present when you had been hanging out with her earlier in the day?
No.
You testified earlier today that you witnessed some, I believe it was Miss Pennington or Mr. Drew, take some photos of Miss Heard's face. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I'd like to mark what will be Mars Exhibit 13. Miss Mars, as the court reporter hands you Exhibit 13, I'll represent to you that these were some photos taken on the night of May 21st, 2016. So if you turn to the second photo in the set, do you recognize the person in this photograph?
Yes.
Who is it?
Amber.
And do you see any marks on her face in this photograph?
Yes.
And do these marks look like the marks that you saw in person on her face on the evening of March 21, 2016?
Yes.
And just to clarify, these marks were not on her face when you saw Miss Heard earlier that same afternoon and were helping Miss Pennington make beads.
Correct.
There are other photos in this set. Why don't we turn back to the first one? Some broken frames on a bed. Do you know what this picture is of?
Yeah, I mean, this is Amber and Johnny's bed, and there's photographs on it.
So I take it that you've seen Amber and Johnny's bedroom before.
Yes.
Do you recall whether you went into Mr. Depp's and Miss Heard's bedroom that night?
No.
No, you don't recall, or no, you didn't?
No, I don't recall.
The next photo on the set is the picture of Miss Heard. Just after that, there's a photo, you're with me, of what appears to be a hallway. Are you with me?
Yes.
Do you recognize what this is an image of?
Yes.
What is it an image of?
It's the hallway between all the penthouse apartments.
So you've been on this hallway many times.
Yes.
Do you see the sort of red staining on the right-hand corner of the page?
Yes.
Do you recall seeing that red staining the night of May 21, 2016?
Yes.
And what was it?
It was wine.
So you saw that staining on the night of May 21, 2016?
Yes.
Do you recall whether it was there when you arrived in the afternoon?
I don't remember seeing it, no.
So when was the first time you remember seeing it?
I think when I came out of my hiding spot and came downstairs back into Raquel and Josh's apartment.
But you didn't see the wine get spilled.
Not this, no.
You saw other wine get spilled?
I saw, yeah, as he was, and when he came in the apartment when he was flailing the wine.
And the he there is
Johnny.
Then the last photo in this set appears to be of some picture frames hanging on a wall. Do you see that?
Yes, I think it's in Amber and Johnny's apartment, I think. But again, I don't remember if it's in her studio. I don't know.
Do you recall seeing this photo in one of the penthouses before?
Yes.
And when you saw it, was it broken?
No.
And what, if anything, do you remember about Miss Pennington's state?
Also distraught, upset.
You'd been friends with Miss Pennington for many years at that point, correct?
Correct.
Had you ever seen her similarly distraught?
Not similarly, but seen her sad.
But have you ever seen her have the same reaction that she had that evening?
No.
So you also testified that you saw Mr. Drew in his and Miss Pennington's penthouse. What, if anything, do you remember about Mr. Drew's state?
I just remember him being just a grounding energy, just trying to be supportive to Amber
Somebody
and
got
to
some road
Raquel,
rage.
and just really trying to be like the man in the situation that was going to like really be grounded amongst like women that were sort of like frightened and sort of a little more frantic. He was very grounded and very like clear, and I remember like feeling safe with him. Like it was like protection.
You testified earlier today that, quote, there are some things that I really remember and some things that are a little shady, end quote. Which bucket do the marks that you saw on Miss Heard's face on the evening of May 21, 2016 fall into? The things that were a little shady or the things that you really remember?
That I really remember.
That's part one.
All right. Your next witness?
Witness, Your Honor, is Melanie Iglesias, and that is also by video. And I will say that begins with Ms. Vasquez questioning first, and then then I come back.
Camille
All right.
starts.
And if you spell it last name just for the court
It's
order.
INGLESSIS.
INDE. All right. INDE.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Melanie Iglesias.
And Ms. Iglesias, what is your
Whoops, it's me
occupation?
first. I'm a makeup artist.
And you, in fact, are a professional makeup artist, correct?
Correct.
When did you first meet Amber Heard?
Oh.
April 2015.
James
And what
Corden.
was the occasion?
This is the James Corden makeup
Tribeca
artist.
Film Festival in New York.
And were you providing makeup services for her on that occasion?
Correct.
Where's she from?
And did you become friends with Amber Heard after that?
I did.
Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to show you what has been marked as
Any relation?
exhibit number 7. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Any relationship
Yes.
to Enrique
I recall
Iglesias?
seeing this on the kitchen of the penthouse. When you enter, they have a bar kitchenette to the left, and that was there. Yes.
But when you came to the penthouse after Amber had texted you, whether it was that night or the next day, you saw this in the kitchen.
No,
Is that
Elaine
correct?
made a mistake.
Lack of foundation. And so you do recall being there that
Elaine's
evening?
first,
I do recall being there.
then Vasquez.
You know, my only concern with all of this is that was it the day before or during another incident?
I can be your hero,
It
baby.
says if my
You know what I'm
text said
saying?
I was there the night before, then I was there the night before.
Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to ask you to look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 9. Do you recognize what is depicted in this photo?
Well, it's a bed. It looks like, I mean, it's a very tight picture of the bed, but it's a bed.
And do you recall seeing this the night of December 15 with the broken part of the bed?
Upstairs, yes.
Okay. And when you say upstairs, what do you mean?
Well, her bed, the bedroom was upstairs.
And the downstairs had the kitchen with the writing. Do you remember where the other property that you saw was? Was that downstairs or upstairs? The property that was damaged. Was that upstairs or downstairs?
Downstairs.
All right, and just so I'm clear, you recall damage to the bed, is that correct?
Then ask and answer.
On December 16, 2015, did you return to Amber Heard's penthouse?
Yes.
And why did you come to Amber Heard's penthouse on December 16?
For some funky dope loving. Maybe.
It was the James Corden show. She had an appearance. So I went back to work.
And when you arrived at the penthouse on December 16, please describe for me what you observed about Amber Heard's face and any injuries.
When I came to the penthouse on December 16 to do Amber's makeup, she had injuries. She had two light, like, I don't know how, I don't know. I mean, I'm not a medical expert. I don't know how I would describe them, but it could have looked like somebody had headbutted her lightly. So she had a discoloration here under both eyes and on the bridge of the nose.
Okay.
And she had what I would call a split lip or
They brought in a
something on
mic.
the lip,
They
like
brought in a makeup
gash or
artist,
a
by the
split
way.
lip.
Brought in a makeup artist.
Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to ask you to look at what has been marked as exhibit number 11. Do you recognize this photo as being Amber Heard's head?
Yes.
Okay. And
What kind
could
of
you
question
please
is that?
describe for me what this photo is showing?
It's showing a chunk of missing hair.
And what, if anything, did you observe on December 16 about Amber Heard missing a chunk of hair?
I remember this because she showed it to us.
Weave maggots.
And I looked at it.
Okay. And can you describe what is depicted right along her scalp there?
Have mercy.
I don't know.
Do you recall that there was some bruising along the scalp and some pus, for lack of a better word?
I don't recall.
Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 14. Do you recognize the person in this photo?
No.
Yes.
And who is that?
Peter Pan.
This is Amber Heard.
Okay. And were you just described what you saw on the 16th with respect to Amber Heard's injuries. Does this accurately depict what you saw on Amber Heard on December 16, 2015?
Yes.
Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Exhibit 16. Again, do you recognize the person in this photo?
No.
Yes.
And who is that?
Peter Pan.
Amber Heard.
Okay. And does this picture reflect the injuries that you saw on Amber Heard on December 16, 2015?
Yes.
Okay. And then I'm going to ask you to take a look at one more of those, and that is Exhibit 17. And I'm going to ask again, Ms. Iglesias, do you recognize the person in this picture? And maybe to try to move it along, is it Amber Heard?
Yes.
Okay. And does this reflect what you saw as well on December 16, 2015?
I mean, that's three pictures with very different light, but yes.
Now, do you also recall there being an injury to Amber Heard's lip?
Correct.
And Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to ask you to take a look at exhibit number 19. And do you recognize the person in this photograph as Amber Heard?
Oy, oy, oy.
Yes.
And does this picture accurately reflect what you saw on Amber Heard on December 16, 2015?
Yes.
Ms. Iglesias, could you please describe what you did by way of makeup to prepare Amber Heard for the James Corden show on December 16, 2015?
Yes. We covered, I just did makeup, but just a little heavier weight needed. So we covered the discoloration or the bruises with a little slightly heavier concealer, one that has a little more of a peach undertone, which I would normally don't use on amber, but peach do cancel blue. So I did that under the eyes, and although amber always, has a red lip, is one of the signature look, I remember clearly talking that we had no other option that night but then to use a red blood, like a really red lipstick to, make sure we could cover up the injuries on the lip.
And were you able to cover all of the injuries with the makeup that you applied and as you just described?
Yes.
Ms. Iglesias, if you could look at what has been marked as exhibit number 22, do you recognize Amber Heard in that picture?
Yes.
Okay. And is this the picture of her? Is this a picture of her that evening, December 16, 2015, on the James Corden show?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you observe on the difference in Amber Heard's demeanor before the show and then on the show?
That she had the ability to, turn it on, that she, the ability to do her job and perform how she was supposed to perform on the show.
And prior to Amber going on the show and while you were working with her on her makeup, how would you describe Amber's mood and demeanor?
Angry, sad, a little erratic, I think through waves of emotions,
Do you recall someone named Ms. McMillan having any role in helping to prepare Amber Heard for that James Corden show that night, December 16?
Yes.
What do you recall?
Samantha was a stylist. Samantha was there the day of the James Corden show, as she was always there to get her ready before an appearance or show.
And did Samantha work on Amber before or after you were applying makeup?
God.
I don't know if she worked on Amber, but when I entered the Penthouse 5, Samantha was there with Amber. So Samantha was there before I entered the house. The Penthouse.
Blam. And Samantha said she didn't see nothing on
Do
her.
you recall whether
So what the hell?
Samantha was hugging Amber when you came in?
I recall opening the penthouse. So there's two penthouses. There's the penthouse where she gets ready. So Amber at the penthouse where Samantha gets her ready, where all Amber's clothes is. If I recall properly, that's the penthouse that I enter first, just to say hi before I would go set up in the other penthouse. And my recollection is when I enter, Amber was crying, looked pretty upset on Samantha's shoulder, or they were like, I don't know if hugging is the right way, but they would definitely had a moment where they were together and Amber looked really upset.
Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to ask you just a couple more questions about the makeup that you applied on Amber on December 16, 2015 for the James Corden show. I think you said that you had applied some concealer and that you had some peach undertones with it to cancel out some blue. Did I hear that correctly? I was asking about, I wrote down that you said that you had applied on Amber concealer, you had some peach undertones to cancel blue. Is that what you said? So what type of concealer did you apply to Amber? And if you use different color tones, can you please describe why you used the color tones you did?
I used a different kind of concealer that I would normally use on Amber, which I used a concealer that had peach undertone. Peach undertone concealer are more effective to cover any darkness of blue undertone than a normal concealer.
Do you know what type of makeup Amber Heard typically wore?
Objection,
Can you please describe for me?
Yes, she's pretty natural. She has a concealer from a company called, she used to have a concealer from a company called Clé de Peau. Her makeup would be pretty simple, concealer and a little benefit tint that she used on her lips and she used on her cheeks. Very natural.
It had a natural look to it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But she did wear concealer and what you described, correct?
Do you mean in her daily life or that night?
In her daily life.
Yes, she has a concealer that she uses all the time, and she has a couple of products that she uses all the time, daily. Yes, well, I mean daily. Yes, as far as I know.
And do you feel confident in what you described that you saw that day of Amber Heard's injuries? And I'm talking about December 16, 2015.
1,000%, without a doubt. Because I just don't remember. It's 5 years ago. I don't remember the exact date.
And could you describe Amber Heard's demeanor in those days before and after the filing for divorce and for the domestic violence restraining order?
An area of different emotion, definitely from sadness to not wanting to divorce to anger to being really upset to being really sad. So it was just a roller coaster of emotion that I think we were all there those couple of days to help navigate and go through it.
I take it from your response today, you still feel very emotional about this. It's very difficult for you, isn't it?
It's not difficult for me, no, but it just reminded me at the time how I felt, yes.
When did you first tell Ms. Heard that you were no longer interested in having her as a client and being friends with her?
That phone call about a month ago.
How was it said?
Well, I just told Amber that, I wish her well and I just have no interest in continuing a relationship, whatever it's work-wise or friendship-wise.
Whoa.
But is there a specific reason?
Yeah.
Other than
that's kind
the
of
birth
out
of your
nowhere.
child and the postpartum issues that you described, both as a client and Ms. Iglesias? What was your impression of Mr. Depp when you first met him?
Lovely.
Why does she suddenly
You
not
thought
want
he
to
was
work?
lovely?
That's so wild. Why would she not want to work with him? All right, then. That's weird.
Was each of the, well, let me ask the backup question. Did you interact with Mr. Depp? How many times did you interact with Mr. Depp?
Through, you mean all in all?
Oh, yes. The entirety of your interactions. How many were there? Approximately.
5, maybe less than 10. Maybe, yeah.
And would you describe all your interactions with Mr. Depp as, quote, lovely?
Yes.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp act in a violent manner?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp yell at Ms. Heard?
No.
Did you ever see him
Okay.
kick Ms. Heard?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp throw an object at Ms. Heard?
No.
Okay.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp slap Ms. Heard?
No.
Okay.
Punch her?
No.
Okay.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp kick Ms. Heard?
No.
Okay.
Is it fair to say, Ms. Iglesias, that you never saw Mr. Depp be physically abusive towards Ms. Heard?
Correct.
And you never saw Mr. Depp cause any injuries to Ms. Heard, correct?
Did I ever saw him causing any injuries? No.
Okay.
And so any injuries that you claim to have seen on Ms. Heard, you don't know one way or another how
Where they
they
came
were
from.
caused, correct?
Exactly.
Correct.
You don't know where they
The
came
only
from.
source of information that you have is Ms. Heard's own words, correct?
Correct.
Did you
Yes.
hear Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard having a fight on the phone?
I was there. I was present in the room.
But just to confirm, could you hear Mr. Depp's voice?
No.
So fair to say that the only voice you heard was Ms. Heard's, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And so you don't know what Mr. Depp said to Ms. Heard.
Or if she really
On
was
that
talking
phone
to
call,
Depp
correct?
on the other line.
Correct.
Do you recall any other occasions where you witnessed a fight between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, or heard about an incident or a fight between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, other than the three that we've now discussed?
Bad girl, I'd like to
I
know
would
that too.
say every time. I would say that during my friendship with Amber before she files for divorce, which I mean timeline, I don't know, a year, maybe a year and a half. It was always some conflict, some fight, some physical fights, some verbal fights, some kind of problem, it's always was a problem,
There was always drama.
problematic. It was very consuming for me. It was all consuming about that relationship. It was a very consuming friendship, and hence that's why I decided not to continue it.
Blam.
But you yourself, Ms. Iglesias, didn't witness any of these altercations, fights, arguments, correct? Between Mr.
Correct.
Depp. I think you testified that you interacted with Mr. Depp less than 10 times. When you did interact with Mr. Depp, was Ms. Heard present each of those times?
All of those times.
Did you find him particularly loving towards Ms. Heard?
Not particularly, no.
And during these interactions with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, at that time, you were aware that Mr. Depp allegedly was abusing Ms. Heard, correct?
Well, most of the interaction that I had was towards the end of 2015, right? I'm assuming, so I was not fully aware yet of, I guess, the seriousness of the fight, if I can say so. I think, most of the time I saw them together was towards the end of before December 15. So Thanksgiving, that time, and Amber's, I think, birthday, I'm getting it to that. So the few times that I saw Mr. Depp was before I understood the seriousness of the fight.
Understanding, again, came from Ms. Heard only, correct?
Well, Ms. Heard and some of her friends, yes.
Who were some of her friends?
Rocky, Retro Pennington, Ayo, Twillett, I'm not sure how you pronounce it, Josh, Drew, the people that were living, her sister, Whitney. Those were the core group.
You said you spent Thanksgiving with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard. Was that in Thanksgiving, November 2015?
Yes, correct, because they were divorced by May 2016, so yes.
How would you describe that evening?
Awkward,
Why?
because Marilyn Manson was there.
Did you know Marilyn Manson?
No, but this was an awkward Thanksgiving sitting there. It was quite intimate. So sitting, it was just awkward. He's just an awkward being, and it's just awkward to be around. It was an awkward evening.
Do you recall Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard having any type of disagreement or fight that evening?
Disagreement, maybe, like a disagreement.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, there was, it was such a small, intimate surrounding that you pick up on things. And so I could tell that it was awkward. It was just awkward. I think Mr. Depp and Mr. Manson disappeared for a while, and everybody was at the table, so they was wondering where they were. It was just awkward.
And you're pretty sure they had a fight because Ms. Heard told you after the fact that they had a fight, correct? Because you did not witness Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard having any type of fight the evening of Thanksgiving, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Iglesias, do you have an independent recollection of going to the Penthouse in downtown Los Angeles on December 15th, 2015?
I have an independent recollection of going to the Penthouse before one of the incident. And at the time, I couldn't recall if it was the day before the James Corden or the day before the phone incident. So and that is what I made sure I needed to remember, that it was the day before December 16th. Yes. Does that make sense? So I knew I had come a day before, a day before one of the two biggest fights that, and I wasn't sure if it was that day or that day, but it was December 15th.
And sitting here today, you're still not sure if you went to the Penthouse on December 15th, 2015, or if it was the day before the May incident in 2016. And when you went to the Penthouse on December 15th, I believe you testified before that you didn't see any injuries on Amber Heard that evening, correct?
Sorry, I don't recall seeing any injuries on Amber that night.
Do you recall if Ms. Pennington was at the Penthouse that evening?
Yes.
Do you recall if anybody else was at the Penthouse that evening?
I don't recall.
But you do remember Ms. Heard being there and Ms. Pennington, correct?
Thank you, Res Q.
Did you take any photographs of Ms. Heard the evening of December 15, 2016?
No.
Do you recall being present when any photographs of Ms. Heard were taken on December 15, 2015?
What facts?
Do you remember being present when photographs of Ms. Heard's injuries were taken on December 16th, 2015?
No.
And did you take any pictures of Ms. Heard and her injuries on December 16th, 2015?
No.
So I don't want to take up the time of showing you all the photographs Ms. Bredehoff showed you earlier today, but there were a number of exhibits. I think I marked them as exhibits 14 through 20 that you were shown earlier this morning. Just to confirm, you didn't take any of those photographs, correct?
Not on my phone, not with my phone, and I do not recall taking Amber's or Rocky's phone to take those pictures. No, definitely not with my phone. I do not recall taking physically myself those pictures. No, I don't recall.
Would it be normal for Ms. Heard to have makeup on her face before you arrived to do her makeup ahead of an appearance?
It would be normal for Amber to have concealer on, a little of that tint there, yes, because it is quite normal for Amber to wash her face. She always liked to wash the face before the makeup with the product that she likes, do a toner, so it wouldn't be abnormal for her to have a little makeup before and then wash her face and start clean.
But you don't remember one way or another whether Ms. Heard had a fresh face with toner and moisturizer on before when you arrived on December 16th, 2015, correct?
No, I do not. I don't recall.
Would she usually wash her face and go through that process in front of you?
Yes, I mean in front of me in her bathroom, but we were close, so it wouldn't be abnormal for me to be chit-chatting with her while she cleaned her face. And I don't think specifically in front of me or not in front of me, but yeah, I mean she would wash her face in the bathroom, which is adjacent to where we get her ready.
And I want to be really specific. So based on your best recollection, what injuries did you see on Miss Heard on December 16th, 2015?
Amber had a slight discoloration on both eyes and on the top of the bridge of the nose. And hold on, and I do believe the right eye had a little more of a gash right there. It wasn't that strong, it wasn't that swollen, but it was definitely some blue and yellow discoloration there, mainly on the inner corner and a little more here. And then she had on the right lip, as I said earlier, I'm not sure the exact medical term, but it looked like a split lip or like a gash here.
Did you ever see Miss Heard's lip bleed on December 15th or December 16th?
I don't recall.
But you remember that it was not bleeding on December 16th when you were applying the makeup, correct?
When I was applying the makeup, correct.
How about before you were applying the makeup? Do you recall it bleeding?
I don't recall.
And I think you just described it as either a gash or a split lip.
I don't know what would be the medical term for it. I don't know what kind of injury would have caused this. I'm not a medical expert, nor forensic expert, but it was slightly swollen. And by the way, you can see it in that video. So it's crazy to me, but it was slightly swollen. And there was either a gash or a scab. No, not a scab, but it was swollen with some kind of cut.
Do you recall Miss Heard ever having a cold sore on her lips?
Thank you. Get there.
No.
Get to that.
You said there was slight discoloration under both eyes. Was there swelling under both eyes as well?
We'll clarify swelling. Maybe very little, but it was mainly discoloration at two. I recall mainly discoloration, like a bruise. Maybe there was a little tiny swelling on one of the eye that was a little more injured than the other, but not huge swelling, no.
I believe your testimony earlier today was that he lightly headbutted her. Is that correct?
I wasn't there. I don't know if he lightly or not lightly headbutted her.
That was your testimony, that it appeared as if she had been, quote, lightly headbutted. Do you remember saying that earlier today?
And maybe I was misquoted. It's not my position to say how headbutted she was or anything.
Smart lady.
I'm misquoted.
Okay. And did she show you
You believe
the
her or
hair
what?
that was missing?
She showed us, me and the hairdresser, the hole where the hair was missing on top of the head.
And was Miss McMillan there as well?
No, Samantha McNair was really never when we get ready. So it was two separate things, and Samantha never really comes up when we get ready, no.
But just to confirm, these injuries, right, that you saw on Miss Heard on December 16th, 2015, you don't know how they were caused, correct?
Correct.
And so any information you have about how the cause of these injuries came from Miss Heard only?
From December 16th, correct.
Well, any injuries other than Miss Heard and her friends, you never witnessed Mr. Depp being violent or abusive towards Miss Heard and causing any injuries.
Correct.
Okay.
So let's talk about the makeup that you actually used to conceal these injuries on her face on December 16th. I believe you testified you used a concealer with a peach undertone.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have training and experience dealing with injuries or covering up bruising on people? Do you have any specific experience or education?
Specific experience, I have experience in doing bruises and cover bruises for special effect. Yeah, I mean, throughout my career, I have created bruises, and I also have covered bruises for, with models or real life things, whatever it is. So yeah, I have experience in covering some bruises, yes.
How about swelling? Same question.
I mean, it's a little harder to cover swelling. That would be maybe, you know, try to bring the swelling down. Covering it up would be harder.
And how about cuts?
Yeah.
Specifically as it relates to Ms. Heard's makeup look on December 16th. Do you recall what foundation you used?
The brand?
You probably don't remember the brand, but do you recall the shade that you used?
How would I? No, it's 5 years ago. Absolutely not.
Do you recall?
No.
But you do have a specific recollection of using a peach undertone concealer.
Yes, and I'll tell you why. Because Amber always had in her bag, we have the same concealer. She has a concealer from a brand called Clear the Pro. And it's a specific shade. You know, it's beige. Beige was Amber's color for under her eyes, period. So the day, December 16, I didn't use beige. There's another concealer that has a little more peach in there and orange. It's called Honey from the same family, and I used that instead. And I think I have a wheel that is a bruise wheel that has different colors, and you pick up the color to gently touch up any darkness.
On Bruce Will.
Did you make a different choice for her overall look other than the concealer as a result of the injuries that you saw on her face on December 16th?
Not a different choice, but I remember we specifically, you know,
Amaka.
I know you read it before. We had a red lip that was not uncommon for her. We know she has a signature red lip, so it's not suddenly it was, oh my gosh, she has a red lip. But I remember that day I specifically structure my makeup. There's a couple of things we do with Amber. We do a smoky eye and a nude lip or red lip. And I remember specifically thinking of my makeup about we needed to highlight there to try to not draw attention there. And the red lip was our only option to cover that red cut that was there. So that I remember very specifically thinking that we had to have a red lip, sharp brows, and construct the makeup to take away from here. So basically, I mean, it's not doesn't mean nothing to you guys, but just basically a lot of highlight up here to kind of not focus on this. I remember talking about it very clearly.
And forgive my ignorance, but what did you do to cover up the cut on the lip other than apply a red lip?
Good question. Oh.
A red lip. It is swollen. I can see it in the video on the James Corden show. So her lips was swollen. It was big on that side. You can see it.
It's
There's nothing I can
slightly.
do about that. But we did a really dark red lip to match that red
It is.
gash
It is slightly.
whatever that was there.
But it's slight. Look at that.
Do you recall Ms. Heard being
Photo
hindered
to the right. It's slightly
as a result
thicker.
of the injury on her lip? And when I say hindered, I mean, did she have trouble opening her mouth widely, or, you know, did she complain about it hurting or splitting open and bleeding? Do you recall any of that?
I don't recall.
No problems doing it there.
And again, just to confirm, on December 15th, 2015, you don't recall seeing any injuries, including a split lip on Amber Heard, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall having any specific conversation with the hairstylist that was doing Ms. Heard's hair on December 16th, 2015, as it related to the abuse that Ms. Heard was describing for you?
Yeah. Yes. We talked a bit about it. Yes.
And what do you recall about that conversation?
I mean, you know, I think everybody was a little like, whoa, shit, okay. I think everybody was a little surprised. Everybody was a little like not knowing how to move forward with it. I mean, but we talked, as I said, when Amber was in the chair and Adil was behind her and I was in front of her, I recall the three of us having this conversation, and I recall Adil showing me the hole there.
But just to confirm, you don't know how that chunk of hair was missing from Ms. Heard's head. You don't know what caused that chunk of hair to be missing, correct?
I don't know it, correct.
You don't have any personal knowledge, I should say, as to how that chunk of hair came to be missing from her head.
Well, I did not witness it, correct.
Alex, may I please have you bring up Depp 9? Ms. Iglesias, you've testified previously that you see, watching the video clip, right? You see Ms. Heard's, you see the swollen lip and you see bruising.
Yeah. I see, I've known that face. I know that face so well. I've done it so many times. I can tell where the bruises are and I can tell where the swollen lip is, correct.
Does she mean she knows the face of Amber Heard, or she knows the face of those kind of bruises?
Does this photograph accurately depict Ms. Heard on the James Corbin show on December 16th, 2015?
Yes.
But can you describe for me where you see bruising on Ms. Heard's face?
Well, no, I didn't say I saw bruise, but I saw the discoloration. I can see my makeup. So I see the discoloration on the right eye, just right under. I see that little dent there. And also, I mean, this is a picture that is, you know, this is not a really accurate picture. She's sideways. The light is one way, you know, but yeah, there's better pictures that you can see. But if you give me the mouth, I will show you. But there's other still picture when you can see the slit lip better.
You
Or
give me the
swollen
mouth,
lip.
I'll
So
show
I mean,
you.
I can see there's better pictures
kidding.
where you can see that side of her lip is swollen. This here.
And when you're pointing, just for the record, you're pointing to the right side of Ms. Heard's lip, correct?
Correct. It's here. It's nothing. But as I said, there's better pictures. She's sideways. There's better pictures where you can see what I feel you can see better. But
it might be the same photograph.
Yeah, she's still sideways.
But Ms. Iglesias, this is your testimony that you believe you can see swelling on the right side of Ms. Heard's lip.
Yes.
Okay. Do you see any bruising or concealed bruising under her eyes?
Well, I mean, I know I've concealed those bruises, so yeah, so I can see them because I know I did it, but so that's neither here or there, but yeah, I mean, I can see them just on the eyes, on the right eyes, I can see the little gash right there. And I can, all that darkness, right, I mean, I don't have the mask anymore, but all that darkness right there, that is not eyeshadow. And that is neither dark circle for not sleeping. This is part of the little, you know, the injury is showing through.
Do you see any
Good
discoloration or bruising on the bridge of her nose?
Good question,
I do
Fatal.
not, no, I must have done a great job there.
Do you recall anything about Ms. Heard's appearance when you first encountered her in Coachella Valley?
No, I don't recall.
Coachella.
Did you notice any
Coachella.
injuries on Ms. Heard?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Ms. Heard discussing any abuse that she had sustained the night of her birthday on April 21st, 2016?
So many scene
by Mr.
changes
Depp?
with this woman.
Yes.
So many scene
What do you
changes.
recall about that?
I recall there was a fight, there was I don't remember. I don't exactly recall the fight. I know there was a fight and there was some problem. That's why they were late coming back to Coachella's. I don't
Coachella.
recall exactly what she told me, but there was some problem the night before, yes.
But you don't remember seeing any injuries on Ms. Heard after her birthday dinner in April of 2016, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall seeing any injuries on Ms. Heard's face at that dinner on May 24th, 2016?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Ms. Heard's general demeanor at the dinner on May 24th, 2016?
What I remember about that dinner is that she was, and I'll tell you why I remember this clearly, because she was very distraught and she was very confused if she should file or not for divorce. And she was really sad and upset and angry and all of it. And I remember that because that night I actually physically took her phone. So she should not, so that if Johnny tried to reach out to her again, she wouldn't have a phone that night, and she would go through the divorce tomorrow, the next day. So I remember physically having her phone, and when I dropped them back at the penthouse, she said, "Keep my phone, so if you contact me, I won't know, I won't cave, and I will file for divorce tomorrow." So I went home in my house with her phone, and that's why I remember. That's why it's sticking in my mind. And then the next morning, and you can see in those texts, she said, "I need my phone." And then I had to drive to the penthouse and give her her phone back. And at the time, that day, I'm assuming she filed for divorce, and that day, the whole circus started.
And you believe that Ms. Heard should go through with the divorce, correct?
Correct.
And that was based on what exactly, Ms. Iglesias?
What the hell happened? Why did it suddenly go yellow? What the hell? Of course it does this. What the hell? We got another one. I got another one. Come on. Where you at?
So,
Sorry,
do
guys.
you know whether Amber Heard took any steps to reduce her swelling during this, in preparation for the James Corden show?
Yes, she took arnica, and we had an arnica gel. And I always have arnica gel in my kit anyway, and she had arnica gel. She used arnica gel and some ice.
And what does arnica gel do with respect to swelling?
I use arnica gel in my kit to bring any swelling area of my client's face down.
Amica.
And how does that typically work? What's your experience?
It just brings the swelling down. I mean, not drastically, but it helps with the swelling a little bit.
All right.
Yes, Your Honor, we have another video.
Okay, if you could approach for a moment, let me just.
Certainly.
I want to see what this arnica cream looks like for real, because it's been the highlight of the show. It's been the highlight of the whole conversation. Fast absorbing and non-greasy fragrance, and I don't know what that says. Something free. It's for like bruises and stuff, it looks like. Fascinating. Yeah, that's interesting. So you use arnica cream to put onto, I know arnica cream is the amica cream, but at the same time, everyone keeps on saying amica, amica, amica. So I'm like, what the hell is this arnica? Really what it's called is arnica. What is this arnica cream? You know what I'm saying? And so I guess you use it on bruises. It's like a bruise relief. It's like a fast relief cream, like almost like a Bengay, but not really. You know what I'm saying? It's an ointment that you put on a bruise, allegedly. Interesting. I'm sure their stocks have gone up tenfold since the start of this. But yeah. Pascal, the cream wasn't even out to buy when she was supposed to be using it. Oh, interesting. Yeah. So I saw somebody else say something about it, saying something about 20. It came out. Frederick just said, I guess you meant Frederick, it came out in 2017. So it would not apply. Yeah. No, they said it didn't come out till 2017. So it wouldn't apply to any of this, to be really Straight funky.
All right, your next witness.
Right?
Your Honor, we're going to call Christy Sexton, and this is by video deposition as well.
Another one.
That'll be the last one for the day.
Okay, thank you.
Yay. Another one.
Some preliminaries. Ms. Sexton, why don't you state your whole name for the record and your current address?
Christina Lisette Sexton, Queensland, Australia.
For how long, Ms. Sexton, had you lived in Australia?
I've been at that address since July 2017. There was a transitionary period. I met my husband in December of 2015. So 16 and 17 decisions on which country we were going to move to and such. So I did not establish residency here until July, and then began all my paperwork subsequently when we were married in October of 2017.
So I take it from your last answer, Ms. Sexton, that Australia was the lucky winner for which country you and your husband would choose to live in. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes, indeed.
They're her.
And do you currently have a job? Do you currently work right now in Australia?
Yes, I'm an acting coach.
When was it, to the best of your recollection, that she took a class that you were a TA in?
I believe it was sometime in 2009.
For how long did you remain Amber Heard's primary or exclusive acting coach?
I don't know about exclusive. We don't have any sort of exclusivity contracts. She may work with other coaches. The last time we worked on a project together would be Aquaman, so 2017.
Wow.
I don't know about exclusive. We don't have any sort of exclusivity contracts. She may work with other coaches. The last time we worked on a project together would
Playing
be
that again?
Aquaman, so 2017.
You want to
Okay, so the first movie, or
send
the
that
first
home? Okay.
TV series, I should say, that you recall working on as an acting coach with Amber Heard was the Playboy Club.
Yes.
And listed there 2011.
Yes.
I take it from what you just described that although the frequency varied, it's fair to say, is it not, that you saw Ms. Heard many times during the period between 2010 and 2017?
Oh, yes.
Would it be fair to say that you saw Ms. Heard during this 7-year period more than 100 times?
Easily, yes.
And when you say easily, do you think it's also fair to say that you saw her more than 200 times?
Absolutely, yeah.
I'm going to go up another 100. Same answer for 300 times?
Yeah. As I said, when I would see her, it would be multiple times a week in preparation for a project.
When's the last time that you had a session with Amber Heard as her primary acting coach?
Mid 2017.
During that early period when she was on Orange Avenue, how would you describe, Amber Heard as an actor?
She was really focused on moving to the next level of her career, and really stretching herself as an actor. Which is why she started coaching so much at that time, and initially even went to classes. So she was really driven to do a lot of work, and kind of mine out everything that we could from the text and go over things a lot. So she was very driven as an actor to, I would say, get to the next phase of her career.
We're looking at Sexton 1, refresh your recollection as to when that took place. That's the IMDb page.
Yes, it was either 2011 or 2012. If it's saying that it came out in 2011, then the premiere would have been in 2011. So yeah.
When was the next time you recall seeing Johnny or Mr. Depp?
I would say sometime in the middle of the following year.
So sometime in the middle of 2012, you think?
Yeah.
And where was that?
At her house on Orange. I remember seeing him quite a bit. In the early period,
Again, I'm focused on the early period. Did you have occasion to run into Mr. Depp at your coaching sessions with Amber later when she moved into Sweetser Avenue and then at the Penthouse in downtown Los Angeles?
yes, I did see him often at both Sweetser and the downtown house.
And over that period of time, did you observe changes in Mr. Depp's behavior?
Yeah, Johnny became, I would say, much darker as time went on. He was like, figuratively and literally, he would sit in dark rooms. The art overall changed, like everything got much darker in the houses with like heavy, it was always a little, I don't know what the art form would be, dark, but it just like literally lighting would go down and big curtains would be everywhere, and he became much less talkative as time went on. I would see less and less of him personally. I would hear him in the house, but I would see less and less of him interaction-wise. And when I did, he wasn't very happy.
What would you hear him say on those occasions when you could hear him but not see him?
At different points in time, I heard different things. Sometimes it would just be him milling around the house. Sometimes it would be him having conversations with his team, bodyguards and stuff, or his friends that were over making music at the Sweetser location. Sometimes it was him and Amber fighting. Like I was in his home, so I heard him quite a bit.
You said a couple of answers ago that from time to time you would hear Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd fighting. Can you, again, keeping in mind that it's a long time ago, can you describe what you heard?
I would say I would just hear a lot of him yelling. His voice would carry through kind of the halls of the house. And then like I remember one time in specific that I could hear Amber was trying to get out of the room, and then the door shut again, and then I could just hear muffled yelling on his part.
At the beginning of their relationship, once Ms. Hurd has revealed to you that they were in fact in a relationship, did she talk to you about Mr. Depp's struggles with drugs and alcohol?
In the early parts of their relationship, she had said that he was sober. She was trying to support him in his sobriety. And then subsequently throughout the relationship, we would talk about his breaks in sobriety.
Based on your work as Ms. Hurd's acting coach, primary acting coach, was it your understanding that Mr. Depp had opinions about what role Ms. Hurd should take?
There were a couple of occasions where I actually heard Johnny say, why would you want to do that kind of role? My woman isn't going to play that kind of role. Stuff like that I heard a few times from him over the course of time.
Other than saying that hearing Mr. Depp say he didn't want his woman playing a whore, did you ever hear him use any other language like that about the kind of roles that Ms. Hurd was being offered? To focus you in, Ms. Sexton, I'm talking about the period when Amber and Johnny were together in a relationship until you stopped being her acting coach in 2017. And I'm focusing in on what you recall hearing from Mr. Depp about what roles he thought Ms. Hurd should play.
As I said, he would be sitting, initially when she lived in the Orange location, sometimes he would be nearby. It was a fairly small house, and he would be nearby and kind of earshot. So there were times that he was kind of just disparaging. That's a shitty role. Why would you do that? That kind of thing. But he wasn't super negative then. Later on, as it went on, he was very vocal about the negative terms. Like I said, he called it a whore part or a trash part, or a piece of shit, all sorts of things like that. Generally pretty negative if it was something he didn't want her to do.
Did the number of roles that Ms. Heard auditioned for change during the time that she was involved with Mr. Depp?
Yes, it did. It was decreasing as it went, and there would be
right back.
stretches of time where she wasn't auditioning at all or working on anything at all.
During the time that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were together, did you observe changes in their relationship over time?
Yeah, early on they were incredibly lovey-dovey and passionate and always together in a positive way. They were very playful and friendly. And then I would see less and less of them together, and I would hear a lot of muffled arguments through the walls. And when I did see him, sometimes the balance would shift. It went from being like a normal couple to very tension-filled, especially those last few months that they were together. And yeah.
Did they, was there a, withdrawn? Did the number of times that Ms. Heard was late for or canceled sessions with you change as her relationship with Mr. Depp went on in time?
Yeah, as I said earlier, Amber was never late when we worked at the studio. And then as it went on, I began having to actually build in a cushion of an hour around her appointment. It started out just an extra 15 minutes here and there because she'd be late coming downstairs, or they'd be discussing, or he had to talk to her at that moment in time. And eventually, as the relationship progressed and the fighting got heavier, I would have to build in time because she'd be sobbing at the beginning of sessions and we couldn't work until we got her together. Yeah, I ended up having to do a lot of cushion time around her just so that we could actually get something accomplished because she was often very upset.
Did you have occasion to observe Ms. Heard crying, naturally, not acting, when you had coaching sessions with her during the time that she was together romantically with Mr. Depp?
I would say the last year they were together, probably 80-90% of our sessions began with her crying. And that would be increasing as it went on. Ironically, she has a little difficulty crying, acting-wise, so which a lot of us do. And so, yeah, we would have to work when we were doing it acting-wise, but it was a lot towards the end there, a lot of crying sessions.
Based on your testimony here, Ms. Sexton, is the crying that she did in a role different than the crying you observed so often in the last year of her relationship with Mr. Depp?
Yes, inherently acting crying is very different, unless somebody is working in what's called method, in which that's an entirely different thing where they focus on their own stuff. So she's not a method actor, so it would be completely different.
Speaking for your own self, Ms. Sexton, how did you react when you saw Amber at these sessions crying the way you described it?
I have a caretaker personality, so I would prioritize taking care of the person in front of me over doing work, which is why I ended up building in all that extra time, because I cared about her as a human and I wanted to be there for her in as much as I could as a friend. So there's no point on working on something if someone isn't fully there or they're upset. It's more important to deal with the person and take care of them than work.
And during those sessions, particularly in the last year when you saw Ms. Heard crying so often, what was your understanding of the reason for her tears?
I would hear them fighting and then hear her come in, and she would be a wreck after she came in. I couldn't make out what they were saying, and I personally wasn't trying to listen to their fights. So I would just hear the sounds of the screaming. And her usually, you could tell she would open the door and try to get him to be quiet, and then it'd go back to him yelling. And so that would directly occur before she would come down and be upset and trying to pull herself together.
What do you recall seeing her say she told you that they were fighting about?
I was witness to some of those. He didn't want her going out without any sort of security or any team. He didn't want her going and doing things just on her own.
You described earlier in your testimony, Ms. Sexton, what Amber Heard was like when you first met her. During this period when she was involved with Mr. Depp, and particularly toward the end of their relationship, did her behavior change?
Over the course of time, she became more and more of a hermit, only leaving the house when she had to. Again, as I said earlier, literally the houses became darker with the curtains drawn all the time. I remember one time in particular when she was living at the Eastern Columbia that we went downstairs to get a slice of pizza. I think there were 4 of us. And Amber gave a homeless kid down there some money, and we helped him get to the bus stop, and we came back up, and Johnny yelled at her about going out, and that she knew better than to be going out at night and that kind of thing. And when we tried to kind of be like, it's fine, we got pizza downstairs at the building across the street, then he just started screaming and getting really angry. So I made my way out.
What about her weight? Did you notice any changes during that period in her weight? Just to be clear, Ms. Sexton, I'm asking about the time that she was involved with Mr. Depp.
So Amber is one of those people that loses weight when she's stressed out. So she would drop weight and look skeletal at certain points in time. I remember right before their wedding, she had lost a significant amount of weight to the point that I was asking her if she was eating regularly. So she's always been fit, but she would drop down and get a little gaunt if she was super stressed out.
And in that last year that she was involved with Mr. Depp, did you know changes in her weight?
Yeah, she lost a significant amount of weight, and I noticed it specifically because I had been in Australia doing a film, and then when I came back, so I'd been in Australia since December, I came back in February, and she looked, she was skin and bones. Like she was much thinner than she normally was at that point. So I know during that time period that she had lost a lot of weight and she was very gaunt.
Now, I'm going to shortly move on to specific incidents, but for now, Ms. Sexton, I want to speak just generally about things you observed and saw. And the first question I have in that regard is, during the time that you were Amber Heard's acting coach and she was involved with Mr. Depp, did you observe injuries on Ms. Heard?
When she came back from Australia, there were a lot of like little red marks on her arms that looked like freshly healing things. Skin, like red marks on her skin, on her arms that I saw. And then subsequently I would see like bruises that looked like arms being grabbed or wrists. Then I saw that all towards the end.
Did there come a time when you accompanied Amber Heard and Johnny Depp to Hicksville, California?
Yes, I went to Hicksville for Johnny's birthday celebration with them.
And in your own words, can you tell me about that trip and what happened chronologically?
we arrived at Hicksville and we had made kind of like a barbecue and drinks as we were having a lovely time. Johnny was playing guitar and singing. And then as the night went on, like around sundown, they started passing around a bag of mushrooms and a bag of white powder. I didn't even partake in the alcohol because I had had surgery a few months before, so I was the only one stone cold sober. Then I went to bed early, and while
This incredible dental device is giving peace of mind for just $100. Dentists are called.
Saw the completely torn apart trailer, Johnny was apologizing for what he had done, and he was instructing his bodyguards to just pay it off. Let's just take care of it. And I stayed with Amber. And she was really shaken up.
The next day, can you describe for me what the trailer where Amber and Johnny were staying looked like?
The inside was in shambles. I remember seeing a light hanging off the wall. There was broken stuff everywhere. Dishes, it looked like, or not dishes, like the wood was broken. Things were hanging off the wall. It was in shambles on the inside.
And that next day, I think you said that you had occasion to see Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
Yeah.
How did he look that next day when you saw the trailer?
He looked very worried. He was apologizing. He was saying he would take care of it. He was trying. He was like, "Don't worry about it, babe. We're gonna get this taken care of." And Amber was really like closed off and quiet, and he just kept kind of apologizing to her over and over again, and then telling his bodyguards to just take care of it, just get it done, whatever it is, just pay for it. And then he went off to go have that conversation with them.
What was Mr. Depp saying that next day when he was apologizing?
I just remember him saying, "I'm so sorry, babe. I'll take care of it. I know this is bad, but I can take care of it. I'm sorry I did this," that kind of thing.
I think you said, testified in survey, but I want to make sure the record is clear. Did you recall Mr. Depp using the word monster that day?
I heard him on different times making apologies that he said, "I'm sorry I turned into a monster." I just remember a profuse amount of apologies. I don't know if that time in particular had that verbiage.
Anything else about Hicksville that you remember that you haven't told me about?
I mean, the only thing I stated that I did see him eat the mushrooms. I saw him holding the white bag. I don't know what he did with that, the bag of white powder. Everyone except for me was drinking, and different people were partaking in different drugs at that time. So it didn't keep track of that. Yeah, I don't know anything else that I can recall.
Okay. I want to go forward to another incident, and that is the day of April 21, 2016, which I'll represent to you, was Amber Heard's 30th birthday. Did you have occasion to see Amber Heard that day?
Yes, I attended the party.
And again, you say you attended the party. Can you describe the party you attended, who was there?
The party was happening in one of the penthouses, the one that they didn't live in. It's where they did most of their art, and we did most of our coaching. And I don't remember the number of that one. And there were several friends of Amber's there, and we spent the first couple hours waiting for Johnny. And then eventually Amber said, just let's not stop waiting for him. Let's just start. So we went out to the balcony to start dinner, and that's when Johnny finally came down, and he was severely inebriated when he came down. And they, Brandon, I don't remember his last name, it starts with an M, escorted him, kind of helped him stay stable. And we went to the table and we started dinner, and Johnny and I was sitting 2 seats away from Johnny. Johnny and Amber clearly were very tense and had been, I don't know what they had been doing, but they were very tense, and he would try to kind of touch her and she would shy away. And then Rocky was trying to change the tone of the party because it had really gotten very somber at that point. And she asked everyone to kind of say their favorite story about Amber. And as we went around the table, everyone shared their stories. And when we got to Johnny, he started talking about that he remembered when he first met her, the imprint of Amber's ass on his couch were his words. And it just all kind of took a turn from there. She was clearly embarrassed. She asked him to stop, and he kept telling the story. And it got really awkward and uncomfortable at that point, and never really recovered any sort of jovial energy. We ate, and then I left shortly thereafter.
I forgot to ask you this question about Hicksville. The day after, when you saw Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard in the Rex trailer, did Ms. Heard seem embarrassed?
Yeah, as I said, Amber was very closed off. She was very quiet. She had said, "Don't come in. I don't want you to see this." So, yeah, she seemed very embarrassed.
Now, switching forward to Amber's 30th birthday party, I think you testified that Mr. Depp seemed inebriated when he arrived. What's your basis for saying that?
He was slurring his words and wobbly on his feet. He ran into a couple things, which is when Brandon came over and kind of locked arms with him to kind of help him stand up.
You said you saw her later with a healing bruise. Where do you recall seeing that healing bruise?
On her cheek. It was on her right cheek. I think it was right. Yeah.
Do you know how long after the incident that you just discussed with the cell phone you saw Ms. Heard in her face?
It was a few days later, but I couldn't tell you exactly when. I mean, everyone heals at a different rate. I could still see kind of the yellow and stuff in there. So.
When was the last time you spoke to Amber? You said August of this year?
Mm-hmm.
When was the last time you spoke to her specifically? Do you remember?
We went over it was sometime in August. I can narrow it down to August, to have wine, have a glass of wine and catch up. Because like I said, I think it had been 2 years since we had physically seen each other.
Both times when you met with Ms. Heard in August of this year, did you meet with her at her house?
Yes.
Did Ms. Heard mention any of the allegations that Mr. Depp is making against her in relation to this case when you met with her?
Only to talk to the attorneys about it.
When you say only to talk to the attorneys about it, what specifically did Ms. Heard tell you?
Like she said, would you be willing to sit down and talk to my attorneys about everything that you witnessed? And then afterwards, after I kind of talked about it all, it felt really intense to me, and I felt incredibly guilty.
Was it during one of these 2 times that you met with Ms. Heard in August of this year that Ms. Heard told you for the first time that Mr. Depp had allegedly raped her with a bottle in Australia?
Yeah, she did talk about the bottle then. Yeah.
that you had with Ms. Heard in August this year? That she mentioned that?
No, it was after, like, I had come to see her and had a wine night and catch up, and then after I had talked to the attorneys, after we had a good cry, we were talking more about what had happened, and she was saying how she didn't even tell me everything, and yeah, that's when it came out.
And just to confirm, Ms. Sexton, Ms. Heard told you about the bottle incident in Australia where she claims Mr. Depp penetrated her with it before your deposition, your first deposition in the case in August of 2019?
Yes, it was after I had talked to the attorneys.
After you had spoken to the attorneys informally, correct, at her house?
Yeah.
But it was before you were formally deposed in this case on, I believe it was August 30th, 2019.
Yes.
And just to confirm and make the record really clear, this was the first time Ms. Heard had told you that Mr. Depp had allegedly penetrated her with a bottle in Australia, correct?
Yeah, she had told me about the assault with the bottle, being hit with the bottle and the broken glass and everything. And then she had told me about all that many times before. And then this time she started crying and sobbing and started telling me about the assault, the penetrative assault.
And when Ms. Heard told you about this alleged rape that occurred, did she know that you were going to be deposed by her attorney?
No, because they were all in the other room. And they didn't even tell me that they were like, we may have you for a deposition. And that's when I had said to them, if you're going to do that, I would appreciate it if you did it before I left the States. And they said, we may or may not need you. And it was a couple days later that they then sent me the contact and said, we are going to subpoena you.
Since you've known Ms. Heard, can you tell me how many times you spent maybe a significant amount of time with Mr. Depp?
I would say probably around like 10 or 20 times.
And of those 10 or 20 times that you saw Mr. Depp and spent maybe more significant time than him just passing through a room, how many times would you say he was or appeared to be sober?
Not many. If he was coming down to have a conversation, he was pouring a glass of whiskey or rolling a joint or having wine. It always seemed to me that he's not a social animal, if you will, and he would have a drink or a smoke in order to go talk to people, is what it felt like. So most of the time I saw him, it was that.
You would agree with me, though, Ms. Sexton, that someone getting a drink is different than someone appearing drunk, correct? For example, if it was his first drink of the day. So my question is a little bit more specific. Of the 10 or 20 times that you saw Mr. Depp, how many times did he appear inebriated? Not, holding a glass of whiskey or smoking a joint, but how many times did he appear inebriated to you?
I would say at least half, if not more.
How would you describe Mr. Depp's personality when he was or appeared sober versus when he appeared inebriated?
He was very quiet when he was sober, and before he would start drinking, he was very quiet. Almost a whisper, mumble most of the time. And then he would get very loud when he was inebriated, and he would go to like boisterous first and telling like cool stories and stuff, that kind of happy drunk, and then it would move into the loud, angry drunk.
When you say loud and angry drunk, did you witness Mr. Depp be angry when he was drunk?
A couple of times, yeah.
When was the first time you witnessed Mr. Depp appear to be angry and inebriated?
I couldn't tell you the first time per se. I have images in my head. I remember him like yelling and screaming, and the bodyguard coming over and being like, "Hey boss, let's take this to another room."
Can you tell me as much as you can remember of that incident?
I remember being in the kitchen of that house. And he came down and he was yelling about something. Amber and I were having a conversation. And we were going to, I think we were going to work on something that day. It was later in the evening where it was really dark in there. Like I said, sometimes they drew all the curtains. In my memory, it's very dark. And he was yelling, and that older guy came and like scooped his arm around him and was like, all right, boss, let's take this to another place. Because he was inebriated. I could tell from the way he was talking, and he was just kind of yelling. And I don't recall what was happening. It all kind of happened very quickly. I don't recall what he was yelling about, or if it was even at anybody. He was just kind of down there and drunk, and we scooped him up.
You anticipated my questions, which were who was he yelling at and what was he yelling about. So you don't recall, is that correct?
No, I don't.
And you said the other instance that you remember of Mr. Depp appearing inebriated and being angry was at one of his penthouses in downtown LA, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
What were the circumstances that you remember about that incident?
I remember one time he was mad that people were in the house because I had just gotten there. I don't even remember. I'd been like 2 people there or something. I don't remember. But yeah, he was storming up those stairs to his office bedroom area. And then Amber and I went to the other penthouse to work.
And in either incident, both at Sweetser and at the penthouse, when you saw Mr. Depp and he appeared inebriated and was angry and yelling, did you see him hit Ms. Heard at any point?
No, I did not see him hit her.
Did you see him kick Ms. Heard?
I did not see him kick her.
Did you see him throw something at Ms. Heard?
I saw him coming at her, and that's when the bodyguard stepped in, like coming towards her. But I did not, like, it, so throwing himself at, like, but I was not witness to him throwing objects at her.
When you say he was coming at her, are you describing the incident at Sweetser or at the penthouse?
Sweetser, he came in through that hallway, and we were sitting at, it was kind of like an island there, like right in front of the fridge, and I was in front of the fridge, and he came in from there, was like coming at her, and then the bodyguard, like, came in and scooped him up.
Just the incident, you don't remember what Mr. Depp was yelling about or
Yeah.
what?
Yes.
But it appeared to you that Mr. Depp was coming at Ms. Heard.
Yeah.
Correct?
She was shaking and upset. It felt like something that had been going on for a while.
And all the time that you've known Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp, did you ever see Mr. Depp be violent towards Ms. Heard?
I never saw him hit her. I heard him use terminology, as I said before, and as I said, come at her, but I never saw him hit her. If I had, I would have called the cops, to be honest.
You never saw Mr. Depp throw anything at her, any objects at her, correct?
No, the only thing I saw was the aftermath. Like, I would see things broken afterwards. And like I said, in Hicksville, I heard the yelling and then saw the breaking and saw him apologizing for it. But I, with my own 2 eyes, did not see him physically break the stuff or throw the stuff.
When Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard went to Australia, did she tell you that she threw a bottle of vodka at him and that's what severed his finger?
No, she had told me that he had broken the bottle and cut himself with the bottle that he had broken.
When she told you that he had cut himself with the bottle he had broken, did she say that he had taken the bottle and cut off his finger? Or that it was an accident and that his finger was severed from the broken bottle. Do you understand the distinction?
Yeah, she didn't say that he. She didn't indicate that he cut off, like went purposely to cut it. What it seemed to me is that he had broken the bottle against something, and then he was doing things with the bottle, like shaking it around, and that he had cut himself from that. It didn't indicate that he had in any way purposely cut himself.
Do you recall Johnny ever saying something to you in a conversation with him later about his ability to pass insurance tests?
I remember a specific time when Amber still lived at Orange, and Amber was out with her girlfriends, and I had come over too early for the party. So it was just Johnny and I sitting there having some whiskey, and he was smoking cigars. And he was talking about that I said something about, he said he had to get up early to do a test. And I was like, oh, don't you have any sort of like concern about that? And he's like, it's easy to fake insurance tests. That's why we do what we do. I was talking to him because another client of mine had to do an insurance test. And he was like, oh, you can fake a piss test. You can do this. And he just kind of went over a few different ways that it's easy to fake insurance tests and made a joke of it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the day today, so have a good evening, and we'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Again, do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay? Have a good
Okay.
evening.
Oh, boy. Well. They are saying, she is saying that the stories that Amber Heard said on the stand, she heard the same things as well. I wish we kind of knew if we're going to be
Do you have
watching.
any remote witnesses tomorrow that you need access
Thank
for?
you.
Do you need a WebEx? You don't need a WebEx link?
Deposition, designations, and live witnesses.
Depositions and live witnesses. Okay, all right, that sounds good. All right, everybody knows their homework, right? Okay, thank you. All right, we'll see you in the morning.
Okay. Oh my God. That one was really tough. That one was really, really tough. Here it is, y'all. There was a lot of things that were said in, I mean, this particular person that came on, the acting coach, I was not really feeling it so much. And it was just, it was boring. I'm sorry. It was not as active of a day. The only part that was really intriguing to me, really, out of the whole freaking day, was the sister and Josh Drew. And I think the reason why Josh Drew was his was a video thing. The only live person was the sister Whitney. But the only reason why his was so intriguing out of the other videos was because his answers were rapid fire. You know, yes, it's good to hear from the acting coach, especially somebody who's been there a lot. You know, because in a way, an acting coach is kind of like a psychologist in a way. It is not a certified psychologist, but they got to understand the person and how that person works and how they, you know, what makes them tick, what makes them get to an emotional place that they have to be on cue when a director says action and all that. So I understand all that piece, right? But I found it very interesting. What really caught my eye about this is that the one piece that really caught my eye is this. What she said in the very beginning. Whoops. What will it be? Who will it be? Heard or Depp? Anyway, what I found very interesting, and I'm sorry for the little intermission for myself, but I had to go to the bathroom. I had to go and take care of that. But anyway, and I needed to just stand up and stretch some legs, for crying out loud. But with that being said, what I found very interesting with this acting coach is what she said in the very, very beginning. She said, Amber Heard is not the type to cry. She's not a crying type. She's very to herself. She's very, you know, to get to a crying place is very, very hard for her. But she'd be over here crying all the time. Notice that she said that in the very beginning, because she's trying to explain to you what kind of person Amber Heard is in the very beginning and what she became later. How easily it was for her to cry, to be emotional, to be an emotional wreck. Whereas before this, Amber Heard is not the crying type, not the one to be very much in touch with her emotional side like that. I just wanted to point that out. That's one thing that I saw that I was like, no, that's a very interesting piece of information because, obviously they're trying to create a narrative here. And that's exactly what the acting coach did. It was, hey, this is the narrative. She wasn't very in touch with her emotional side like that. But then she started started being with Johnny Depp. Things have gone bad. Next thing you know, she's calling me, she's confiding in me, she's saying all these things, and she is crying with ease, crying without any issues because of how real this problem is. So I feel like in her way, she was trying to say there's no way she's acting because it's so hard for her to get to that crying, to that place where she'd be crying as an actor. But as a human being, she is just raw and real. And she's obviously a wreck right now. Look at what you see what I'm saying? Look at how real this is because she's so real with me. I know this can't be acting because she has a hard time crying on cue. There you go. So when she starts talking about the bottle incident and all that stuff, and she's telling her, she's retelling the story to her, and she's saying she was an absolute mess. She was crying, so on and so forth. She said in the very beginning, as an actress, it's very hard for her to cry on cue. So why would she be able to cry on cue right now with something if she is lying, if she is acting, right? But this is all just her perspective. This is all just her telling her side of the story to her acting coach. Also found interesting, she told the same story to the acting coach about Johnny Depp cutting off his own damn finger. Real talk. Said the same thing to him. Said, hey, same thing to her. So she was, at least, if anything, whether we believe it or not, whether it's real or not, okay, she has been sticking to her story. Her story, for the most part, let's just say that, for the most part, her story has not faltered. It has not changed. It has not veered off, the path in a way. At least the bullet points of her story has always remained the same. That does not mean that I believe her. It doesn't. It just means, like I said before, this is something that she's playing the long con on. That's my theory. My theory is she's playing the long con and she's getting all these other people involved. We saw a gang of people come on today. We had Raquel, we had Josh, we had Whitney, we had her makeup artist. I forgot her name, Iglesias, and I don't remember the acting coach's name. But you had all those people come in to talk. Some of them I feel like they're in on it, and some of them are just regurgitating what they saw. One thing I will say, though, I give the makeup artist mad props. I give the makeup artist mad respect because I feel like that was the realest and truest and most genuine testimony we've seen all bloody day. Yeah, I said it. I know a lot of y'all be sitting there going, no, she lying too. She capping too, man. She capping like a mug. No, I don't think she's capping, man. I think what she saw is what she saw. That's it. She was like, oh, there's discoloration, but discoloration could mean many different things. It could mean sleep, and she's just listening to her friend, to her a person that her client that also is a friend, saying, oh, look at what he did to me. He did this, that, and the third. You see what I'm saying? Oh, look at this. He, I haven't slept. Look, I haven't slept in a couple days. You know what I mean? I could literally go up to somebody and say, oh, Guy just punched me in the face, man. See right there? And everybody be like, oh, dang, bro, you need some, oh man, you need some Amica cream. That's what you need. Right there. You know what I'm saying? You're not looking up in my face and going, let me see your face. Turn it every way around and let me see. If I rub some saliva on your face, will it smear? No, you just take for face value what is being told to you, and then you just keep moving. You try to figure out, you do your job. Shoot, we're at James Corden's show. We got to figure this thing out right now. So let me get this makeup on you. Let's get this red because your lip is a little swollen and it looks like it's cracked a little bit, or your lip is split. Let's fix that out, and let's keep it moving. Here it is. Makeup artist was the realest out of the gang of people that came on. I'll be completely real. I also feel like Josh Drew may have been bamboozled a little bit. He said there were times that he was not in the room when things went down. His girlfriend at the time, soon to be ex-girlfriend or soon to be ex-wife, would go off, do something with Sister Amber, and then come back and she'd be all wrecked up, crying and, as he said, catatonic. Seems a little odd. Seems a little strange. Just my own personal opinion on that. So like I said, the acting coach, I don't know. I'm looking at that and I'm wondering if that is a credible witness. But are any of them? I feel like the only one that is absolutely, in my mind, a credible and genuinely honest testimony was the makeup artist. Oh, and I forgot about the other friend of hers, the brunette, the other one that knew her from when they were kids, back in their hometown. And she's telling everybody she ain't never seen her friend cry until this one time. Because of Johnny Depp, the millions of things that she could be emotional over the time of just growing up, just regular ass teenage angst. And you're telling me you ain't never seen one of your closest friends shed one damn tear? That's insane. That's insane. But resorting back to Iglesias, okay? Enrique Iglesias. Be your hero, baby. I believe her for the most part because she said, hey, I'm here. I'm looking at what was going on. This person, she told me that she was hurt. It looked like there was a little discoloration on the bridge of her nose. There was a little discoloration. Her lip was split. She goes, I'm looking at what I saw. This was what was told to me. And that is it. She didn't say, I saw Johnny hit her. I saw Johnny strike her. Yes, I've seen them have fights. I've heard stories about them fighting. I've heard Amber would come to me and confide in me about their BS and throw me in the middle of their drama and all that stuff. But never has she ever seen Johnny Depp do anything cray-cray to the point where you're like, oh no, that you ain't right, baby. You ain't right. So that's the thing. She sees the aftermath. She sees what was presented to her. Does not mean that Johnny Depp put his hands on his then wife, Amber Heard. I'm still waiting for the footage, baby. I'm still waiting for the moment where they show a photo of him or a video of him actually attacking you and going like this. I'm waiting for that. I'm waiting for him to be in footage upstairs or wherever her penthouse room is, where she's turned it into a glorified walk-in damn closet, an entire penthouse turned into an entire walk-in closet. I'm waiting for that footage of him going, rah, rah, throwing a basket of fruit, rah, going all crazy, smashing glasses and stuff like that. I'm waiting for that footage, but guess what? They don't have it. So why will we automatically sit here and go, he did it? We don't know yet. There's no footage of him actually doing said act. I said it before. All the phones in the world, all the phones that were in that party or any of the other times they've gone out and kicked it, and where he has allegedly gone and acted a fool or gone barreling towards people. Get the hell out of my house, kind of thing. No videos, no photos, nothing. Nothing at all. And I'll say this too, just because you are walking into your own home and say you're walking in and going, get out of my GD house, like that, does not mean you're going to hurt somebody. You might be physically intimidating someone, but are you really going to hurt somebody? Are you really going to punch somebody in the face? Maybe you just want people out your damn house and you're trying to do it by getting them to kick rocks. You're doing that so you can get them to kick rocks outside of your house. Real talk. So when it comes to this, everybody who's come up so far, I feel it's a lot of hearsay. It's a lot of things that they've heard through other people. Only person I've seen so far that had anything credible. I mean, even maybe a little bit from Josh. But everybody else seems like it was all. It's annoying when you have they're agreeing to come in to testify. They're willing. Of course they get subpoenaed or whatever, and they got to come in. But then they still use it as evidence, and these people are going, and they're submitting it, and these people are sitting there going, I don't remember. It was so long ago, I don't remember. Then don't use it. If they don't remember, they don't remember. Does that make that person credible? Does that make it a credible witness? I'll tell you what, not in my opinion. You're right. Where is it? Avik Fett. It's all secondhand. And everybody's sitting here going, oh, this is all truth. We don't know the damn truth. And until we actually see that, there's no point of us automatically going, oh, this is all solid work, solid stuff. Like I said, the only person that had a logical testimony was that makeup artist. And she said what she saw. She said she saw what Amber let her see. Her stylist, though, said something completely different. We talked about it in a previous show. She said, the stylist said something completely different. She said, I saw her fresh-faced. I saw her basically butt naked. Not one scratch or scar or bruise or bloody lip or anything was on her body. Then you also got to remember, the stylist saw, so the stylist saw Amber Heard before she went to see the makeup artist. Just saying. The stylist saw Amber Heard before she went to see the makeup artist, and the stylist said beforehand, when I saw her, she did not have anything on her body. Nothing on her face, nothing on her body. They went to the show. Suddenly she has a busted lip and she's got a little discoloration around her face. So the makeup artist does her damn job and, swoop and beats her face to the gods. Then after the show, Amber comes over to the stylist and says, can you believe that I have that I got away with 2 black eyes on the show? And the stylist is like, what 2 black eyes? Damn right, I would have asked the same damn thing. She's like, I didn't see no black eyes. I saw nothing. So make it make sense. What was the time span between the time that she saw her stylist to the time that she went to the James Corden show with some discoloration and a little, split lip. Just saying. And I will say this too before we wrap this up. I will say this too because I want to pull up this photo. I do agree with her a little bit. Look at this photo one more time. Look over to the right. Look at the photo all the way to the right. There is a little bit of thickness in her lip. Now that could be how the makeup was applied, or that really could be a little bit of swelling on her lip. But does that mean Johnny Depp did it? I'm going to say no. It doesn't mean that Johnny Depp did it. She could have done anything. She could have bit her lip really, really hard. She could have accidentally picked a dry flake of skin that caused a cut. And of course, your lip is going to swell up when that kind of thing happens. Anything is possible here. Anything. Could be a cold sore. They even asked her about that, though. They said, could it be a cold sore? They asked Iglesias, and she's like, no, can't be. Raw Heat, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I'm curious how the jury deliberates, and if it needs to be a unanimous decision. Yeah. Then if it is, oh shoot, then AH needs to have a hung jury. I'm very curious what the jury's thinking right now. I'm wondering if they're with this 100% or if they think this is all one big ass lie. It's an ongoing battle, because even for myself, it's hard when you hear from other people telling their sides of the story. And a lot of it has holes. A lot of it has holes in it. But it's not like everybody's around them 24/7 for them to see what actually happens, right? It's not every day that they're there all the time and you just see Johnny walk up and just backhand Amber Heard in the face randomly. So we're going to see what happens here as the trial continues. One more day for this week. One more day for this week. My Lord. This one was a struggle. Yesterday was a lot more entertaining as far as who was on the stand and all that. I hope that they bring her back onto the stand, because that's exactly what they should be doing. Okay. It's frustrating. This whole thing is frustrating. But there were a lot of holes and a lot of things that popped up, which I talked about earlier. You got a whole bunch of cocaine on a table in a trailer, and yet he was later on that night trying to search the entire home or the entire trailer looking for cocaine, but then he can't find it, yet it's amount of cocaine on the table. But he goes over and does a cavity search on his wife. That makes no sense. Yet the cocaine is on the table. Just saying. The lies that we say. The lies that we say. Anyway, guys, it's time to get going. I appreciate all you guys for being on. I really do appreciate it. All right, I'm going to try to be on a little bit later on tonight for sure. So be on the lookout for that. Most likely be about 8 or 9 p.m. Central Standard Time to do a little bit of a recap, short and sweet one, so I can get some decent sleep, so I can get back up and watch the rest of this thing. Tomorrow morning. So anyway, please do me a favor. Do that for me. Hit that like button down below. Crush it. Make it scream out your damn name. And don't forget to hit that subscribe button as well. It'd be really great to have you part of the Pascal Show family. Anyways, time to get going. Appreciate all y'all for going through this whole watch party with me today. We're going to be, if you don't have time to see the recap tonight, please tune in tomorrow morning. I'll be back on all over again doing this fizzy thing. So I'll see you guys then, okay? Be good to yourselves. Be good to one another. And I'll see you guys very soon. Have a good one, guys. This is the Pascal Show. Bye.